30 years ago, for cursed swords that could manipulate people's hearts. Rampaging in the martial arts world of the EC, over 100 sects have either been destroyed or declined. The number of innocent people who died in this catastrophe is countless. Heroes in the EC joined forces to seal this creature, paying a heavy sacrifice. Nowadays, members of the 4 major sects have been killed successively in a cruel and mysterious manner. Rumors of the rebirth of the cursed sword are widespread. Is there really a cursed sword? Who can quell the disaster caused by the cursed sword, this time, and maintain peace in the world? Today, I will introduce a new manga to everyone. Journey of the Hidden Edge. At the beginning of the Central Earth War, Lord Yu of the Thicket Origin Demon Sect unleashed the legendary 4 cursed swords. Heroes from the EC put aside their differences and collaborated eagerly, aiming to destroy the cursed swords. One of the cursed swords is called Dark Convergence. A shiver of shadowed wind stirs the air, as crows wail beneath the heavens of a broken world. The man is bare-chested, his eyes gleaming with a fierce light. He tightly grips a single sword, moving like a walking corpse. At this moment, he is no longer the former senior brother Yi. He is now just a sword corpse. And in his hand is the legendary cursed sword, Dark Convergence. Everyone on the scene rushed forward, wielding wooden sticks and wooden knives, but unable to restrain the sword corpse at all. Such power is truly terrifying. Maid 17 Tang can't help but be a little scared. And the person behind patted 17 Tang's shoulder, claiming to be able to fully hold back the Dark Convergence sword corpse. Let 17 hurry to prepare. Perhaps this is the only chance to seal the cursed sword. Everyone present has already given up on a way out. It is inevitable that they will perish together with the cursed sword. The crowd surged forward again, and the sword corpse assumed a fighting stance. The realm of the boundless sword slipped out of their hand, matching the techniques of the people on the scene. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. But arriving ahead of schedule, everyone sustained serious injuries one after another. The only one who might be faster than Sword Corpse is Sword Corpse's junior sister Arkalur. Just saw a shadow flash by. In the blink of an eye, she had already arrived behind Sword Corpse. But Sword Corpse's speed was even faster than imagined. With a few swift turns, Arkalur was severely injured in an instant. At this moment, Arkalur finally realized that senior brother Yi in front of them was no longer in this world. At the moment of severe injury, Arkalur fought desperately using the silk wrapping hand technique. The hands were like snakes, tightly entwining around Sword Corpse's arms, tears streaming down. The leading man seized the opportunity and swiftly flashed behind Sword Corpse. Strength rose from the ground, a move called Dragon-Shaped Sword Energy pierced through Sword Corpse. Unreserved force shook Arkalur, who also spat out a mouthful of blood. But the Sword Corpse did not fall, as unexpected. In return, the realm of the boundless sword unexpectedly used the same move. Dragon-shaped sword energy instantly enveloped the man. The man was unable to dodge in time. Relying on his unique understanding of martial arts technique, he directly faced this strike. Fortunately, the Sword Corpse was already a sped force. This strike was successfully resolved. The Sword Corpse also fell to the ground and could not get up. The cursed sword held in the man's hand began to erode his vitality. Want to turn the man into the next Sword Corpse? The man quickly shouted, 17 Tang. Hands on! 17 Tang didn't say a word and started moving the machinery. The wooden cage that had been prepared in advance covered the man and 17 Tang inside. The man forced himself to stay awake and said, although you don't understand martial arts and have not touched the cursed sword, but we dare not claim to have mastered all the conditions for the Dark Convergence transfer, to prevent it from possessing you. Escape from this place and cause trouble again. Therefore, to destroy others is to destroy oneself. In the face of righteousness, Carpenter 17 Tang respectfully bows. He has long put life and death aside. At this moment, The carpenter seems more like a hero. 17 Tang pulled down the mechanism without hesitation. Bamboo arrows flew in from all directions. The two inside the cage were pierced. The chivalrous person and the carpenter perished here. A massive boulder then fell down. Bury the bodies of the two underground. Use their lives to seal the cursed sword dark convergence. Time flies. The heroes who once personally participated in the crusade against the cursed sword are now few and far between in this world. As people gradually forget the fear and pain brought by the cursed sword in the flow of history. Several mysterious murder cases. The rumor of the cursed sword's resurrection shrouded EC 30 years ago. The deadly weapon, cursed sword, rampaged through EC according to the legend. Heroes of EC unite and work together. Countless sacrifices were made before the demonic energy could be wiped out. As people gradually forget the fear and pain brought by the cursed sword in the river of history, several bizarre murders took place. The rumor of the cursed sword's resurrection once again shrouded EC. Red Mountain of the EC, the shadow glow city in the daylight. A boy brought back good tea and ginseng to help his elders nourish their bodies. The boy has lived here for 12 years. Returning here makes him feel doubly secure. The boy's name is Pierce Pei, the son of a Restoration Army veteran. The old man at home makes a living by forging horseshoes. He is not very well received in this town, where forging is highly respected. At the age of 5, our father sold a donkey and sent Pierce Pei to Shadow Glow City, where Pierce Pei aspired to earn enough dowry money for his sister. Father carried a piece of cast iron around, searching for opportunities everywhere. But because Pierce Pei was petite, he encountered obstacles everywhere. Fortunately, he was taken in by seventh uncle, who had only one arm. He helped out in the rundown shack at Longevity Garden. 12 years passed in the blink of an eye. Recently, Pierce Pei was transferred to the Department of Reverence, and his income has also increased. Few people know that seventh uncle is highly skilled in forging weapons. This is because the others in Shadow Glow City are all fearful of this place. It is said that there are ghosts creating trouble. The rumors are so vivid and scary that no one is willing to come. This is probably because of seventh Uncle Scar and the strange Uncle Woodchicken. Uncle Woodchicken is strange and dull. He only shows signs of life when playing with Pierce Pei. Uncle Woodchicken's moves are swift and precise. The sound of the knife hitting the firewood is only slightly louder than tearing paper. The firewood didn't even budge. The competition between the two is about who can split the firewood more effectively and make it fly. The two have been playing this game for over a decade. Pierce Pei saw that the wood in front of him had been chopped dozens of times, about to be scattered. It's better to make Uncle Woodchicken happy. Just go ahead and chop it at an angle, then scatter the firewood. Who knew that the firewood had not yet scattered? Uncle Woodchicken stopped halfway with a slash. The firewood split in two, with the top half scattering in all directions. The bottom half, however, was unaffected and stood straight in its original place. Pierce Pei couldn't help but be surprised. Indeed, Uncle Woodchicken lived up to his reputation of accepting defeat gracefully. Seventh uncle led Pierce Pei into the house. This time, Pierce Pei had a task at hand upon his return. Department of Reverence's second manager, Shadow Hung, asked Pierce Pei to retrieve something. Seventh uncle opened the box, and a sword lay quietly inside. The scabbard was 3 fingers wide and almost 4 fingers long, with a brass throat and a sword guard in the shape of bird wings. The sword blade was solid and not flexible. The blade tapered from the guard towards the edge. The width at the throat of the scabbard was originally 3 fingers wide. At the tip of the sword, it is less than 2 fingers wide. If wielded skillfully, it should be able to handle heavyweights with ease, making thrusting attacks convenient. This sword is called Kunwa's Fury. Shadow Hung instructed Pierce Pei to deliver this sword to the second court master, Crimson Clouds, at the Moonlit Water Pavilion. Pierce Pei has never been to Moonlit Water Pavilion. I heard that only female disciples are admitted there, while male visitors can only enter the main hall. And according to what seventh uncle said, the second court master of Moonlit Water is a fierce woman. Before leaving, I advised Pierce Pei not to push himself too hard if he encounters any problems. At that time, Pierce Pei had no idea that this trip to deliver the sword would turn out to be the beginning of a turning point in his destiny. Okay. The heart-wrenching waters of the lake mirror the eternal moon, while the pure maiden sword soars upon the wings of the great Luo immortal dot. Black hair fades to white, like smoke turning to rain, a fleeting moment lost in time, unlike the earthly moonlit water pavilion dot. Two women sit in the pavilion at the center of the lake on the East Sea Road, Moonlit Water Pavilion. The continuous heavy rain for several days made Indigo feel a bit melancholy, as if the sky was falling. Yi Tassel Huang jokingly said, "Is the now fourth most beautiful Indigo girl seeking life and death because she was hurt by a noble and handsome young man? I don't know if it is Pointing Sword, the Palace of Wonder's charming talent, or the little Taoist of sea-viewing Heavenly Gate." The Moonlit Water Pavilion is divided into 4 courtyards. Only the direct disciples of the sect leader can serve as court masters under the acting sect leader. There are only 3 court masters under the acting sect leader, and the 4th courtyard currently has no owner. The relatively promising 4th in line, Emerald Lake, is currently not functioning properly. That day, Emerald Lake rode out of the gate. Yi Tassel Huang and Indigo secretly followed, hoping to see where she was going, but suddenly everything went dark. When they were discovered, only Emerald Lake's beautiful face bore a miserable knife mark. They all said that this was caused by the cursed sword that had wreaked havoc on the martial arts world 30 years ago. Indigo also nodded in agreement. It is said that other sects have also been experiencing tragedies one after another. The sect leader and senior sister have responded to the invitation to attend the alliance meeting of the 4 great sword sects. It is precisely to clarify this matter. During the conversation, Yi Tassel Huang suddenly felt something unusual. I hurriedly turned around, keenly feeling that someone had just appeared. But at this moment, logically speaking, only Yi Tassel Huang, the second court master, and Moonlit Water Pavilion were present. Yi Tassel Huang couldn't help but convince himself that it might have been an illusion. On the other hand, Pierce Pei has arrived at the outer courtyard of Moonlit Water Pavilion with an umbrella. Looking at the elegant characters on the lintel adds a touch of fragrance to this place. After introducing himself as Pierce Pei, he received a warm welcome from the entrance hall steward Elder Ding. Pierce Pei explained his purpose, claiming that the manager had instructed that this sword be delivered in person to the second court master. Kindly inform them of this. I didn't expect that even the entrance hall steward couldn't enter the inner courtyard, and could only wait for the maid to pass on the message. Pierce Pei is playing with an exquisite and delicate teacup. I couldn't help but feel a trace of curiosity about inner courtyard. The wind and rain are still continuous outside the window. Pierce Pei unknowingly fell asleep. It has been so long, and inner courtyard still hasn't replied. And Steward Ding has not returned either. Pierce Pei couldn't help but lift the door curtain and go in search of Steward Ding. Did not think of it. Elder Ding and the servant behind this door unexpectedly both lost their lives. Their bodies are deeply embedded in the wall. This scene left Pierce Pei somewhat at a loss for a moment. This is the first time in Pierce Pei's life that he has encountered a crime scene. He remembers the teachings of seventh uncle. Pierce Pei forced himself to calm down. There was a strange depression in the body in front of him. The fractured ribs are very neat, as if caused by a huge weapon. There are also obvious drag marks on the ground. This once again confirms this point. And the direction of the drag marks leads to inner courtyard. Pierce Pei, immediately making up his mind, no matter what. He must first inform the disciples of Moonlit Water Pavilion of the situation. Perhaps he can save more people. Pierce Pei ventured into the inner courtyard alone. At this time, many disciples are not in the courtyard. For a moment, he doesn't know where to look for people. Just as Pierce Pei was at a loss, a sharp sword emitting a cold light appeared, pressed against Pierce Pei's neck. "Who are you? Who sent you to intrude into Moonlit Water Pavilion?" A woman's voice came from behind. Pierce Pei, who was being held at sword point, quickly confessed the truth, claiming that the sword on her back was Manhwa's fury. "And the person behind her is Moonlit Water Pavilion's second court master. Endless Maple River is bathed in crimson clouds." Okay. The green oak sword reveals its 13 stances, as the endless maple river is bathed in crimson clouds. Beneath brows, like resting arcs, a heroic wind flows with grace, its rhythm as gentle as the slender curve of a willow's waist. After learning of the misunderstanding with Pierce Pei, Crimson Clouds took out a handkerchief and asked him to handle the injury. Pierce Pei, holding the handkerchief, blushed slightly on his cheeks. For a moment, he was incoherent and didn't know where to start. Suddenly, a woman's screams came from the inner courtyard. Crimson Clouds instructed, "You go wait in the entrance hall. Without my orders, you are not allowed to take even half a step in here." After saying this, Crimson Clouds went alone towards the inner courtyard. Pierce Pei gazed affectionately at the handkerchief in his hand. The delicate silk cloth was infused with a hint of warmth and sweetness. Suddenly, he realized that Sword Manhwa's fury was still on his back, the intruder. It should be a huge and hard weapon in use. Manhwa's fury is an extremely powerful sword, now sending the sword over. Perhaps it can be of some help. Pierce Pei groped in the direction of the sound and gradually heard the sound of weapons clashing. At this moment, the second court master was holding a broken sword, facing the murderer alone. A flash of lightning in the air. Vaguely, the murderer appeared to be as burly and robust as a small mountain. Pierce Pei saw clearly. 2 disciples of Moonlit Water had already fallen to the ground, and the huge stone knife in the murderer's hand gave off a deep sense of foreboding. Crimson Clouds also didn't know why the person in front of him had turned into an attacker like this, only vaguely making out words from the murderer's unclear speech. Recognizing the words, "Endless suffering," Crimson Clouds saw the murderer above, leaping down. The iron chains all around emitted a piercing sound. Swinging the enormous blade in hand that was as hard as granite, he was determined to dismember the person in front of him into 1,000 pieces. Crimson Clouds could no longer retreat in order to protect his junior disciples behind him. Clutching the broken sword tightly in both hands, facing the thunderous blow with a posture as delicate as holding a slender willow branch with not even a full grip. I didn't expect that Crimson Clouds could actually block and deflect the force within a short period of time with just this broken sword. Turning defense into offense, forcefully pushed the assailant back several meters. Pierce Pei on the side looked shocked. Is this terrifying power really from a woman? Crimson Clouds pressed on with the attack. Her graceful figure turned into a lingering shadow, directly aiming at the murderer. The broken sword accurately stabbed into the murderer's left eye. The person, like a monster, did not flinch nor evade, reaching out to grab. Grasping the broken sword in hand, Crimson Clouds had no support to borrow in midair. Violently thrown over and pushed back. Fortunately, with agile movements, he executed a backflip and landed steadily on the bridge. The culprit seized the moment when Crimson Clouds landed and launched a sudden attack with a knife. The swift speed left Crimson Clouds no time to dodge, so they had to use their arm to block the broken sword defensively. But the force of this blow was so great that it sent Crimson Clouds along with their body crashing into the center of the pavilion. After smashing through the wall, there was still enough force left that forced Crimson Clouds to spew out a mouthful of blood. Pierce Pei saw that the killer in front of him seemed completely unafraid of pain. The situation was extremely dangerous. Looking around, Pierce Pei spotted 2 small boats. He had an idea. When the 2 men looked at each other, the killer currently had a slight advantage. The terrifying stone knife emitted a faint purple aura. The killer launched an even fiercer attack. The giant sword swirled, making a loud roaring sound. Crimson Cloud dodged the sword after it was swung. The chain, as thick as an arm, lashed out from the blind spot like the crack of a whip, striking with deadly precision. Although Crimson Cloud instinctively dodged, he was still hit on the arm. At this moment, Crimson Cloud also realized that the person in front of him, despite their awkward movements, had skills and techniques in their attacks, not just brute force. As I pondered, the killer once again exploded towards me, raising the knife for a fierce chop. Crimson Clouds has become unavoidable. At this critical moment, Pierce Pei emerged from the water. With sword Kunwa's fury in hand, he stabbed the assailant at the bend of their leg, successfully severing the tendons. Pierce Pei also stepped back to Crimson Cloud's side, ready to fight side by side with them. Okay. Pierce Pei is a hero coming to the rescue, and wants to fight alongside the second court master. My task is to hand the sword over to the second court master. Please have the second court master try this Kunwa's fury. Crimson Clouds took Kunwa's fury, and silently admired Pierce Pei's loyalty. While in a slight daze, a huge black shadow slowly stood up. The murderer actually used chains to bind and support his feet, walking towards Crimson Clouds, and the two of them like a puppet on strings. Crimson Cloud said absent-mindedly, "The murderer is actually Mr. He, who usually delivers goods from 10 miles away. He does odd jobs for our moonlit water pavilion." Many years have passed, but he has never learned any martial arts. It's unclear how he could have become like this, just as Pierce Pei was surprised by this turn of events. The murderer's eyes gleamed with malice as he headed straight towards Pierce Pei to strike. Crimson Clouds blocked using Kunwa's fury. This punch made the two of them fall back a step. The second court master was half crouching and half kneeling, with both hands tightly gripping the handle of Kunwa's fury, which was over 1.5 feet long. Her delicate eyebrows slightly furrowed. Under the drizzle, she appeared even more charming. Crimson Cloud said that the two people on the bridge were disciples of their sect, and they did not die. If you can help them leave first, I would be very grateful. There is another person in the pavilion. I will find a way. Pierce Pei may not be skilled in martial arts, but he is a good swimmer. He naturally agreed to help. At this moment, the murderer raised the stone knife high above his head, spinning it rapidly like a windmill. Fuzzy voices of endless suffering echoed in the ears. The culprit wielded a granite-like deformed giant blade, sweeping it out. It clashed with sword Kunwa's fury, creating a deafening roar. Crimson Cloud's entire body surged with energy, causing the clothes to billow with powerful winds, and their thick hair scattered in the air. Tell Pierce Pei to leave as soon as possible. Staying here will only be a hindrance to oneself. Pierce Pei naturally understands this fact. He won't drag his feet. Upon seeing Pierce Pei leave, Crimson Cloud secretly made up his mind. How can we allow foreign enemies to invade our moonlit water pavilion? Only the enchanting shadows of Crimson Clouds flickered. The cold gleam of the sword shadows rustled like the wind blowing through maple leaves. The powerful strikes of sword Kunwa's fury, using the 13 stances of the green maple, penetrate the robust body of the assailant with unmatched force. Pierce Pei, who was watching from afar, felt a sudden shock. Truly deserving of being the second court master of Moonlit Water Pavilion. Taking the opportunity, Pierce Pei quickly picked up Yi Tassel Huang and Indigo to escape. At this point, Crimson Clouds had a slight advantage. Secretly amazed that this Kunwa's fury is indeed a creation of Shadowglow's city. It perfectly fits his 13 stances of the green maple. This move is a sword technique created by Crimson Clouds, then copied into the Moonlit Water Sword Manual within the sect. Because this sword technique is quite damaging to the sword, they requested Shadowglow City to forge a suitable sword. A powerful enemy invaded, and Crimson Clouds happened to receive this sword. It feels so fitting in their hands. Was it really just a coincidence, making Crimson Clouds unable to help but wonder? Willow-like waist and graceful lightness. successfully piercing the enemy's thigh once again. The murderer feels no pain at all, and sweeps out another blade wind, easily rolled up the plank bridge. And the target of this blade wind attack is actually Pierce Pei in the distance. This blow hits Pierce Pei squarely on the back, causing the plank bridge to shatter as well. Pierce Pei also falls into Heartbreak Lake. At this point, Pierce Pei's back is completely numb, gradually sinking to the bottom of the lake. Vision also starts to blur. As Pierce Pei's consciousness gradually blurs, a jade hand reaches deep into the lake and pulls Pierce Pei out of the water. The person who reached out to rescue was Yi Tassel Huang. Actually, Yi Tassel Huang had already regained consciousness earlier. It's just that his martial arts skills are mediocre. He was planning to seize the opportunity to attack that monster. At this time, Indigo was also saved by Yi Tassel Huang onto the small boat. Luckily, Pierce Pei was hit in the back. Plus, Indigo's body has always been much stronger than others, so there was no major issue. Yi Tassel Huang pointed to the pavilion at the center of the lake in the distance. The injured senior sister Emerald Lake is still in that pavilion. The second court master has been refusing to leave because of her. In the midst of the conversation, a burst of blade energy once again destroyed the floating bridge. The power of this monster is too strong. Not afraid of pain, this is not a sustainable way to continue. Pierce Pei and Yi Tassel Huang are discussing ways to save people. Pierce Pei thinks that although this monster is strong, it seems to have poor hearing. He will try to save Emerald Lake himself. At the same time, the killer shows no consideration for physical factors. With every move, the strange forceful chopping and striking makes Crimson Clouds retreat step by step. Crimson Clouds also have to stay calm and focused. They wield a special sword in a reverse grip, waiting for the right moment to use softness to overcome hardness. Crimson Clouds analyze calmly. The person in front of them, Blade Energy, is indeed aggressive. However, the speed of their sword technique is not stable enough. There should still be a chance. But what exactly happened to Mr. He? At this moment, Crimson Clouds couldn't care much either. The phantom flickered. Once again, using the 13 stances of the green maple, the body flowed like water. Crimson Clouds risks his life. As long as he can avoid the assailant's blow, success is possible. The assailant once again swings with full force without reservation. The fierce blade wind brushes past the body of Crimson Clouds. Crimson Clouds wraps around the blade like a flowing stream, with movements that waste not even a bit of energy. Swinging gracefully, she flicks her wrist and raises the sword, which is like a powerful gust of wind. Green maple strike, the river stone shatters. This blow accurately pierced the assassin's arms, deathly sealed the monster's hands. At this moment, the monster's eyes were wandering, as if searching for something. Suddenly saw Pierce Pei preparing to rescue Emerald Lake at the pavilion in the center of the lake. Crimson Clouds also noticed the scene at the same moment. Suddenly, the murderer actually severed both arms, tearing flesh and bone. Swinging the giant stone blade in hand, the target was none other than Pierce Pei. Pierce Pei shouted, "Oh no!" and pushed Emerald Lake away. This blow broke the pillars of the pavilion on the lake. Pierce Pei took the opportunity to jump onto the trestle. Crimson Clouds also took the opportunity to leap up. He exerted force with his legs. The Munzi Hawk used all his strength. The killer was also instructed to enter the pavilion in the center of the lake. With a loud noise, the pavilion in the center of the lake completely collapsed, burying Emerald Lake and the killer underneath. The second court master called out loudly for Emerald Lake, but to no avail. Just at that moment, Pierce Pei saw a flicker of shadow above the rubble. The crowd looked incredulous. Emerald Lake, who had been unconscious the whole time, actually stood up. And in their hand, they were holding the ominous giant sword. The Thunder God roared, and Emerald Lake seemed to go crazy, shouting, "Endless suffering!" The voice echoed in this Heartbreak Lake. Yi Tassel Huang arrived at the pavilion with Indigo next to the carriage. Indigo, although without visible injuries, remained unconscious. Only saw crimson clouds and Pierce Pei rushing out from the inner courtyard, shouting loudly. "Hurry up and help the person onto the carriage, untie the reins." Yi Tassel Huang was terrified, thinking that the assassin was chasing after him. Very concerned about how Emerald Lake is doing at this moment. But the second court master said solemnly, "Now coming to kill us is indeed Emerald Lake." At that time, she picked up the strange knife. After that, the whole person seemed to be possessed. Endless suffering, ruthless towards those she sees. No matter how she is called, she does not respond. She just wants to kill Crimson Clouds, and the two of them. Moreover, Emerald Lake's martial arts have become exceptionally powerful. There is simply no way to restrain her. Crimson Clouds can only delay her with all his might. The current plan is to lure her out to the Moonlit Water Pavilion and then come up with a new strategy. Yi Tassel Huang's complexion turned pale after hearing that. Could it really be a cursed sword? Amid the chaos, everyone jumped onto the carriage. Pierce Pei quickly waved the reins. At the moment the carriage started moving, a figure darted out from behind. It was the devilish Emerald Lake with a slender body and a menacing look in his eyes. He descended from the sky with a huge blade in tow. Casually swinging out a blade energy, he shattered the train carriage. Fortunately, Crimson Clouds reacted swiftly. Sword Kunwa's fury withstood the attack. Crimson Clouds pushed back forcefully with Gangfeng. Successfully repelled the attack from Emerald Lake this time. But Emerald Lake still has a bewildered look in their eyes, murmuring something in their mouth. Must kill, and then closely chased after from behind. A bitter battle in turns. Crimson Cloud spurted a mouthful of blood at this moment. Yi Tassel Huang looked worried. This sword technique is indeed mysterious. But what worries Crimson Clouds the most is if Emerald Lake's lightness skill catches up. In such a state, it would be challenging for Crimson Clouds to ensure everyone's safety. Yi Tassel Huang asked again, "Why is it like this? Could it be that the cursed sword really bewitched people's hearts?" But Pierce Pei does not think so, as his own seventh uncle made the sword. He has always believed that there must be a reason behind everything. The idea of swords turning into demons does not sound reliable. There may be other reasons. There is no good solution at the moment. Thinking of seventh uncle, it's better to head toward Shadowglow City. That's all we can do for now. Crimson Clouds felt a pang of sorrow as he watched Moonlit Water Pavilion gradually drift away. Can't help but think, if my senior sister were you, how would she handle it? East Sea Road, Huyang City, the capital of Zhangzhou. Heavy rain pouring down. The governor's aide, Elder Xiao, is going to discuss important matters with the four great sword sects. But it happened to be chosen at this dilapidated temple. His subordinates heard that the old governor's aide suspected that the recent attacks on various sects were related to the cursed sword. They also said that the cursed sword would come to this dilapidated temple today. At this moment, representatives of the four great sword sects have already gathered in full. Okay. The matter of the cursed sword actually started with a bloodshed incident. Inside the ruined temple, representatives of the four great sword sects gathered one after another. Why does the letter mention the cursed sword, but no one has shown up today? The speaker has slender phoenix-shaped eyes with more black than white. The pupils are large and full, giving off an impenetrable depth. This person is one of the four vice sect leaders of the Sea-Viewing Heaven's Gate. The person in front of me raised both hands in response. This person is the deputy governor's aide of the buried emperor's sword tomb. The elder governor's aide cannot break free. Lu, the chief escort, had a fierce look on his face at this moment. Set aside whether the cursed sword has truly resurfaced for now. The top priority today is to demand an explanation for the 12 lives lost in the Sea-Viewing Heavenly Gate. Lu, the chief escort, pointed to his son lying on the stretcher and said, "Fortunately, my son's life was spared. I have brought all the people here. I ask all the adults to bear witness. Otherwise I, Lu, the chief escort, will never let it go. The person on the stretcher was completely wrapped in bandages. After being struck by a surge of sword energy, all his meridians and blood vessels were destroyed instantly, causing blood clotting. After being hit, his whole body turned bruised and purple, gradually leading to death. The only thing capable of causing such injuries is the no-hearing sword. From Pointing Sword, the Palace of Wonders. Lu, the chief escort, has said people to investigate this very point. It is determined that this matter must have been done by the cloud-touched Yu of Pointing Sword, the Palace of Wonders. Lu, the sect leader, I see something fishy about this. At this moment, a woman's voice can be heard. The woman is dressed in dark green silk brocade. Her full curves are faintly visible. This person is none other than acting sect leader Su Blackrobe, the senior disciple of Moonlit Water Pavilion sect leader. Miss Su Blackrobe said, "Our 4 great sword sects have been in an alliance for nearly 100 years. If it is truly Cloud-touched Yu, why would he use the no-hearing sword to identify his sect? Besides, the old governor's aide mentioned a cursed sword. There may be a misunderstanding in this matter." Lu, the chief escort, then looked disdainful and interrupted Su Blackrobe's words with a contemptuous expression. Would acting sect leader Su, who is as smart as ice and snow, believe in the cursed sword leading people astray to kill theory? Moreover, the governor's aide, Elder Xiao, is quite old. I'm afraid he has believed the one-sided words. What a muddlehead. The chief escort Lu's arrogant attitude drew astonished looks from the woman behind Su Blackrobe. The woman appeared to be around 18 or 19 years old, dressed in a purple satin robe. With broad sleeves and slender shoulders, she carried herself in a domineering manner. Moonlit Water Pavilion, the third court master. Purple Ren mocked Lu, the chief escort, for being so hot-tempered. It was as if he had lost his own son. His companions quickly intervened to stop him. They whispered that Lu, the chief escort, is in viewing Heavenly Gate, second only to sect leader, the feathered divine sword, Crane Clothes, and it is rumored that Yanqing Lu is his illegitimate son. But he wants to inherit the position of sect leader. So, they have to claim he is an adopted son to the public. Today, I saw the disciples of viewing Heavenly Gate leering at the women from Moonlit Water Pavilion. This rumor is probably true. As the saying goes, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower ones will be crooked. Purple Ren doesn't believe at all in what the deputy governor's aide, Mr. Tan, just said. How could there be a cursed sword that bewitches people's hearts? I thought it would be more interesting after leaving the Moonlit Water Pavilion. But in the end, I didn't even see a shadow of Cloud-touched Yu. Just at this moment, there is now a box the height of half a wall in the courtyard. The box is tied up with a pattern of 5 flowers, and several people are guarding it. This box was specifically brought by Governor's aide Elder Xiao. It is said to be related to the injuries of disciples from various major sects. Purple Ren, seeing the situation, couldn't help but sarcastically say, Lu, the sect leader, don't worry. Since the governor's aide, Elder Xiao, insists that the various murder cases are unrelated to the Palace of Wonders, could they be related to the large box outside? Why not ask Lord Tan to open the box and take a look? Lu, the chief escort, stroked his goatee and was about to open the box for interrogation. Naturally, he was stopped by Lord Tan. This move directly provoked Lu, the chief escort. Could it be that you want to hand over this incriminating evidence to the people of the Palace of Wonders? Are you the governor's aide, Elder Xiao, trying to protect Cloud-touched Yu, who used the no-hearing sword to kill my son? At that moment, a hearty laughter could be heard outside the door. Kill your son, you do not need the no-hearing sword. Only saw this person with black hair and white beard, carrying an ancient chain. The fierce aura made people involuntarily feel 3 points of fear. This person is none other than the green water lewd demon, Silent Wei. 30 years ago, he was personally involved in the heroes, who fought against the cursed sword, still alive in the world. As of today, only buried Emperor's Sword Tomb Governors A. Jianji Shao and Moonlit Water Pavilion sect leader Crimson Beauty remain. They are both in seclusion for recovery and are not accessible to anyone. Pointing Sword, the Palace of Wonders, and Silent Way. At this moment, Silent Way's arrival. It can't help but awe everyone present. Viewing Heavenly Gate's little Taoists discusses with each other. Waterloo Demon himself is here, probably to support his disciple. Lu, the chief escort, strokes his goat beard, sarcastically saying, "So it is Elder Wei from the Palace of Wonders, famous for his chivalry, who has come in person. I believe with your reputation, the blood feud of Viewing Heavenly Gate will finally be settled." But little did Lu know, Elder Wei chose to ignore him completely. Without a hint of expression, he walked straight past Lu, the chief escort. He went straight to Sue Blackrobe's side. Sue Blackrobe nodded slightly, showing respect and greeting. Silent Way also politely replied, "Since the acting sect leader is here, please convey my greetings to the respected teacher. Let him know that I am getting old and my swordsmanship is declining. Please ask sect leader Miss Du to come out of seclusion soon to avoid any regrets." Sue Blackrobe nodded in agreement. Lu, the chief escort, continued his ambiguous response. Elder Wei avoided giving a direct answer. Could it be because he felt guilty? Silent Wei showed his anger plainly at this moment. "The tone you are using sounds like my disciple's guilt has been proven beyond doubt. Have you personally witnessed him committing murder in a brutal manner?" Lu, the chief escort, relentlessly pointed at Yanqing Lu on the stretcher, claiming that his adopted son miraculously survived the tragedy. This is direct evidence. Coupled with the injuries from the no-hearing sword on his body, there are various clues. Besides your disciple Cloud-Touched Hue, who else could it be? According to the old governor's aide, Cloud-Touched Hue may have been bewitched by the cursed sword, leading to indiscriminate killing everywhere. Later, when Cloud-Touched Hue appears, if Elder Wei is not able to uphold justice over personal ties, my disciple of Viewing Heavenly Gate is also willing to help. Let's give a fair trial to the wrongly killed fellow disciple." Lu, the chief escort, sneered at the grand words of Silent Wei, claiming that my disciple has been missing for a long time. I sent Lao San out to search a month ago. There has been no news so far. If I find out that someone is slandering or framing him, hiding my apprentice, or preventing him from coming forward to explain, I will never give up easily. As soon as these words were spoken, Lu, the chief escort, was enraged. He now wants me, Viewing Heavenly Gate, to witness the unparalleled martial arts skill, no-hearing sword, from the Palace of Wonders. After saying that, the two of them drew their swords in a threatening manner. Lu, the chief escort, held a knife in his left hand and a sword in his right hand, using the unique swordsmanship of Viewing Heavenly Gate. He shouted, "Show your weapon, Silent Wei." Silent Wei laughed mockingly. "Don't you know that I practice the invisible sword technique of Pointing Sword, the Palace of Wonders? You thieves are only worthy of a single strand of my hair." Immediately, Silent Wei pinched a strand of hair with 2 fingers to challenge them with, only to see Lu, the chief escort, taking the lead. The clash of sword tips produced a piercing sound. He utilized the sound of sword friction to disrupt the opponent's judgment of his sword swing speed. The next second, a blade shadow struck Silent Wei's shoulder. Through city and mountain, no immortal he seeks, bound by blossoms and moonlight, through years he would speak. Casting aside his cup, he drinks autumn still lake, outplaying green peaks, 13 strings they forsake. Lu, the chief escort's blade slashed onto Silent Wei's shoulder. But unexpectedly, this was just a remnant shadow of Silent Wei. At this moment, he had already flashed behind Lu, the chief escort, only to see Silent Wei gathers vital energy at the fingertips. Vital energy is everywhere. The fine and soft hair suddenly straightened, as if it were steel needles. Before the crowd could react, Silent Way had already passed through them. A disciple fell weakly to the ground. A soft black hair was inserted above his left shoulder Jingwell point, barely protruding more than half an inch from the flesh. The force behind the cut did not pierce through the shoulder. Silent Way laughed heartily. His hands moved swiftly, shifting left and right. 4 or 5 disciples of the heavenly gate fell after blinking. The rest of the people were in a panic, and their formation fell into chaos immediately. They saw him moving as if he were a ghost, freely shuttling around. Lu, the chief escort, was shocked in his heart. The truce has not lasted 100 years. Pointing sword, the Palace of Wonders, actually trained such a devilish and heretical body technique. Knowing that this is a rare formidable enemy in his lifetime, Lu, the chief escort, shouted with all his might. Block the entrance and exit locations, position of the Jing Gate. 9 Phoenix Celestial Step form the great formation of bound demons. On the side, Mr. Tan and Blackrobe's faces changed color upon hearing this. Blackrobes, who never thought that Lu, the chief escort, would go to such lengths for his injured adopted son. No wonder there are rumors saying that the adopted son is actually his biological child. If Sea-Viewing Heavenly Gate Crane Immortal were here today, he would definitely not let Lu, the chief escort, act like this. Originally, the various Heavenly Gate Taoists were fleeing and avoiding, but when the 9 Phoenix Celestial Step was used, the chaotic scene of dozens of people each doing their own thing suddenly disappeared. Within 3 steps, the formation naturally took shape, as if they had practiced it beforehand. Despite Silent Way being faster than lightning, there was no room left for advance or retreat. Lu, the chief escort, saw the situation and shouted loudly. The northern abyss of the mysterious pattern, the divine tiger selects the dark, feet tread upon the 7 stars, encircling and settling the camp below. Everyone followed my breath, moving and pressing to suppress him. Silent Way kept evading and attacking, but the formation remained unshaken. Speed and strength have both increased. Walls seem to have risen from all directions. Silent Way couldn't help but shiver. Not sparred for decades. I didn't expect Bullnose old Taoist to have cultivated such a formidable formation. Silent Way relied on his top-notch lightness skill to soar into the sky. He climbed onto the eaves and darted out of the window. His figure disappeared into the curtain of rain. Lu, the chief escort, smirked darkly. Do you think you can escape just by getting out of the temple gate? The great formation of bound demons is not that simple. Everyone, follow me and adjust the formation. The disciples came roaring again within the formation. Suddenly, a hoarse laughter was heard in the rain. Fools! Once out of the palace gate, then victory is mine. I only saw Silent Way gently stroking the strings of the zither. Vital energy rippled around his body like surging waves. The raindrops seemed to freeze in midair. With the melodious sound of the zither, these raindrops turned into streaks of sword energy. He pushed back all the Taoists in front of him. The move, rain leaks worsening, is just a little punishment for the Sea-Viewing Heavenly Gate. At this point, no matter how Lu, the chief escort, scolds, maintaining the formation is of no avail. Lu, the chief escort, is currently at a disadvantage. Just at this moment, a carriage rushed straight into the battlefield. The crisp sound of the bell echoed through the rain. When everyone stood up, an old and dilapidated covered donkey cart had already arrived in front of the temple. Once the cursed sword is drawn, there's no escape from ruin. Desire gives rise to disaster, with a green gleam as the omen. A young child's voice sounded, and the donkey pulling the cart stopped for a moment. Little Taoist quickly stepped forward to intercept. Who are you? Leave here quickly. A young man with rosy lips and white teeth, and a clear and beautiful face suddenly leaped off the carriage seat. His clothes had been soaked through by the rain. Claiming that his grandfather was old and weak and needed to take shelter from the rain here. This temple is not your family's property. Why do you have the privilege to seek shelter here? We can't seek shelter. These words directly angered little Taoist, who cursed angrily. A slender figure in purple walked on water towards them. Who said rain couldn't be avoided? I say it can be. The person holding the umbrella is none other than the third court master Purple Wren from Moonlit Water Pavilion. Purple Wren approached the youth and reached out to take his hand. Playfully, he smiled and said, "Little one, don't be afraid. What is your name and where are you from? Who else is in the carriage?" The youth did not answer. He looked pensive as he gazed at the severely injured Yanqing Lu on the stretcher. He said, "If you give me and Grandpa water and food, then I will tell you." Purple Ring called for gold bracelet and silver snow. Tea and pastries have been brought. The little boy claimed that his grandfather is afraid of meeting strangers. He will bring the food to him later. Immediately, the little boy quickly stuffed the pastry into his mouth. Slowly he said, "My name is Yer. My grandfather and I are from Greenhemp Village. In the car, besides my grandfather, there is also the body of my sister, Luaner. We rushed here all the way just to seek revenge. The culprit not only harmed Luaner, but also all the men in the village." The words were spoken in a casual manner by a young boy. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. Everyone pricked up their ears. About half a month ago, a group of ruffians arrived in the village. They claimed to have come for the clear brook in the village. They turned out to be looking to capture women for entertainment. The women and children in the village were extremely frightened. They all hid in the mountains, so the villains couldn't catch the women. They simply arrested all the men in the village, tied their hair together in a bunch, just like price tags on grass in a market. They were tied high up on the drying rack, with a rope loop around their necks. Your sister was the most beautiful person in the village. Ignoring objections, she decided to exchange herself to get everyone back. Alone, Luaner went down the mountain and ran into the village square. Yer was very scared at first, but she still quietly followed her sister. The villains were instantly attracted by her beauty. One of his subordinates pushed Luaner in front of the leader. The leader glanced at the beauty before him with a playful expression. He grabbed Luaner's face and lecherously said, "Smile for me. Make me happy, and maybe I'll let someone go." Luaner tried hard to force a smile. But as the leader waved his hand, his henchmen swiftly moved in for the kill. One of them ended up decapitated. The weight of the body pressed down on the remaining 4 people. Luaner looked at the blood-dripping blade in front of him with a terrified expression on his face. In fear, the leader tore off Luaner's clothes from his chest, while insulting the woman in front of him, while killing the men in the village one by one. Just then, Yer, who was hiding in the bushes, was discovered. Yer kicked the villain in the face and made a run for it. The person who got kicked immediately flew into a rage and raised a knife to strike. A figure stood in front of you. It was her own sister Luaner. The next moment, Luaner fell into a pool of blood. Yer cried out in pain and lost her beloved sister from then on. The evil leader, enraged by losing his plaything, ordered his men to dismember you. At the critical moment, a loud bang. 2 stones hit the evil man behind him. A person played with the stone in his hand and said, "I thought I could see idyllic scenery in this remote small village. I didn't expect it to be a living hell." The person who made the move looks like a scholar, with several large dual-axis scrolls on his back. Elegant and graceful, chic and handsome. Originally thought I could see pastoral scenes in this remote little village. I didn't expect it to be a living hell. The villains are accustomed to seeing people as nothing. Taking lives is as common as having a meal. Raising the knife angrily, they ask, "Who are you? Intending to cause trouble?" Just then, this person remained calm and slowly pulled out a scroll, revealing a hidden cold sword within. Slowly he said, "I go by the same name and keep the same surname. To attack Dragon Court Mountain, head towards the 9 Curves mouth. Known as a single brush stroke of painting, Cloud Touched You is behind such outrageous actions. You will all end up dead. The villain showed no fear at all. He angrily cursed. Pointing sword, the Palace of Wonders is just a small snake. How dare you meddle in our affairs? Our leader's father is none other than the renowned sect leader of the sea-viewing Heavenly Gate, ascending the Sword Manor Lu, the chief escort. Do you think you can afford to provoke him? Yer ate pastries while observing the expression of Lu, the chief escort. She coldly relayed the message to everyone without changing a word. Lu, the chief escort's face darkened, and the evil Taoist beside him shouted loudly and recklessly. He then rushed towards the child. With a sword in hand, he was determined to kill and silence them. Looking at Pierce Pay again, the three people were still desperately fleeing. Emerald Lake is also closely pursuing from behind. Pierce Pay is determined to go faster and move forward for several more miles. It's the boundary of Red Mountain. The rain has stopped at this time, but Emerald Lake is still wet all over. Drops of sweat fall from the cheeks. This scene was clearly seen by everyone, although they did not know why Emerald Lake had become like this. But her body is still the same as an ordinary person's. She gets tired, she sweats. She is dragging the stone knife to chase. She should be suppressing the fatigue of her body. Everyone believed very much that if it weren't for this, the attacks that had come before would have definitely smashed more than half of the carriages. At this moment, the carriage is still speeding through the bamboo forest. I see the beacon tower of Shadowglow City in the distance. Once we reach there, we will be safe, but it's just at this moment. Emerald Lake behind us is nowhere to be seen. Everyone is hurrying to search for it. I found that Emerald Lake has actually appeared on the carriage, using its body to forcefully bend the bamboo. Taking advantage of the thrust of the bamboo, it lunged towards the carriage like an arrow. At that moment, the huge momentum, combined with the weight of the stone knife, all fell on Crimson Cloud's, forcing a mouthful of blood to spurt out. With a loud bang, the carriage under his feet shattered. Everyone lost their footing and fell. When Pierce Pay regained consciousness, Emerald Lake was dragging a stone knife, step by step advancing towards the injured Crimson Clouds. Just at the critical moment of life and death for Crimson Clouds, Pierce Pay discovers that the sword of Crimson Clouds was actually lost by his side during the previous fight. Without hesitation, he leaped up. He picked up the sword Kunwa's Fury and charged forward. He struck diagonally with both hands, forcing Emerald Lake to quickly block. Unable to land a hit, Pierce Pay raised Kunwa's Fury high and shouted, "Come on! Your opponent is me!" After successfully attracting Emerald Lake's attention, urged the second court master to take them to the beacon tower. The excited Emerald Lake leaped up with a heavy sword swinging. He then rushed towards Pierce Pay to attack. A sword energy shattered stones and split the ground. Fortunately, although Pierce Pay's martial arts skills were average, he was naturally agile and robust. With a leap like a fish, he successfully dodged the attack. Crimson Cloud said anxiously, "At this moment, letting me abandon you. What's the difference between killing you with my own hands?" Pierce Pay ignored it and continued to provoke, saying, "You're just SOSO. Your blade energy didn't hit me." Emerald Lake, who had lost his mind, was full of anger, with a fierce look in his eyes. Carrying a knife, he once again attacked Pierce Pay. Pierce Pay quickly scrambled to his feet, claiming that the second court master didn't need to worry. "While I may not be able to beat her, I am faster than her. I will keep my life." Handing Kunwa's Fury back to you. Watching Pierce Pay's receding figure, Crimson Clouds felt a pang of sadness. At such a young age, what heroics are you showing off? You will die. Yutassel Huang by Crimson Cloud sighed hastily consoled. "Sister Crimson, let's go. We've been chasing Emerald Lake for so long. Our energy is depleted. Perhaps that boy really can escape." At this point, despite being full of worry and pain, Crimson Clouds could only pray for Pierce Pay to live safely. Pierce Pay ran desperately all the way, panting heavily. Suddenly, Emerald Lake darted out from behind again. The strike came from above, blade energy, attacking from a tricky angle. Pierce Pei sees no escape and can only defend with Sword Kunwa's fury. The shot from the sword blade caused Pierce Pei to spurt a mouthful of blood. Unable to stabilize his figure any longer, he was pushed back like a kite with a broken string. Emerald Lake's speed increased again. Seizing the opportunity, he arrived directly above Pierce Pei. With his body suspended in midair, Pierce Pei had nowhere left to dodge. Pierce Pei at this moment also realized that if he fell, there would be no way out. This time, he was afraid he might really have to stay here. A huge impact. Pierce Pei shot out like a shell, collided with the ground and rolled again. Sword Kunwa's fury rapidly spun in the air, happened to land by Pierce Pei's side. At this moment, Pierce Pei also lost consciousness. Pierce Pei was thrown around and slowly opened his eyes. He found Emerald Lake staring at him from a hole, while he fell into the water reservoir dug by the former garrison guards. What puzzled Pierce Pei was that Emerald Lake only watched at the entrance of the hole instead of chasing after him. And he was getting more and more irritable. It's as if he couldn't climb out of this deep hole. Take a closer look. A sword wound has actually appeared on Emerald Lake's thigh. Pierce Pei is also not sure if it was self-inflicted. In that moment just now, he couldn't remember anything. At this moment, Sword Kunwa's fury was only seen inserted by his side. Pierce Pei braced himself and lifted Sword Kunwa's fury once again. Whether you are endless suffering or limited suffering, if you dare to chase after me again, I will fight to the death to take you down with me. I do not know if it was Pierce Pei's imposing manner that stunned the other party, or if Emerald Lake had something urgent. Turning a blind eye to Pierce Pei, they walked away. Pierce Pei finally breathed a sigh of relief. I picked up my own life. I must find a way out as soon as possible. Hurry to the beacon tower and meet up with the second court master. On the other side, the evil Taoist sword edge presses on you. This person is none other than Lu, the chief escort's proud disciple Evan Su. In the blink of an eye, a figure flashed. Mr. Tan grabbed Evan Su's sword, his veins popping on his hand turning as red as a furnace. The precious sword in Evan Su's hand unexpectedly transformed in an instant. Evan Su's swordsmanship ranked in the top 3 of the Heavenly Gate sword vein. The sword known as Righteous Clarity, that was wielded by the one called Righteous Clarity, was a weapon Lu, the chief escort, often used in his youth. Not only was the sword of excellent quality, but the scabbard was made of top-grade iron pear wood. Even if thrown into the fire, it wouldn't crack for a while. However, it was destroyed by the hands of Mr. Tan in a flash. Evan Su was astonished. Mr. Tan slowly said, Taoist, it may not be appropriate to accuse the young boy with the sword. Moreover, the facts are not yet clear. According to the procedure, we should go to the court and question him. Are you trying to silence him hastily, Taoist? The weapon forger's hand technique of the Scarlet Cauldron sect is said to be extremely difficult to master. This Mr. Tan, looking unremarkable, has become Elder Zhao's right-hand man. His recent actions have impressed everyone, truly showing his extraordinary skills. And just now, Lu, the chief escort, clearly sensed another aura. Just then, Lu, the chief escort, suddenly pointed to the carriage and shouted loudly, Cloud touched you. Since you are here, why not show yourself? As soon as the words fell, the person driving the carriage took off their hat. A few lingering shadows darted out, kneeling in front of Silent Way. Disciple Cloud Touched You pays respects to Master. Cloud Touched You slowly said, Disciple has done something wrong, requesting forgiveness from Master. At this statement, everyone was caught off guard. Only Silent Way remained unfazed, calmly saying, Is it for personal desire or for others? Disciples are not for personal desire, but rather to rescue the innocent. As the Master, would I intervene if I were present? According to the disciples' guess, the Master would also take action. Rambling. neither for personal gain nor entirely unavoidable. Whom do you need forgiveness from? Just be open about it. If someone spares you unjust blame, your master is still here. Cloud touched Hugh bowed deeply, then turned around and said firmly, Everyone, it is I who have used the no-hearing sword on Yanqing Lu. Cloud touched Hugh confessed to using the no-hearing sword on Yanqing Lu. Lu, the chief escort's face turned dark. Veins bulged on his forehead. Seizing the opportunity, he wanted to dismember Lu, the chief escort, into 10,000 pieces. A group of Taoists also joined in the commotion. Cloud touched Hugh calmly clasped his hands together in salutation and said, Respected seniors, Cloud touched Hugh was rude in his disguise earlier. Please forgive me. He did so because he felt that the tragedy of Green Hemp Village was deeply disturbing. Let your personally tell everyone to make it more vivid. On that day, Cloud touched Hugh witnessed the tragedy and saved you. She originally wanted to kill the group of villains. However, in order to leave behind evidence of their crimes, she did not kill them. Instead, she cut off the left leg of each person. The leader Yanqing Lu's martial arts skills were inferior to Cloud touched Hugh, and he was struck down and wounded in the right arm. Who would have expected that Yanqing Lu would unexpectedly attack here, giving me a chance to escape on my own? Evan Su interrupted Cloud touched Hugh's narration and questioned, Since you mentioned that my senior brother's martial arts skills are not as good as yours, why did you still use the no-hearing sword on him? I believe you are clearly lying. Moreover, those 11 lives were also taken by you. Cloud touched Hugh calmly said, Master Daoist Su, rest assured. If those despicable village murderers were truly killed by my hand, Cloud touched Hugh, I would never hide it. As for why the no-hearing sword was used, it was for self-defense. Cloud touched Hugh looked at his palm, his eyes filled with disbelief. On that day, Cloud touched Hugh tracked Yanqing Lu to a valley west of the village. There, the wild grass grew thick, and few people ever ventured. Cloud touched Hugh entered the valley. I saw an inscription on the mountain that read, Cursed Sword Tomb. Living souls, do not enter. No entry for gold and iron, signed 17 Tang. However, Cloud touched Hugh did not have time to consider anything else. Quickly chasing after Yanqing Lu, the end of the valley was blocked by a landslide. Yanqing Lu roared loudly, watching as Cloud touched Hugh chased after. Pull out the bamboo arrow angrily from the pile of rocks and soil. Make a final stand. But these fragile bamboos simply cannot withstand the assault of the Cloud touched Hugh. The Cloud touched Hugh handles the sword with great precision and without any hesitation. Precisely pierced through the nodes of the bamboo. With one kick, Yanqing Lu was sent flying into the rubble. As the rubble collapsed, a set of eerie white bones unexpectedly emerged. The skeleton sat cross-legged in a wooden cage, pierced by bamboo arrows. In front of it lay an iron knife quietly. Yanqing Lu did not hesitate at all, grabbing the rusted iron knife. But as Yanqing Lu rose again, the iron knife unexpectedly began to regain its shine. A faint green light spilled out from the handle. And Yanqing Lu's entire demeanor was completely different from before. Since Yanqing Lu picked up this rusty iron knife, she seemed to have changed into a different person. Mysterious green light spread from the blade, crawling up to the tip of the knife. The entire knife emitted a misty and alluring green light, both enchanting and beautiful. Yanqing Lu's eyes were unfocused and her mind was unclear. The momentum suddenly increased, and Cloud touched Hugh even felt it. Only when facing senior brother will the oppressive feeling arise. At this moment, Cloud touched Hugh made up his mind. He must take the initiative and strike first. Cloud touched Hugh raised 2 fingers and gazed firmly. A move from heaven-piercing sword, called Swear to Heaven, was executed effortlessly. His agile figure emerged calmly and gracefully among the myriad illusions. But unexpectedly, the figure before him, Yanqing Lu, also made the same move. Like a mirage or illusion, Cloud-Touched Hugh thought to himself, how could Yanqing Lu possibly use the swear to heaven move? It must be a trick. But the following attacks, Yanqing Lu is using all Cloud-Touched Hugh's techniques. Moves seem to be true but false, with precise control of positioning down to every detail. Just like a shadow of Cloud-Touched Hugh. The two engaged in a silent exchange of moves. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 moves were swapped between the left and right arms. Cloud-Touched Hugh almost felt like she was sparring with another version of herself. Yanqing Lu's moves were as fast as his. Regardless of whether the techniques were accurate, they always arrived first, even when initiated later. After a round of exchanges, Cloud-Touched Hugh could only defend himself helplessly. If the opponent had not been using only one hand, and a martial art that he was extremely familiar with, he would have been defeated long ago. At this moment, Cloud-Touched Hugh finally realized that Yanqing Lu was definitely not in a normal state. Could it be the problem with that sword? At that moment, the decision was made to knock Yanqing Lu's sword away. Cloud-Touched Hugh swiftly moved his hands, striking with elbows and fingers simultaneously. Warding off and following up, finding the opportunity in the motivation, and uniting with the flexibility. All of these 3 moves were executed in succession, fully demonstrating the essence of sticking and entwining techniques from the heaven-piercing sword. But these moves are not unexpected. Yanqing Lu performed even more brilliantly. Surprisingly, he was the first to break Cloud-Touched Hugh's sword. Yanqing Lu seized the opportunity and pursued, locking blades with Cloud-Touched Hugh. At a critical moment, Cloud-Touched Hugh transformed their hand into 3 fingers. They raised their internal energy to its peak. With their palms together, a perfect move emerged effortlessly. With only a slight movement of the shoulder, Yanqing Lu arrived first and struck with both palms simultaneously. The no-hearing sword does not rely on techniques. It uses extreme internal strength to disrupt the opponent's blood flow. Imitating the movements is meaningless. The palms of Cloud-Touched Hugh silently pressed against his chest, causing his whole body to tremble and contract. He was sent flying backwards, with both person and sword. He carved out an arc nearly 10 feet in the air, and when he landed, there were a few cracking sounds, as if several bones were broken. His waist and legs twisted at extremely unnatural angles. But at this moment, Yanqing Lu was still able to move. Roaring, he launched another attack. Cloud-Touched Hugh drew the sword from the painting, and clashed with the Iron Soldier. A faint light was transferred to the blade of Cloud-Touched Hugh. The next second, thousands of ghostly spirits converged, staring at Cloud-Touched Hugh like monsters. And at that moment, Cloud-Touched Hugh lost consciousness. After coming into contact with the cursed sword, Cloud-Touched Hugh felt as if falling into an abyss and lost consciousness. Cloud-Touched Hugh learned about what happened afterward from you. When you arrived, she found Cloud-Touched Hugh resembling a puppet, with a terrifying expression even, attacking her with a sword. Fortunately, a chivalrous person descended from the sky, knocked out Cloud-Touched Hugh, and took away his long sword. After the person took the sword, he also became uncontrollable. Unbearable pain. He left Yer behind and staggered towards Greenhemp Village. After Cloud-Touched Hugh woke up, he speculated that this matter might be related to the cursed sword. So, he tracked his trail along with Yer. On one hand, he was worried that the man might lose control and kill innocent people indiscriminately. On the other hand, based on the description, Cloud-Touched Hugh was almost certain that the man was his third senior brother, Ashford M.O. When this was said, Silent Way was shocked as if struck by lightning from a clear sky. On the other hand, Lu, the chief escort, expressed overflowing joy in words. In front of everyone, he said loudly, "The matter is still related to you, pointing sword, the Palace of Wonders. I suspect that you senior and junior brothers teamed up to commit the murder and later concocted such absurd lies to evade responsibility." Silent Way's face darkened, exuding a powerful aura even without showing anger. Said solemnly, "Fool, you still don't realize the impending catastrophe. Everything he said is true. Silent Way slowly revealed the past. 30 years ago, Lord Yu of Thicket Origin Demon Sect released the Cursed Sword. It caused a bloody storm in the East Sea. The Cursed Sword can control people's minds. Those possessed by the Cursed Sword are called Sword Corps. Once possessed, they can also become experts. Not to mention those who are already skilled in martial arts. At that time, the various factions in the East Sea set aside their prejudices and joined forces to defeat the Cursed Sword. However, facing their fellow disciples, who had become sword corpses, it was difficult to take action. This led to an especially fierce battle. The Battle of the Cursed Sword resulted in the sacrifice of countless martial arts world heroes. Elder Qi, the Island Lord of Divine Herb Island, and Master Wei, the Elder Taoist of the Sea-Viewing Heavenly Gate, are now the only ones left alive in the world, along with the Crimson Beauty Du and Elder Shao. The Cursed Sword from Green Hemp Village, named Dark Convergence, does not have a physical form. It only requires the meeting of gold and iron to transfer its strength from weakness. Sword corpses can all imitate or dismantle others' techniques, and possess the martial arts skill of striking first despite being attacked later. The realm of the boundless sword. Silent Way was also surprised that the 17 Tang from back then actually sealed Dark Convergence in Green Hemp Village. But Evan Su on the scene raised doubts. He claimed that if there was really a seal, why had no one mentioned it over the years? Silent Way dismissed the doubts, saying, "There are always some fools who think they can control the cursed sword to prevent it from causing harm again. It is necessary to strictly guard the secret of the seal. Whether you believe it or not is no longer important, because here, it will soon become a battleground for the Cursed Sword." This statement shocked everyone. Su Blackrobe hurriedly asked, "What does Elder Wei mean? Is the Cursed Sword here right now? How do you know?" Silent Way explained that during the battle, we found that the Cursed Sword did not have its own will to attack us. Instead, they were drawn to each other, causing mutual slaughter. The manipulated sword corpses would unconsciously seek out another Cursed Sword. But contact with Dark Convergence does not result in transfer. Only the Cursed Sword does. Silent Way looked at the seemingly towering boxes in front of her. She whispered to herself, "Predicting the resurrection of the Cursed Sword, gathering the 4 great sword sects together, and intentionally having myself come here. What Elder Shao said is already quite obvious. This old guy is truly scheming." Just then, Silent Way suddenly felt a hint of a dangerous aura. A figure suddenly appeared in a tree. This person's eyes were glowing red. He leaped up and charged into the crowd. Several blade energy attacks took multiple lives in a short amount of time. And the person is none other than Ashford Mo, who has turned into a sword corpse. At this moment, Ashford Mo is dressed in a luxurious black silk robe. However, it looks dirty and tattered, as if dug out from the grave. His black hair falls over his forehead. Coupled with stiff and rigid movements, he looks like a living corpse. Silent Way unfastened the black tongue with Guqin on his back, and casually laid it over the covering cloth. Standing at the same level as his body, he called out in a deep voice, "Ashford, can you hear me?" Ashford Mo's expression froze slightly. His hunched posture resembled a broken puppet, shaking uncontrollably all over. At this moment, the renowned Mo, the third swordsman from East Sea, known for his elegance and grace, no longer exists. As he moved forward, a flash of green light passed by. 2 Heavenly Gate Taoists suddenly had their heads severed. Mr. Tan's face was serious as he shouted loudly, "Elder Wei! This is no longer Mo, the third swordsman. We must subdue him." Su Blackrobe and the others also drew their swords, feeling as if facing a great enemy. Silent Way sighed with closed eyes. "Among Ashford's 6 disciples, your mind is the most resolute. Even you cannot overcome Dark Convergence?" Plucking a string, a clear sound resonates. Invisible sword energy suddenly bursts out. A crisp sound, invisible energy turning without dispersing. The block opened Ashford Mo's attack. Silent Wei's deep voice resounded through the courtyard. Put away your weapons. Today we vanquish evil in this place. Do not let evil dark convergence shift again. It's hard for both man and evil to exist. If you are wise, do not let yourself be manipulated by others. Dark convergence, I am no longer the Silent Wei of the past. I saw his hands waving continuously. The huge guqin suddenly spun rapidly. The sound of wind whistling as it continued without stopping, hands and ears. Throughout the entire official hall, sword energy crisscrossed, with chips flying everywhere. For 30 years, he has been pondering how to break through the martial arts of the realm of the boundless sword and dark convergence characteristics. He swore to create a unique skill of killing enemies in midair without physical contact. Only then was brain leaks worsening born. The onlookers were stunned by this blow. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one could believe that Silent Wei's strength was actually so terrifying. Music of the zither is invisible. The realm of the boundless sword cannot be imitated or cracked. Ashford Mo blocked the sword with a single move. The reception was very strained, but still thinking about counterattacking. The monster, as always, disregards the host's life. Silent Wei infused with internal energy, turning the sound of the piano into a huge sword. Approaching Ashford Mo directly, just as he reached the shoulder and neck. Silent Wei covered the strings, and the sword energy dispersed accordingly. Silent Wei's hidden intentions were revealed. If it's just a possession lasting a few days, there might still be hope. Silent Wei put down the guqin. Wishing to help Ashford Mo break free from dark convergence with all one's heart. Silent Wei struck the guqin with one palm, embedding it into the blue bricks over 2 inches deep. He leaped towards the cage in one swift motion. Shouting loudly, he said, "Elder Shao, let me see what you have brought here." He smashed the box as tall as a wall with one palm. A strong stench of rotting corpses filled the air. Filled the whole space. The smoke dispersed, revealing the wall of the cage. Leaning against it was a half-decayed corpse dressed like a student from Sword Tomb. The corpse had a bright red eerie curved saber thrust into its chest, the blade buried in the wall. Its shape resembled a scorpion, with a huge pincer-shaped guard embedded with a strange eye. The eye had a round blood-red pupil like a pigeon's egg-sized ruby, fixating on every angle and never seeming to release its gaze. Silent Wei let out a long sigh and pulled the red curved saber out. Waving it in the wind, he murmured, "So it's you, cursed sword Red Eyes." The Red Eyes sword is shaped like a scorpion, but not very fierce. People's eyes only see its extreme beauty, making it hard to look away. Among all the women, Sue Blackrobe is the closest to Red Eyes. Smelling a strong and inexplicable fragrance at the tip of the nose, a rush of heat surged in the head. With a flushed face, unable to help but raise the beautiful eyes. Whispering softly, "This is the legendary cursed sword. But why does it always feel like this sword is like a gallant chivalrous person?" Sue Blackrobe suddenly opened his red lips, spoke out abruptly. The voice, however, was completely different from before. It seemed to have gained a bit of hoarseness and charm, full of magnetism. The surroundings were all shaken, and it felt like being touched to the core. If not for the urgent situation, one would have been left feeling melted. A heart of iron has turned to softness, like a thread around the finger. Silent Wei suddenly raised his voice, shouting loudly, "All women of Moonlit Water Pavilion step back 10 zhang away. This sword emits a poisonous smoke specifically targeting women. Those deeply poisoned, no matter how many, will all become his sword corpses." Everyone saw Silent Wei draw the Red Eyes sword and remembered the power of dark convergence that it carried. They were all scared out of their wits, fleeing far away. Silent Wei sneered coldly, wielding his sword in a circle. A series of rapid and crisp clashes pushed back the charging Ashford Mo. Green sparks darted across the broad blade of the dark convergence attached Qingfeng's sword. It seemed to be overwhelmed by the unmatched powerful internal energy of the opponent. At that moment, he was caught off guard by the attack. The dim green light flickered and pulsed as if catching its breath. However, Red Ice was unlike the other swords. The green light could not stick to it. Its entire body became even more vividly red. The rich and fruity fragrance, like fermented fruit pulp, wafted out, as if radiating a dazzling glow. Each move of Silent Way was mysterious and unpredictable. Even though Dark Convergence has the same moves as the realm of the Boundless Sword, Silent Way always manages to take a half step ahead. Ashford Mo is being forced back step by step in the fight. At this moment, Cloud-Touched Hue finally realizes it. Master, this is not just an ordinary aura. Rain leaks, worsening, restricts Dark Convergence movements in the aura. Silent Way strikes with a single slash. The enchanting red blade shadow appears exceptionally glaring. Ashford Mo's Dark Convergence flickers, clearly struggling a bit. Silent Way takes advantage of the opportunity to flash behind, grabbing the blind spot behind. Facing the mirrored stun of the cursed sword. The realm of the Boundless Sword. Silent Way, the water-lewd demon, ultimately gained the upper hand. 30 years later, when they encountered each other again for the second time, they found a way to counter the Dark Convergence. Silent Way aimed at Ashford Mo with a knife in his right hand. Swearing to heaven, he gathered his strength for a strike. Originally intended to knock the cursed sword out of his hand, but Ashford Mo stubbornly refused to let go even after being pushed back several meters. Taking advantage of the opportunity, he leaped into the crowd. The realm of the Boundless Sword once again slipped out of his hand. Several people fell down again all of a sudden. At this point, Silent Way has realized that it is quite difficult to get rid of the cursed sword while ensuring the safety of Ashford. At this moment, Evan Su angrily pointed at Silent Way with both hands. "You are hesitating to kill this monster! It's as if you are allowing the murderer to commit crimes!" Silent Way, who has always been calm, unexpectedly shouted loudly at this moment. "Do not confuse the cursed sword with my disciple. Only I have the authority over my disciple," Silent Way declared firmly. He then made up his mind, and used the binding force of the sky-reaching sword technique to restrict Ashford's movements once again. However, this move consumes a great deal of internal energy, and must be executed swiftly. With tenfold strength, Silent Way suppressed Dark Convergence, the realm of the Boundless Sword, seizing the opportunity to go for the sword. Silent Way strikes again. This technique, known as the sky-reaching sword force, was derived from his insights into the heaven-piercing sword technique. With just a simple wrap tactic, his movements are as smooth as a silk thread unraveled by a spring silkworm. Each move contains an invisible force. The sword leaves a mark, as the strength never fades. Gradually woven into a tight and dense net of chi. Red mist, blood beads, flying sand, and rolling stones, all are bound within a hemisphere of more than 10 feet in diameter. But Ashford Mo, although in a difficult situation, still manages to strike back. Silent Way couldn't help but praise, he is indeed his own disciple. During the fight, a figure suddenly rushed out to attack. The newcomer was none other than Cloud-Touched Hue. He remained silent, and promptly exchanged a few moves with Ashford Mo. Strangely, each exchange would chip off a small piece of hard wood. The cursed sword attached to the green-edged broadsword was able to break Rhino's clarity, but could not destroy this black ebony staff in a single strike. The moment the sword blade touched the wood, there was a slight resistance. Even if it was slightly chopped, the remaining branches would not break apart, showing great durability. There was no green light on the wood, apparently indicating that the cursed sword was also unable to transfer. Silent Way's heart skipped a beat. Fire oil wood? This child actually came prepared. But this oil wood could not withstand the sharpness of the cursed sword, and was chopped off after a few moves. Cloud-Touched Hue took the opportunity to pounce on Ashford Mo. And firmly wrap his waist. Shouting loudly, he yelled, "Master, take the knife, don't mind me." Letting Ashford Mo. viciously strike with his elbow, Cloud-Touched Hue refused to let go. But just at that moment, The figure that emerged behind Cloud-Touched Hue was not Silent Wei. Instead, it was Lu from Sea Viewing Heavenly Gate, the chief escort. Cloud-Touched Hue embraced the insane Ashford Mo, while Lu, the chief escort, picked up half of the oil firewood. He took the opportunity to sneak attack Cloud-Touched Hue. Sharp and pointed, breaking through the air, aiming straight for the back door of Cloud-Touched Hue. Ashford Mo turned around, seemingly ignoring it. The broadsword stabbed straight towards the neck of Cloud-Touched Hue. This move caused trouble from both sides, and no one could save them in time. At a critical moment, a figure flashed by. Waterloo demon Silent Wei descended from the sky. Red Eyes made a move, shaking off the green demonic blade. The other hand firmly grabbed Lu, the chief escort's arm, making it impossible to move even a bit. Silent Wei remained calm and composed. The sky-reaching sword force's momentum suddenly increased. They forced Lu, the chief escort, and Cloud-Touched Hue to fly out. Silent Wei retracted his arm. With a powerful kick, he landed on Lu, the chief escort's face. He snorted coldly and said, "Old bastard, how does the taste of mud on my shoe feel? Despicable sneak attacker. You only deserve to crawl on the ground and eat dirt." Immediately entering the battle, only the master and disciple were left in the cursed sword arena. Sky-reaching sword force is constantly expanding and contracting, with a majestic momentum like a rainbow. The strong impact made it impossible for everyone to keep their eyes open. Among the flying sand and rocks, Silent Wei stepped back. Dan Tung knelt on the ground, looking exhausted. On the other hand, looking at Ashford Mo, the cursed sword has been forced to let go. Cloud-Touched Hue, seeing this, joyfully said, "Master, has Dark Convergence let go, and has third senior brother returned?" But the current situation of Ashford Mo showed no signs of improvement. He was still in a state of madness. Suddenly, a dark figure passed by. Lu, the chief escort, went straight into the palace. With a flick of his sleeve, a sharp wooden stake dipped in oil was inserted into Ashford Mo's abdomen. The bloody wooden stake pierced through his back, nearly 3 inches deep. The crowd on the scene all exclaimed in shock. Wei never expected that Lu, the chief escort, would be capable of such actions. Lu, the chief escort, grinned slyly and said, "This strike is for my adopted son Yanqing Lu." Lu, the chief escort, unleashed his full internal energy. The sword penetrated several inches deep. At this moment, a figure moved as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Lu, the chief escort. With a sudden swoosh, a palm strike blasted towards Lu, the chief escort. This strike held nothing back. Lu, the chief escort, plummeted like a kite with a snapped string. And at that moment, his back was left for Ashford Mo. Ashford Mo's face was full of cunning. His eyes were vicious, and a pair of fleshy palms suddenly attacked Silent Wei. The no-hearing sword hit him right in the chest. In an instant, Silent Wei's vital energy converged, and all his chi channels were blocked. A force surged up to his forehead, and his face turned indigo. Even though Cloud-Touched Hue roared and shouted, he couldn't turn the situation around. Silent Wei tremblingly grabbed Ashford Mo's hand. His beloved apprentice had actually let go of his hand and injured him. Silent Wei sadly said, "Ashford, you have done your best. Leave the rest to me." Everyone wanted to step forward together to kill the walking dead, but Silent Wei shouted loudly, "Stay back! Only I, Silent Wei, can kill my disciple." Silent Wei looked at Ashford, who looked like a demon, with a complex expression in his eyes. Slowly he said, "You are a good disciple, and I won't allow the cursed sword to control you. Go with peace of mind." Silent Wei's strong hand firmly grasped Ashford Mo's wrist. Silent Wei embraced Ashford Mo, a burst of strength erupting. With a muffled bang, the bewitched young hero trembled all over. Blood flowed from all 7 orifices. The sinister expression suddenly turned dull and vacant. A trembling "Master" came out of his mouth. Like a broken thread, he finally fell into the arms of Silent Wei. Silent Wei's heart was twisted like a knife. But at this moment, he must also consider the overall situation. Shouting loudly for everyone to stay away from Dark Convergence to prevent possession by it. But as soon as the words fell, everyone found that the Dark Convergence inserted into the ground had disappeared. The crowd on the scene fell into panic. Such terrifying power. Who would dare to touch it? To the surprise of the crowd, they turned around and found Yanqing Lu, who was seriously injured on the stretcher, was nowhere to be found. Just a moment ago, Yanqing Lu, who was lying on the side, now holding Dark Convergence in hand, actually stood up again. Lu, the chief escort, had a look of shock at this moment. Silent Wei now realized that everyone had retreated. Dark Convergence was unavailable. He had no choice but to turn around and look for that guy. Silent Wei stood up again, holding the cursed sword Red Dice, ready to deal with Yanqing Lu. Yanqing Lu at this moment was not as indifferent as before. Just then, he turned around and ran away with the cursed sword. Silent Wei also felt somewhat surprised. The cursed sword actually escaped. It may have realized that the body could not support it for too long. Silent Wei sighed. Couldn't help but think back to himself 30 years ago. The heroes who once vowed to duel to the death with the cursed sword, now only left with heroic songs of lament. And his dear friend, if indeed buried in the deep valley with the cursed sword. After I, Silent Wei, arrive in that world, will you tell me the reason why I became a traitor in the first place? Since you are leaving me dragging this aging and frail body, I will once again face the cursed sword. Don't just focus on being carefree immortals. Lend me your power. Let me deal with this guy first. Then I'll come find you to celebrate with wild singing and heavy drinking. Silent Wei shouted to everyone. Everyone retreat to the post station 8 miles away. If anyone follows, they will be possessed by Dark Convergence, and there will be no mercy. He immediately turned into a red shadow and flew away, following the traces of the cursed sword. At the same time, Pierce Pei also crawled out of the deep pit. The watchtower was right in front of him. Pierce Pei climbed out of the deep pit and looked at the watchtower in the distance. I think the second court master Crimson Cloud should have arrived early. I wonder if Emerald Lake has found that place. Pierce Pei pondered as he walked towards the beacon tower. Not long after, he clearly heard the sounds of fighting. Pierce Pei hurried over. Afraid that something unexpected might happen, just arrived at the mountaintop. The situation in front of him completely stunned Pierce Pei. I only saw crimson clouds with rosy cheeks and a glowing waist. The breath she exhaled carried a warm and sweet fruity scent. At this moment, she was fighting with the cursed sword, Red Ice, in her hand. Next to Yi Tassel Huang and Indigo, an old man was meditating to heal his injuries. This person is Silent Wei. And the one fighting against Crimson Clouds is Yanqing Lu, wielding the cursed sword Dark Convergence. The cursed sword emanates a strange green glow, sending shivers down people's spines. Just then, Crimson Clouds leaped into the air, ignoring the wounds on their body. The more they fought, the braver they became, with a blue and red dual-colored knife glints shining in the air. For a moment, they traded blows back and forth with Sword Corps. Pierce Pei saw the person in front of him with a vacant stare. He glanced back at the gaping wound but saw nothing. Just like Mr. He before. After several rounds of fighting, Crimson Clouds clearly showed signs of exhaustion. Coupled with the backlash from the cursed sword, Red Ice, their crimson cheeks flushed and their body temperature skyrocketed. Panting heavily, Crimson Cloud seized the opportunity. Sword Corps Yanqing Lu rushed forward, aiming to deliver a fatal blow to Crimson Clouds. At a critical moment, Pierce Pei quickly rushed over from the side. Holding Sword Kunwa's fury, he wanted to engage in a battle with Yanqing Lu. Yanqing Lu was also stunned by Pierce Pei's sudden appearance. Silent Wei, who was standing on the side, looked extremely nervous at the sight. He shouted, "No! and then used his vital energy to shoot out 2 stones, accurately hitting on the sword of the 2 men, avoiding the clash between Pierce Pei and Dark Convergence Iron Soldiers. This stone shocked Pierce Pei's hand numb. Pierce Pei couldn't help but look shocked. I saw Silent Wei struggling to stand up and say, "Kid, if you're here to help Crimson Clouds, listen carefully to what I'm about to say next. Firstly, the person before you is carrying a cursed sword that can control people's minds. Except for the cursed sword Red Ice in the hands of Crimson Clouds, any contact with gold or iron will be possessed and turn into a sword corpse. If you are holding an iron weapon, do not approach. Secondly, this Red Ice sword contains a deadly poison specifically targeting women. Heartstrings. Crimson Clouds is fighting against the sword corpse while wielding Red Ice in order to save me. Unfortunately, he has been poisoned. If the poison is not cured within 12 hours, he will turn into a Red Ice sword corpse. Not only is Heartstrings wielding a sword, but even a trace of the poison scent could be dangerous. Yi Tassel Huang and Indigo, the 2 girls, are probably poisoned as well. You take them back behind me. I will deal with this fellow first. Then I will let you know the method of detoxification." Immediately after, Silent Wei raises Red Ice again to battle against Dark Convergence. At this moment, Silent Wei knows that the sword corpse Yanqing Lu in front of him is seriously injured. If Dark Convergence doesn't have a sure kill, he will definitely leave as soon as possible. Silent Wei decides to gamble with the last of his internal energy to seal off all of Dark Convergence's movements. Just as success was imminent, Yanqing Lu unexpectedly whistled. A petite figure darted out from outside the wall. On top of the Emerald Lake wall, a tiny figure limped along under the control of the cursed sword, just as before, dragging behind it a ferocious giant sword that resembled a stone pillar. The grating sound of the iron chains clanged loudly, like the soul-reaping chains of the messenger of the King of Hell. Silent Wei exclaimed, "Is this the current appearance of endless suffering?" Astonishingly, the cursed swords did not devour each other. 2 sword corpses lay between them. There are 3 more people who could potentially become sword corpses. Silent Wei has already realized that this situation may have been set up specifically to kill him. Just saw Emerald Lake suddenly attacking Silent Wei from the side, her petite figure contrasting greatly with a huge stone sword. The irreversible blade shattered the rocks and split the earth, heading straight towards Silent Wei. Sure enough, sword corpse Yanqing Lu began to cooperate. Yanqing Lu held the cursed sword in hand like a ghostly phantom. Targeting vulnerabilities with precision thrusts, Silent Wei was forced into a defensive stance, continuously retreating. Under the successive attacks, Silent Wei kneels on one knee. At this moment, he has been hit by the no-hearing sword, completely unable to gather vital energy. This moment of crisis, perhaps today, will ultimately have to be explained here. Pierce Pei suddenly seemed to have realized something, and hastily said, "The second court master elder, if you trust me, please listen to what I have to say. There is a way out beneath the cliff behind the beacon tower, but you must jump down from the gap on the right side." Crimson Clouds did not hesitate at all. Along the way, thanks to Pierce Pei, Crimson Clouds naturally trusted him. At this moment, Emerald Lake's petite figure attacked again, holding up the blade of endless suffering high, intending to dismember the few people. Pierce Pei quickly picked up Crimson Clouds and Indigo. Silent Wei also tacitly picked up Yi Tassel Huang. He leaped down towards the cliff behind the gap, leaving Endless Suffering and Dark Convergence gazing foolishly down the mountain. The tranquil little pool below the mountain. Suddenly, a few figures fell into the pool. Stirring up splashes of water, Pierce Pei surfaced, hurriedly searched for Crimson Clouds and others. Fortunately, these people are all still alive. Only saw Silent Wei meditating to adjust his breath. Asked, "How did you know there was a deep pool in this ravine?" Pierce Pei said that many years ago, a guard from Shadowglow City fell down here due to drunkenness. He and other guards found him here, leading to this discovery. Silent Wei learned that Pierce Pei is from the City of Daylight's shadow glow, which increased her trust in him a little. At this moment, although Crimson Clouds and the others seem unharmed, if they do not cure the poison of the red ice soon, they may all become sword corpses of the red ice. Pierce Pei unexpectedly frolicking with Crimson Clouds. Facing Crimson Clouds, with evenly rich ketone bodies. Or the blushes of the naive Pierce Pei. At a loss for a moment, not knowing what to do. This great opportunity might as well be taken by the host. But in this critical moment, Pierce Pei can only apologize. Only to see Pierce Pei raise both hands. Printed on the back of Crimson Clouds. A warm current invaded Crimson Cloud's body. Crimson Clouds gradually regaining consciousness. Seeing this embarrassing scene. An hour ago, everyone fell into the pool one after another. Fortunately, there was no major harm. Silent Wei wrapped the red ice curse sword in cloth to prevent the red mist from spreading again. Pierce Pei found it simple to deal with red ice in this way. Moreover, it only targets women. This red ice curse sword seems weaker compared to dark convergence and endless suffering. However, Silent Wei emphasized, "You are very clever, but remember, never underestimate the cursed sword." The characteristics of the cursed sword and the method of possession are different. Red ice does not possess the teleportation ability of dark convergence. However, it is the only cursed sword that can control multiple sword corpses, and the red ice sword corpse appears no different from an ordinary person on the outside. It will only reveal its brutality when the opportunity for slaughter arises. 30 years ago, red ice was obtained by the Demon King, Flying Emperor Fei Fan, one of the 7 mysteries secrets of roaming corpses. Fei Fan had a grudge with the great hero of Zhongshan, Xander Gu. Using red ice, Fei Fan defeated Xander Gu and kidnapped his wife Yuna Xie as retaliation. Lina Xie, the younger sister of Yuna Xie, is one of the 7 fairies of Yuyang, along with 5 other female warriors from the martial arts family of Feya Island in the northeast. Together, they are known as the 7 fairies of Yuyang. The 7 fairies employed clever strategies, and ultimately broke into the lair of the roaming corpse's secret. They killed the demon leader Fei Fan and rescued Yuna Xie. The secret of roaming corpses was henceforth defeated, and nearly expelled from the 7 mysteries. Unexpectedly, after returning home, Yuna Xie turned into a wayward person. Great hero Gu, feeling helpless, imprisoned her in the mansion. Unexpectedly, the 7 fairies of Yuyang have all been poisoned by the heartstrings, secretly forming a united front with one sword. Lina Xie pretended to have recovered and seized the opportunity to approach her master, Empress's sword, Mia Spring Mu. In the end, the 2 master and disciple perished together. Feya Island, renowned as the 5 Isles prodigy, suffered a significant blow to its vitality. They no longer have the ability to vie for supremacy. The other 6 female warriors have also turned into promiscuous assassins. Yuyang's families paid a very painful price to kill them one by one. No one wanted to kill them. But once poisoned by the heartstrings, even if forcibly separated from their weapons, they would forever be Red Eye's sword corpse, never to return from death. Listening to Silent Wei's story, Yi Tassel Huang suddenly woke up with a look of horror, tears streaming down his face. Silent Wei said that Miss Huang did not suffer serious injuries. She inhaled relatively little poisonous smoke and has the mildest symptoms. It may take a few more days before she turns into a sword corpse. But the other 2, especially Crimson Clouds, who had direct contact with red ice, have already shown symptoms outwardly. While Yi Tassel Huang was in a panic, Pierce Pei was more concerned about what happened to Yuna Xie in the end. Silent Wei secretly praised the sharpness of this kid's mind. After extensive research by our sect and countless reputable experts, Yuna Xie was finally cured. Yi Tassel Huang was initially saddened but then turned joyful. Pierce Pei quickly inquired whether any special medication was needed. Silent Wei's face darkened as he said, "We only need the heart of an adult man." Yi Tassel Huang let out a direct scream as soon as he heard it. But Pierce Pei said solemnly, "Can I save them with my heart? Silent Wei nodded slightly. If you are willing, then let this old man take your life. But aren't you afraid that I am deceiving you? Only Pierce Pei's gaze was determined. I, Pierce Pei, am just a blacksmith in Shadowglow City. Elder, there's no need to deceive me into giving up my life. When I was young, I just wanted to become an apprentice in Shadowglow City and grow up a bit more. I also hope to make more money to give my sister a good wedding, and then take good care of my father. Although I don't have any grand ambitions, having personally experienced the calamity of the cursed sword, I can't remain indifferent. I know my abilities are far inferior to the second court master Crimson Clouds when it comes to fighting against the cursed sword. If Elder can save the lives of the three of them with my life, then I will have fulfilled my duty of delivering the sword. All right. Silent Wei struck towards Pierce Pei's chest with one hand. Pierce Pei did not evade or dodge indeed. Finally gained Silent Wei's approval. It turns out that everything just now was just a test. The poison of the red ice is like a man's vital energy. Entering a woman's body, it has the miraculous effect of promoting blood circulation and invigorating the vital energy. It can greatly enhance the positive energy within a woman's body. Women not only do not reject this vital energy, but are instead influenced by it. They develop fantasies and become spiritually dissipated. Once deeply poisoned, it is like a festering sore attached to the bone, impossible to break free from. As for the method of detoxification, even if it is revealed, it is not worth much. It's just 4 words. It is necessary to remove the woman's clothing and invade the water. Then, with the luck of the Palace of Wonders, a man helps her circulate her energy to transfer the poison of heartstrings to the man's body. This is to achieve a balance between yin and yang. The method to dispel the poison of the cursed sword is actually to remove clothing, achieving a balance between yin and yang. Silent Wei explained that only when bare skin is submerged in water will red ice vital energy move outward. Pierce Pei, after hearing this, is about to help Silent Wei find a hidden place for the convenience of Elder's assistance. Silent Wei slowly unbuttoned his shirt, claiming that he had already suffered serious injuries. Coupled with forcibly activating his energy earlier, he would be lucky just to sit now, let alone heal his wounds. At present, the only way is to impart the energy activation technique to you. It will be up to you to detoxify. Pierce Pei blushed at the mention, asking whether he should first seek the opinions of a few ladies. However, Yi Tassel Huang, the little girl, was very straightforward. She claimed, I'm almost turning into a zombie. Stop being a mother hen. That's right, the protagonist is just stupid, missing such a good opportunity. It's just taking off clothes. Why don't you come up as the host? Silent Wei also emphasized. Time waits for no one. I have just told you about the harm of red dice. If you can't do it, I have to kill them. You are not the scaled tribe, nor my master. If I teach you the mind technique, you must never impart it to anyone outside the Palace of Wonders. Now answer me. Do you say these 3 girls or not? Looking at Silent Wei's expression, Pierce Pei finally understood. He then stood up and knelt before Silent Wei. Elder, please accept the disciple's bow. Pierce Pei will not fail your trust. Silent Wei no longer hesitated. Since I've witnessed your skill and strength, guiding your chi should not be a problem with some time. Maybe you can even convert red ice vital energy into your own internal energy using our mind technique. 1 hour later. Pierce Pei strikes his own yang energy onto the bodies of the 3 women in the water. The harmonious balance of yin and yang is achieved, right at this moment. Crimson Cloud suddenly awakens and sees this awkward scene. Indigo made Crimson Cloud even more eager to kill the lecher in front of him. Even Yi Tassel Huang's explanation was of no use. Only to hear Silent Wei's voice slowly coming. Crimson Clouds, you are the heir of the Tiger Gate and a marquis. If you think a woman has lost her honor, it might be better to die. But in this world, there are too many people who want to achieve something great but cannot. I have a 30-year friendship with your master. I cannot bear to see her in her twilight years. Regretting and shedding tears for a beloved disciple, I hope you will think it over carefully. After hearing these words, Crimson Clouds finally made up his mind. He turned to Indigo and said, "We must both survive. We cannot become sword corpses and bring harm to the sect. This is an order." Facing major decisions, Crimson Clouds and others set aside their pride. Pierce Pay also successfully reconciled with everyone, achieving a harmonious balance between yin and yang. After the third woman, she fell into a deep sleep. "Do you handsome men also want to control 3 women each?" Silent Wei instructed Pierce Pay to follow the method he taught, and try to lead the vital energy to his hands, only to see strands of red energy gathering in the palms. The next second, it was directly absorbed. Silent Wei was surprised for a moment. Silent Wei motioned for Pierce Pay to sit in front of him and asked slowly, "Aren't you afraid when you see the cursed sword manipulate people with your own eyes?" Pierce Pay looked determined. Claiming to come from one of the 3 major blacksmith workshops in Shadowglow City, she knows that although the world's divine weapons may have sophisticated mechanisms, they cannot manipulate people's hearts. Therefore, she does not believe in the existence of ghosts and gods. Facing this stubborn kid, there is no one else like him in the world. "But he is similar to a friend I know." Then asked, "Do you know why I passed on to you the Palace of Wonders mind technique? Have you heard of White City, the curse of the Eastern Goo? In ancient times, tens of thousands of years ago, the Eastern Victory continent did not have a unified monarchy yet. The 4 sacred clans ruled the land, including the Jia tribe in the north, the Mao tribe in the west, the Wing tribe in the south, and the Scaled tribe in the east. Beyond the 4 sacred clans were the undistinguished ones. They are referred to as human. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years have passed. The entire Eastern Victory continent is now only ruled by the Scaled tribe in East Sea province. The rest of the 4 provinces and 81 prefectures are all under the control of the human race. Dragon Emperor Aiden Blaze raised his army from the abyss of solitude, transforming into a dragon. He called upon the 100,000-strong Netherworld Legion under the Nine Abyss to conquer all the heroes, unifying the Eastern Realm and establishing the first dynasty, the Jade Dragon Dynasty. The Jade Dragon Dynasty declined after 300 years. It eventually fell at the hands of the foreign tribe Darius Farron. The Scaled tribe declined from that point on. The Central Plains people living in Central Earth, in alliance with the descendants of the Divine Bird tribe from the south, drove away the invading Darius Farron and seized control of the world. The leaders of the 5 major clans know that the Scaled tribe is difficult to tame. Upon entering the Eastern Realm, they adopted a policy of pacification with the intention of ruling the Eastern Realm. However, for the Scaled tribe, the presence of the Divine Bird tribe in their homeland poses a challenge. Like Darius Farron, also a foreign tribe, seeking both war and peace, the remaining descendants of the Scaled tribe were divided into 2 factions. One of them later became the Pointing Sword, the Palace of Wonders. The other faction called themselves the Heavenly Source Taoist Sect, along with the Vast Sea Confucian Sect and Mahavairakana Lotus Sect, collectively known as the 3 sects of the Eastern Realm, each leading their own faction. They advocated reclaiming their former land through aggressive means. Due to their brutal and terrifying methods, they were seen by the world as demons. This later became the Thicket Origin Demon Sect. In the world, there is no inherent distinction between good and evil. The key lies in the human heart. After 200 years, the Thicket Origin Demon Sect was finally eradicated by the rising righteous forces. On the eve of the sect's destruction, the sect leader released the secret artifact of the sect, the 5-poison cursed sword, desiring to be greedy for both righteousness and evil. 5 poison. It refers to 5 kinds of evil thoughts in people's hearts: greed, hatred, ignorance, arrogance, doubt. The 5-poison cursed sword is 5 strange swords that can manipulate people's hearts and are inclined to kill. In the face of the cursed sword, the righteous people were unable to cope and suffered heavy casualties. Just as the cursed sword was killing without restraint and everyone was helpless, 5 cursed swords actually started killing each other. It was thought that it was heaven's punishment for the cursed sword. However, in the chaotic battle of the 5 swords, they ended up devouring each other. The one that survived became even more powerful, with greater killing capability. Just like a king of poisons. From then on, no one could rival the mountains of corpses and seas of blood created by it. This was the first age of chaos 400 years ago, known in history as the White City, the curse of the Eastern Gu. This Gu King cursed sword caused chaos for 3 years, slaying all the heroes of the world. It eventually perished in heavenly fire. Thicket origin demon sect has since disappeared, leaving only some peripheral heretics secretly active. These heretics are still around to this day, known as the 7 mysteries among the people. And 30 years ago, the Emerald Toad dynasty was destroyed. The world fell into chaos. The 4 cursed swords reappeared, causing countless deaths. Some people compared ancient texts and concluded that the 4 swords were the reincarnation of an evil spirit. In order to eliminate the cursed swords, even those from the 7 mysteries joined the battle to exterminate them. That was the battle. The 5th cursed sword never appeared from the beginning to the end. Unable to generate the Gu King, the cursed sword stopped killing each other and instead focused on slaughter. The various factions of the EC either perished or declined, with a total of over 30%. Fortunately, as the cursed sword was incomplete, it was defeated one by one. The endless suffering from that year was personally ended by Silent Way. It was the final battle to exterminate the cursed sword. Only Silent Way and Crimson Beauty Du, the current sect leader of Moonlit Water Pavilion, survived. At that time, Silent Way was thinking, where did the elusive 5th cursed sword go? Has this chaos of cursed swords truly been completely resolved? Just 30 years have passed, and the cursed sword has returned. The endless suffering has appeared at Moonlit Water Pavilion, where Crimson Beauty Du is located. And Dark Convergence and Red Ice have converged at Silent Way. What's even stranger is that the cursed sword, Dark Convergence, has possessed Yanqing Lu. Without fighting, they led Silent Way away. Later, they managed to bring out endless suffering to join forces. The cursed sword itself wouldn't cooperate with others. And at that moment, Yanqing Lu's eyes were very strange. Silent Way deeply felt that all these things tonight were indeed targeted at oneself. This chaos of cursed swords may truly be a man-made disaster. 30 years ago might have been just the prelude to the age of chaos. So preserving Silent Way's understanding and research on cursed swords is crucial. This is also the main purpose of Silent Way's probing Pierce Pay today. To cast the soul reclamation technique on him. Have you ever heard of the soul reclamation technique? Pointing sword, the Palace of Wonders has been passed down for hundreds of years. The lords of the palace in each generation are all exceptional masters. Almost without exception. This is all due to a divine and mysterious technique within the palace called the soul reclamation technique. This technique does not train martial arts skills or internal energy, but rather focuses on cultivating consciousness to the extreme. It can even skim through a person's consciousness and know what they know, desiring what one desires. However, the reason why this technique can make the lords of the palace throughout history become top experts is not through seizing, but through transferring. The lords of the palace and elders who practiced this technique transferred their consciousness to the new lord of the palace before their own spiritual departure. Through this method, they could concentrate the wisdom and experience of many individuals into one person. If successful, the new lord of the palace will inherit the knowledge and wisdom accumulated over hundreds of years at the Palace of Wonders, naturally becoming an outstanding figure of the generation. In case of failure, the individual's body will be possessed by the consciousness of the elder. Tonight, Silent Way is going to use the soul reclamation technique on Pierce Pay. Silent Way declares, "Kid, I'm sorry, but we both have no choice." He will explain the soul reclamation technique to you without seeking your consent. Whether you are willing or not, for the sake of all living beings, I must transfer my consciousness to you. I have to advise you as well. Do not escape or resist. Although my life is not long, when necessary, killing you is still well within my capabilities. I didn't expect that Pierce Pei did not intend to escape. After listening to so many stories, Pierce Pei naturally understands the reasoning behind them. Pierce Pei just wants to ask two questions. If Elder confiscated his own consciousness, would he see all my recent thoughts? Pierce Pei looked awkwardly at the few women who were fast asleep. Silent Wei is also uncertain about this. Since Pierce Pei has not actually studied the soul reclamation technique, it is very unpredictable. It could be that the memory is still fresh, or it could have no effect at all. Pierce Pei scratched his head, blushing, probably sharing the same thoughts as the audience, controlling three women. The second question is also the one Pierce Pei is most concerned about. If the one left behind is himself. So Elder Wei, do I need to return your consciousness to the current Lord of the Palace of Wonder in the future? Upon hearing this question, Silent Wei was momentarily stunned. Soon after, he burst into laughter. Is this your only reaction upon hearing about the soul reclamation technique? You are an interesting kid. It's a pity we didn't get a chance to have a drink together. What's given to you is yours to keep. Whether you return the love or not, it's up to you. But let me remind you, once you transfer the consciousness, you will die. Silent Wei's two fingers emitted a bright light. A breath slowly gathered at the center of his eyebrows. A majestic and intense heat invaded Pierce Pei's mind. The soul reclamation technique is indeed so profound. Silent Wei's brow emitted a brilliant light. A warm current invaded Pierce Pei's mind. Pierce Pei seemed to have fallen into an unknown space, floating in the air without any support. Just as Pierce Pei was at a loss, a faint voice of Silent Wei came to his ears. Pierce Pei, gather your mind and spirit. This is the first level of the soul reclamation technique's consciousness. Quickly memorize the 1,000-word mantra you see. Otherwise, once you enter the second level, soul dwelling, you may never return. Pierce Pei focused his gaze on the text in the surrounding space. It seemed to be some kind of mantra. However, that mantra was very complicated. Although it is a 4-character parallel construction, there is no apparent connection between the characters. The meaning is unclear, and it does not form a rhyme. It seems to be a cryptic message related to some kind of symbolic object. Each character represents something like galloping with the vigor of tiger's blood, adorned with purple sashes. The young Kuenping and the juvenile clan dragon. Like clouds, blazing with firelight. And so on. It's simply inexplicable. The uploader's just as clueless. What's with all this tiger blood nonsense? I totally made it up. It's basically a pile of gibberish. Pierce Pei acts according to words. It's extremely difficult to memorize the weird text of 1,000 characters. When trying to recall the character shapes, the pronunciation often lags behind. And when finally remembering how to pronounce the characters, their shapes become blurred again. Pierce Pei struggles with both the sound and shape of the characters. Occasionally encountering one or two originally recognized characters, the meanings suddenly come to mind and interfere. There seems to be a connection between the meanings before and after. The more explanations, the less clear it becomes. Unconsciously, Pierce Pei trapped someone in an extremely huge and boundless warehouse. Vaguely seems to be the place in Shadowglow City where documents and medicinal herbs are stored. But in an instant, everything became unfamiliar. Couldn't remember anything. In this warehouse of consciousness, surrounding are countless square drawers. On each drawer's small label, various characters are written. Pierce Pei reached out to touch one, but gradually couldn't pronounce the inked characters on the label. In confusion, Pierce Pei opened a drawer. Inside were fragments of memories that his sister had cherished. At this moment, Pierce Pei was filled with a sense of joy both mentally and physically. He was not even in a hurry to know who he himself was anymore. Suddenly, a new chest of drawers, like a tide, fell from the sky and gradually took over the drawer spaces. The old chest of drawers that was shaken out fell like volcanic dust in the relentless falling darkness beneath people's feet. The ground is filled with swirling shadows, like boiling waves in a cauldron. The entire space shakes thunderously, as if on the verge of collapse. Silent Wei clearly sensed it. Pierce Pei has absorbed 30% of his own consciousness at this point. Unexpectedly, Pierce Pei was able to persevere to this extent. However, without practicing the soul reclamation technique, perhaps it will be difficult to persist until the end. At this moment, Silent Wei also hesitated a bit. Does it really have to be him to take in this child's consciousness? This child always reminds him of the person in his memories. Ignorant and fearless. Perhaps in the end, it still requires such a person to fight against the cursed sword. At this point, Silent Wei made up his mind. I shouldn't have forcibly brought you to this situation in the first place. If you cannot inherit my consciousness now, it must be the will of heaven. Since I have passed on to you the Palace of Wonders mind technique, we can be considered to have a master-disciple relationship. I couldn't protect Ashford, but I will at least protect you. In the midst of his thoughts, Pierce Pei has already absorbed 40%. But it is evident that he has reached his limit. Silent Wei immediately extended a single hand, with the tip of his finger emitting a brilliant light. He then tried to dissipate his consciousness to stop the soul reclamation technique, in order to prevent Pierce Pei's soul from being destroyed. Suddenly, Pierce Pei's body began to change. Pierce Pei, who was in the soul reclamation technique, moved in a strange manner. He appeared as if he had transformed into a 1,000-handed being. Silent Wei clearly felt it. The child's consciousness became so powerful. It was like a vortex starting to absorb his own experiences. At that moment, Silent Wei also didn't know what was happening. Startled, she was taken aback. The hoarse voice of Silent Wei suddenly resounded in her ears. In my youth, I was single-mindedly determined to become a hero. In pursuit of becoming a hero, I did not love nor have friends. In the end, there is only a drifting body left, looking back on the past. It's better to travel lightly in the wine and boat, forgetting each other in the martial world. As a young person, my heart is weary. I'll leave the rest to you. The old man's voice faint and sparse. He looked up to the sky and laughed boldly. Walking through the city and mountains, seeking no immortality. Bound only to flowers and moon, yearning for endless years. Once I set aside my cup and drink the autumn waters, it surpasses the sound of the 13-string zither of the green blade. Elder! Pierce Pei leaped up and reached for the sun, only to see the bright sunlight. The oriole's song was vibrant in the forest, and the clouds dispersed on the creek. Where are the libraries? Where is the sea of blood? Pierce Pei almost thought everything was just a dream. Suddenly, good fortune came to the heart. Slowly turned around. By the side of the clear stream, a thin old man with wide sleeves and a wide robe, gray hair covering his face, leaned against a stone and sat idle. He lowered his head and drooped his hand, not moving at all. The 5 fingers of his left hand dipped into the water, as if echoing the desolate laughter in the dream of floating a boat in the wine. So, were you planning it this way from the beginning? Pierce Pei came to his senses. However, he couldn't recall Elder's memories at all. He didn't know if the soul reclamation technique was successful. Grabbing his head, as if going crazy, tears had unknowingly filled his face. At this moment, a slender figure walked over with hands behind her back. The yellow shirt fluttered in the wind. With a charming smile, it is indeed Yi Tassel Huang. Pierce Pei told Yi Tassel Huang about Elder Wei's heroic deed. Respectfully, he kowtowed 3 times to the elderly person. He turned his head to look at the disciples of the sea-viewing heavenly gate. Evan Su, accompanied by his disciples, was searching for his master Lu, the chief escort, but could not find him in the end. The disciples from other schools couldn't help but feel some complaints. Evan Su flew into a rage, exclaiming, "Who do you think you are? Call out all the Ev Generation members from your school to come out and have a conversation with themselves." Little did they know that the Ev Generation members had all died in a fierce battle inside the Spirit Temple last night. It was a tense moment. A straw hat suddenly flew over, and someone leaped down from the tree. The person appeared to be around 20 years old, very young. There was a rough and stiff beard under the jaw. He seemed rough and bold, but his eyes were always sparkling with a smile like light. A total lack of respect for the world. He had a strong and sturdy build, with his cuffs reaching down to his elbows, bound with a coiled leather rope, dressed in a purple shirt and boots, resembling a martial world wanderer. This person is precisely Evander who, a disciple of immortal Crane Close, the headmaster of the sea-viewing heavenly gate, known as Galloping and Singing. He slapped Evan as soon as they met. He cursed loudly, saying, "Even the tree wants peace, but the fools won't stop. You really opened my eyes. What a scene you caused last night." One or two people were just focused on eating and looking for the master. It's really embarrassing. Just then Evander who whistled. A fierce horse leaped out from the bushes. The horse was a deep chestnut color, remarkably strong. His eyes gleamed gold as Evander, who chuckled and called him brother. He held a piece of grass in his mouth as he spoke. "In my saddlebag, there is some dry food. Let's share it, and follow me back to the spirit temple to collect the bodies of our sacrificed fellow disciples from last night. As for your master, I heard he headed towards the direction of the beacon tower in Hongluo Valley." Evan Su quickly brought a team of people to the beacon tower and found signs of a fight there. It seems that someone fell off the cliff. However, the master has not been found yet. Evan Su immediately decided to search down the cliff. At the bottom of the cliff, Yi Tassel Huang is sitting playfully on a treetop, swinging his cute little feet, quietly watching Pierce pay kowtow to Silent Wei. Suddenly, voices of a group of people came from the cliff. Yi Tassel Huang quickly jumped down from the tree trunk. He shouted, "We are disciples of Moonlit Water Pavilion. Quickly rescue us up." Evan Su focused his gaze. Why are the people from Moonlit Water Pavilion here? In the next moment, the person lying motionless on the ground has a thin face and is dressed in wide robes with large sleeves. It turns out to be Water Loot Demon, Silent Wei. Evan Su couldn't believe that Silent Wei had died, and the knife carried by the young man next to him should be Red Eyes. Evan Su silently relieved that he turned lucky. Although I failed to deal with Cloud-Touched Hue, if I can hand over the bodies of Silent Wei and Red Eyes to the master together, the master will definitely look at me in a new light. Immediately, Yanqing Lu quickly ordered, "Hurry to find a long enough rope. Pull them up." After obtaining the body of Silent Wei and the cursed sword of Red Eyes, eliminate all other people. On the cliff, the response was, "We will immediately lower a rope to rescue you." At the joyful moment of Yi Tassel Huang, Pierce Pei felt that something was amiss. There was a strange smell in the wind. Familiar yet unfamiliar, a sense of crisis surged in his heart. Suddenly, Pierce Pei's mind was hit by a sharp pain. This is the smell of ironwood. Silent Wei appears along with the sound. But at this moment, Silent Wei is as young as Pierce Pei. Silent Wei explained that he is an image created by Pierce Pei's consciousness. The soul reclamation technique has been successful. Pierce Pei was pleasantly surprised after hearing this. He immediately realized that Silent Wei's memory made him aware of the taste of ironwood. Silent Wei continued to explain. Endless Suffering Sword Corpse will use a mysterious sword technique known as the Irreversible Blade. It kills without a trace, as if you have already smelled the taste of ironwood. This indicates that the sword corpse has mastered this terrifying move even better. Moreover, it is nearby, ready to unleash a massacre. Pierce Pei hurriedly asked, "Is there still a chance to save the girl controlled by endless suffering?" Silent Wei then explained that endless suffering is the resentment of the Hatred Blade sword corpse. Once the cursed sword finds a new master, it may be possible to save the sword corpse. However, it is not certain. If the person and the sword can be separated, the sword corpse can break free from the control of endless suffering. At that moment, a rope suddenly dropped down. Pierce Pei quickly shouted, Hurry, let's go! It's very dangerous around here. Don't get close. Leave quickly. It's already too late. Emerald Lake's petite figure is sitting on the nearby tree trunk. A group of rogue Taoists actually have lustful intentions towards the woman, only to see a petite figure sitting on the treetops. She had only a small top on her upper body, even though the girl had thin straps wrapped around her head, only revealing a pair of beautiful hollow apricot eyes. She dragged a thick iron chain in her small hands. No one found it strange. Although the true face of the girl is not visible, she is already considered to have a celestial and extraordinary beauty. The rogue Taoists couldn't help but stare with their eyes wide open. Pierce Pei saw the person above suddenly lose their voice. He thought to himself, "This isn't good. Could it be that endless suffering has appeared?" Pierce Pei quickly climbed up the rope, instructed Yi Tassel Huang to take them to hide first. "It's dangerous up there." The rogue Taoist on the cliff is lecherously heading towards Emerald Lake. "Miss, we are disciples of the sea-viewing heavenly gate here looking for someone. I wonder if the young lady would like to come down and play for a while." Without saying a word, Emerald Lake leaped down from the tree. He passed by the person in front of him directly, with the chain following closely behind. Under the inertia of the giant stone knife, the chain easily severed Taoist's head. The cursed sword swung back, and Emerald Lake once again wielded a knife in a backhand grip. The irreversible blade was thrown out again. The immense force struck the two people once more. A huge explosion stirred up showers of debris directly above Pierce Pei. Pierce Pei saw that Emerald Lake was indeed as Silent Wei had described. Without any hesitation, he launched a massive attack. Evan Su saw the woman in front of him was unexpectedly fierce and cruel. He couldn't help but feel fearful, and the thought of retreat arose in his mind. But the woman in front of him showed no emotional fluctuations at all. She continued to wield her knife without hesitation, extinguishing life as if slaughtering livestock. The sound of hooves had just begun to echo in the forest when a massive, black electric-like horse silhouette burst out from the trees. The person on the horse is none other than galloping and singing Evander who looked in horror at the ground covered in pools of blood and scattered limbs in the distance. Without getting angry, he asked, "Who are you? How dare you commit such a massacre?" As soon as he finished speaking, Evander who reached out his hand and tried to grab Emerald Lake to lift him up with force. Emerald Lake didn't dodge at all. The stone blade turned slightly. The blade energy of the irreversible blade blew Evander who to the ground. Evan Su, who had been hiding behind the tree, felt a wave of fear. What kind of terrifying martial arts is this? At this moment, Pierce Pei leaped up from beside him. His movements were as fast as a wild beast. But in Evan Su's eyes, no matter how fast, rushing out now would be suicidal. Evan Su was figuring things out for himself. Taking advantage of the chaos among these people, he planned to retreat first. He would wait until he found his master before making any further plans. Pierce Pei kept a close eye on Emerald Lake's movements. Taking advantage of the gap created by her attack, Pierce Pei suddenly leaped out. A handful of sand was thrown at Emerald Lake's face. Emerald Lake quickly used her hands to block it. The momentary chain shot towards Pierce Pei's brow like a whip. Pierce Pei quickly squatted to avoid it, then leaped up again. Do not give Emerald Lake a chance to wield the knife. Hold on tightly to Emerald Lake's thigh. Bite onto the chain and don't let go. Use this to restrain Emerald Lake's movements. Pierce Pei embraced Emerald Lake in his arms, even though the posture was very embarrassing. But in times of crisis, one can only lose one's gentlemanly demeanor. The result was just as Pierce Pei had expected. Endless suffering returns to endless suffering. Emerald Lake is still Emerald Lake, even if she can wield a 1,000-gene giant blade. However, she did not become a top expert with exceptional internal energy, and a body like steel as a result. The girl's punches and kicks cannot directly threaten his life. It is a world of difference from the terror of wielding endless suffering. However, The sword corpse, like a soulless puppet, still seems to retain a considerable degree of intelligence. Emerald Lake grabbed Pierce Pay's chin with her hand, using her waist's soft strength. She unexpectedly flipped Pierce Pay over, launching a whip kick in midair. He sent Pierce Pay flying with a powerful punch. He immediately raised his hand and drew his sword. Pierce Pay struggled to get up, still gathering his strength. A blow of blade energy came right after, at this critical moment. A strong wind swept over the top of my head, and suddenly I felt a void under my feet. I was already being pulled by the collar and dragged away. The two of them quickly made their way to the edge of the woods, and Pierce Pay looked up and opened his eyes. The person who lent a helping hand turned out to be the young man, with a beard, who fell off his horse earlier. At the same time, a powerful horse galloped over, kicking up clouds of dust, successfully catching Emerald Lake's attention. Evander, who and the other person took the opportunity to slip into the dense forest in a flash. Evander, who leaped up and landed on a large tree, then jumped to another treetop in front of him. He turned around and said, "Go up! The denser the branches and leaves, the harder it will be for that damn ghostly knife to be unleashed." Pierce Pay replied, "I won't climb a tree, but I naturally run faster than the average person. Is your divine steed going to be okay?" But the person in front of him showed no concern and asked, "It seems like you don't have any martial arts skills. Throwing sand and biting chains, are those your own inventions?" Pierce Pay panted heavily and answered seriously, "I am Pierce Pay. I thank the hero for saving my life." But the young lady is innocent. The murderer is the endless suffering cursed sword. Seeing the person in front with a puzzled look on their face, Pierce Pay then explained the whole story clearly and thoroughly. The girl with the knife, Emerald Lake, is a disciple of Moonlit Water, and he must help her break free from the control of endless suffering. Upon hearing the name Emerald Lake, Evander, who was a little surprised, but the feeling passed quickly. He burst into laughter, as Moonlit Water Pavilion is a paradise that any man from the martial world would long for. "You said you would help her break free from endless suffering's control. Do you have a way and confidence?" Pierce Pay said that if the cursed sword Endless Suffering can be separated from its host, Emerald Lake's hatred and fury essence could be eliminated. Elder Silent Way told himself all of this, and he must go back to hold down Endless Suffering and seize the sword when the opportunity arises. Please ask the hero to warn the righteous path, so as to prevent Endless Suffering from causing more killings. Pierce Pay's righteous character has won Evander whose favor. Patting his shoulder, she said, "It's not easy to take the sword from her hand. However, inspired by you, I've come up with a way. Just need one more helper. And don't call me a hero, it sounds weird. My last name is Hu, first name Evander. I'm old enough to be your big brother. You can call me Old Hu from now on. How about I call you Young Pay?" Pierce Pay naturally agrees with a smile, as soon as the words leave his lips. Evander Hu's BMW burst out of the woods. This is the helper that Evander Hu mentioned. This horse is named Shadow Stride, and the locals in Westmount Province call it the Hidden Horn Dragon. It has kicked to death more villains than Evander, who has slain with his sword. Young Pay. Call second brother. Only now did Shadow Stride seem aggrieved. Blood streamed from the corner of its eye. Pierce Pay's second brother turned out to be a fiery horse. Just saw Evander Hu take out a wine jug. After taking a big sip, sprayed it on the wound of Shadow Stride. Said to Pierce Pay, "Don't worry. Your second brother has amazing recovery ability. This minor injury is nothing to him." After speaking, he swung the wine jug in his hand. I saw Shadow Stride bite the mouth of the jug with one bite. He actually drank it in one gulp. Evander Hu saw Pierce Pay looking shocked and smiled, saying, "Your second brother loves wine and meat the most, mixing 10 gin of mashed dates with raw beef. With an extra jar of good wine, it can increase its strength tenfold." Suddenly, Shadow Stride fixedly stared at Pierce Pay, shaking its head. Threw the jug to Pierce Pay, Evander, who was somewhat surprised. Shadowstride actually invited Pierce Pay to have a drink. This situation has never happened before. Pierce Pay confidently took the wine jug and raised it over his head. He drank it all in one gulp. Evander, who happily patted Pierce Pay on the shoulder. He said with a big smile, "What's next?" "Let's go meet the endless suffering cursed sword to avenge the mice we just reported." A gust of wind blew, gently moving the Emerald Lake's soft hair. Evander, who came galloping on Shadowstride, shouting loudly, "Endless suffering! Do you only dare to manipulate these injured women?" Only to see the hatred and fury essence of Emerald Lake surging. And this is Evander, whose plan. Although the sword energy of the irreversible blade is vigorous and overbearing, she mostly launches her attacks with iron chains, inevitably leaving gaps and flaws. With Shadowstride's speed, she can definitely seize the opportunity, avoid the sword energy, and get close to the cursed sword. I saw Emerald Lake twisting her body, constantly waving the giant sword in her hand. Blade energy envelopes Evander, who, sure enough, he dodged Shadowstride one by one. But just as they were about to approach Emerald Lake, another sword energy came across them. However, this unavoidable situation was also within Evander, whose consideration. Just then, Evander, who leaped from the back of the horse, pulled out two swords of raging melody, and held them horizontally in front of his chest. He forcefully took on a strike of blade energy from endless suffering. Can't help but feel how powerful it is. This blow caused Evander, who to spurt out a mouthful of blood. Evander, who was forced back by the force. But Shadowstride launched a successful surprise attack, only to see Pierce Pay crouched at the horse's belly like a monkey. The moment he aimed at Emerald Lake and made his move, Shadowstride accurately grabbed the chain with his mouth, while Pierce Pay leaped towards Emerald Lake as before. A hand securely held the willow waist of Emerald Lake. Apply force in the opposite direction to Shadowstride. This cursed sword is about to slip out of your hand in an instant. A person and a horse actually did such a thing to a young woman. The cursed sword of Emerald Lake is finally out of hand. The huge stone sword is spinning and flying towards the distance. Yi Tassel Huang jumped up in fright as the person fell into the deep pool. Evander, who felt a wave of horror. He actually destroyed his own twin swords of raging melody with one strike. It's really thrilling. He quickly got up and hurriedly searched for Pierce Pay. Fortunately, Pierce Pay has already successfully rescued the person. I saw Pierce Pay holding Emerald Lake, who had passed out at this time and was unconscious. Evander, who was overjoyed. The third brother's plan finally succeeded. At the moment of celebration, suddenly came the sound of Yi Tassel Huang shouting from the cliff below. Pierce Pay suddenly remembered that the Sound Court Master and the other two were still below the cliff. He quickly worked with Evander, who to rescue them. Evander, who looked at the group of people in front of him. The current situation: 3 injured persons and 1 deceased. And there is also a dark convergence cursed sword outside. And the Emerald Lake girl in front of you is already weak. You need to find a good doctor to treat her immediately. If you want to rush back to Moonlit Water Pavilion for treatment, even if everything goes smoothly along the way, the Emerald Lake girl may not be able to hold on until then. At this moment, Crimson Clouds is waking up in a daze, with eyes full of sorrow. However, he earnestly requests to save Emerald Lake from the various experiences of last night, so that the memories remain fresh in Crimson Cloud's mind. When Pierce Pay looks at Crimson Clouds, the two unconsciously added a touch of crimson. At this moment, Pierce Pay suddenly had an idea. Absolutely can save Emerald Lake. It is already within the jurisdiction of the City of Daylight's Shadowglow. It's only 3 miles from the city gate. Although I am just a small figure in the Department of Reverence, Hung, the second manager, is kind-hearted. She will definitely not stand by and do nothing. I'm sure that Red Ice, the second manager, will also make proper arrangements. But Pierce Pay had a concern at this time. He said that the Shadowglow City heir apparent is not easy to get along with. We must meet the second manager in person to explain the situation. Leave this to me. Evander, who pondered that Shadowglow City Hung, the second manager, is known to be quite astute. But in the current situation, there isn't any other choice. Immediately, Evander, who made arrangements, solemnly said, "The person old who wants to save? There is no reason for her to die, young Pei. Find some wood to make a stretcher. Let Shadows try carry Elder Wei and the injured girl on our backs to the City of Daylight's Shadowglow." On the other side of Hongluo Valley, a group of officials and soldiers are frantically searching for a spirited horse. The one leading the group is none other than the City of Daylight's Shadowglow heir apparent. "Peek Dugu, only to see him kick a soldier away," shouted loudly. Even the horse couldn't keep up with the pursuit. Such a unique horse, not to mention it might be injured. Continue searching, we must find it. Women at Moonlit Water Pavilion are indeed delicate in mind. As gentle as water. Inside a station. Moonlit Water Pavilion acting Court Master Sue Blackrobe and the third Court Master Purple Run are waiting at the door for the people inside. It didn't take long. I saw a child walk out shyly. This person turned out to be her, but she now had the appearance of a girl. Although the clothes were a little big, she still looked remarkably cute. Mr. Tan exclaimed in shock. "Impressive! I didn't realize last night that this child was actually a girl. How did acting sect leader Sue know this?" Blackrobe Sue smiled slightly. "It turns out that last night, Evan Sue claimed that the cases involving this child, Cloud-Touched Hue, and Sea-Viewing Heavenly Gate have not been resolved. They cannot be taken away. Evan Sue then decided to have the two individuals wait at the post house for Liu, the chief escort, to clarify the situation and personally send them away. But everyone on the scene knew that this was just an excuse." Sue Blackrobe was the first to speak up. "Disputes in the martial world do not need a child to explain, especially since this child has suffered so much. Master Daoist Sue, this child's life. Moonlit Water Pavilion will take him in for now. If there are questions in the future, it could be Dragon Court Mountain or East Gao Ridge. I will personally take the child there, without hesitation." Mr. Tan also stated at this time that since Cloud-Touched Hue is an important witness in this case, he must be escorted back to report to the old governor's aid. If there are still doubts upon the teacher's return, one can directly go to White City Mountain for questioning. Evan Sue sees that his own skills are mediocre and knows he is no match for the two, so he cunningly argues. There is no precedent in the Moonlit Water sect for accepting male disciples. If not, even Cloud-Touched Hue could be taken back by the acting court master. Based on the acting sect leader's noble reputation, there should be no loss of face. Let us take this young boy back with us." Sue Blackrobe smiled slightly. "Who said here is a boy? Didn't Master Daoist Sue see it? It's clearly a girl." At this time, Sue Blackrobe saw Mr. Tan and asked about it. He explained, "If you look carefully, it's not difficult to see the innate feminine vibe in your eyes." Mr. Tan focused a bit, but still couldn't observe anything. He thought that he needed to cultivate more himself. The governor's aide, Elder Shao, had also mentioned that his perspective was not broad enough. Mr. Tan immediately chuckled and said, "Anyway." Finally, the dispute was resolved. Master Daoist Sue and several other Taoist elders left the post station early this morning. Went to find their master. Cloud-Touched Hue is seriously injured, thanks to the careful care of the disciple Moonlit Water. I have already sent someone to investigate the news about Elder Wei and the cursed sword. I will inform everyone immediately once there are results." Sue Blackrobe nodded slightly in gratitude. Moonlit Water Pavilion will be more attentive for the next few days. If anything unexpected happens, I can help. East Sea has 3 major blacksmith workshops. Blue Summit Radiance, specializing in customization. Red Serpent Hall has convenient access to raw materials. The 2 workshops have been producing military weapons for the court for 100 years. City of Daylight Shadowglow, a rising star, has taken a different path, specially crafting weapons for martial arts world experts. The Lord of Shadowglow in the City of Daylight, Skystrike Dugu, from the Dugu Imperial clan, was titled the first-rank Shaoshan Marquis. His 3 top managers are all very mysterious, and there are numerous rumors and gossips surrounding them. The City of Daylight's Shadowglow is able to stand among the 7 great sects of the East Sea, all thanks to the strategic planning of the second manager, Shadow Hung. At this moment, Pierce Pei and his group arrived at the foot of the City of Daylight Shadowglow. They did not enter through the main gate. Instead, they arrived at the side gate as if sneaking like thieves. Pierce Pei said that he came out of the city to send the sword, but now the time is late. With everyone, we'll have to think of a way to get into the city. On the side gate of the city wall, Pierce Pei saw a guard he was familiar with. He shouted, "Big brother please inform the second manager that Pierce Pei has an urgent matter to discuss." Also accompanying him are the second court master Crimson Clouds from Moonlit Water Pavilion and the hero Evander, who from Galloping and Singing. "Big brother, he mentions that you have brought an outsider. According to the rules, I must first check with our leader," City Patrol Sima said. But Pierce Pei strongly emphasizes that this must not happen. Talk to the second manager first, if you are not available. If you can't, find a way to let Regio pass the message. If you cause trouble, I will never stand by and watch you get into trouble. Big brother, his face darkened a bit, and then he went back to report. Not long after, the city gate opened. But what came out was actually Shadowglow's City Patrol Sima. What came out of the city gate unexpectedly was City Patrol Sima. Evander, who whispered, "It looks like your friend betrayed you." But Pierce Pei still said firmly, "Big brother, he will not betray himself." Pierce Pei bowed with his hands clasped together and said, "I, as a disciple of the Department of Reverence, was sent by the second manager to Moonlit Water Pavilion for official business. Due to unforeseen circumstances, I returned late. Accompanying me were the second court master Crimson Clouds of Moonlit Water Pavilion, disciples of Moonlit Water, and Galloping and Singing Evander, who. We have important matters to discuss with Hung, the second manager." However, City Patrol Sima showed no mercy and claimed that he hadn't received an invitation from Moonlit Water Pavilion. The City Patrol office has its own way of verifying identities. He immediately pointed at the horse in front of him and asked, "Where did you get this horse from?" Heir apparent is currently chasing a large wild horse. But this one? Seeing Evander, who's staring at him all the time, he picked up the whip and scolded, "Hey, the man over there! Thief-like looks. Did you steal this fine horse?" I didn't expect that even Evander, who can't stand his bad habits. He argues back when provoked. With so many people here, am I the only one who looks like a thief? But looking at the kind appearance of other people, there seems to be some truth to it. Evander, who glared and said, "This is the lone god horse of the Northwest Dystopia Sky Mirror Field. It's not just any horse. He is his own master. Don't blame me if you're not warned. It's better not to provoke it. Otherwise, the consequences are yours to bear." City Patrol Sima's eyes narrowed, seeing that it's a masterless horse. "I'm from Shadowglow City's territory. What belongs to Shadowglow City, come forth. Wrap it up and take it back. Offer it to the heir apparent's men to listen, and then go forward to capture the horse." I didn't expect this horse to be so spirited. Jumping forward and then backward would surely throw off the rider. This scene happened to catch the eye of the returning heir apparent. The heir apparent was drooling with desire. Truly a divine steed, he never expected to find it after searching for so long. And it had unexpectedly shown up right at his doorstep. Immediately, the guards of the heir apparent surrounded the unruly steed. Heir apparent looked down on Evander, who from above. He said with a hint of teasing, "You say it's your master. Then what is your relationship with it?" Evander, who shouted loudly, "We are brothers." Heir apparent unexpectedly laughed out loud. I didn't expect there are still people in the world who consider beasts as human beings? But Evander who sarcastically retorted in a calm manner, Heir apparent's words are wrong. Compared to those who treat the common people as beasts and subject them to servitude, what am I when I treat beasts as brothers? Heir apparent angrily rebuked, are you not afraid of being punished for insulting the government in front of me and risking your entire family being exterminated? But this Evander who is very slick. He speaks very cautiously, and claims that what he clearly said are those wicked villains. Heir apparent, how can you bring such matters to the court? Heir apparent is so openly slandering the court. I'm afraid even the esteemed father, first-rank Shaoshan Marquis, may find it difficult to explain. The heir apparent flew into a rage upon hearing this, and ordered his subordinates to surround and capture the group of people. Evander, who was secretly figuring out a way to escape, he decided that he must first subdue the heir apparent before making further plans. At this tense moment, the city gate opened again. Hung, the second manager, has arrived. Someone inside shouted to collect the weapons and retreat. And following behind the sedan chair are Pierce Pei's good friends, Big Brother He and Regio. Hung, the second manager, unexpectedly has such a glamorous daughter. Do you esteemed guests feel a bit envious? The sedan curtain is lifted. A woman in a Confucian gown with half sleeves and embroidered silk chest wrap steps out with a lazy charm. She is not tall, but her figure is quite slender. Her hair is styled in a fluffy and playful tassel bun. On her slender and fair wrists, she wears a sheep-fat white jade bracelet. Her skin is even more lustrous than the bracelet. Under the thin muslin sleeves, she wears only a light green chest wrap adorned with vibrant peacock blue embroidery along the edges. The brocade is also embroidered with silver thread patterns. This person is none other than Shadow Hung, the second manager of Shadowglow City, famous in the martial world. Evander who looked at this person with a dazed expression in his eyes. He never expected that Hung, the second manager who propped up the City of Daylight Shadowglow, would be like this. She is actually a woman. Heir apparent was unexpectedly a bit nervous upon seeing the arrival of Shadow Hung. Shadow Hung said slowly, this is Evander who, known as Who the Gallant. I believe heir apparent has already met and had a pleasant conversation with him just now. As the only direct disciple of the headmaster immortal of the sea-viewing Heavenly Gate, Who the Gallant is truly a hero among the youth. This time, whether Shadowglow City can do business with the sea-viewing Heavenly Gate depends on heir apparent. If the business negotiation falls through due to some personal conflicts, it will be difficult for me to explain to the city lord. Do you agree with me, Your Highness the heir? Shadow Hung's voice was as sharp and haunting as a rasp. But at this moment, the heir apparent was nervous, sweating profusely. Shadow Hung continued to introduce. This person is the Sound Court Master of the Moonlit Water Pavilion. The daughter of General Ran, who rules over Northern Pass, is Crimson Clouds. The heir apparent is even more flustered now. The reputation of Stormblade Ran, the Northern Defender General, is well known to all. As the current war god overseeing the north border, Stormblade Ran commands such respect that even the Emperor must show deference. It's unexpected to find his daughter here. Crimson Cloud said somewhat awkwardly, I have met the second manager. Heir apparent Crimson Clouds has injuries on his body, and hopes for your understanding. The speaker has no malicious intent, but the listener perceives otherwise. The name Stormblade Ran is deeply imprinted in Pierce Pei's mind. It turns out that there is a world of difference between Crimson Clouds and oneself. This huge gap is not something that can be crossed in a single night of hardship. Shadow Hung gently held Crimson Cloud's hand and said, ever since the last time we parted ways at the Seven Schools Alliance meeting, a year has passed. We didn't even get a chance to talk then. Who would have thought we would meet again so soon? He then invited everyone into the city, and asked Yang Zhongsu to escort the guests back to the city. But the heir apparent still tried to stop, and wanted this good horse. Before he could finish speaking, Shadow Hung interrupted him. Last time you and I disagreed. When we met the Lord together, the Lord had made a decision. All affairs of Shadowglow City will be handled by me. Heir Apparent won't forget, right? This statement left Heir Apparent speechless. Then he let Pierce Pay and others enter the city with him. Heir Apparent gritted his teeth behind, thinking, "Don't let me catch you one day. I will have my father hand over your body to me for disposal. As for the others, once they enter the city, I will have plenty of opportunities to deal with them." Pierce Pay quietly thanked Big Brother He and Regio from behind. But Regio said, "No need for thanks. I haven't even seen this basket you brought. Survive and come back to talk." The women's chambers are filled with lingering fragrance. Shadowglow City's second manager is in the side courtyard. Shadowhung listened to the stories of Pierce Pay and others, and couldn't help but be a little surprised. Shadowhung looked at the cursed sword on Pierce Pay's back with curiosity, and couldn't help but become intrigued. He claimed to let me have a look at the red ice cursed sword. Pierce Pay and Crimson Clouds both tried to stop him. Their faces involuntarily turned a deep shade of crimson at the same time. Shadowhung was completely baffled. Yi Tassel Huang quickly explained to ask the second manager not to blame. "It's just that the knife was poisoned, which is too dangerous for women. It can lead to loss of control at best, and disfigurement at worst." Shadowhung, after hearing that, no longer insisted. He took a sip of light tea and said, "So what is the most urgent matter at hand now?" "The most urgent matter at hand is the safety of the disciple Emerald Lake. I have arranged for the best doctor in the city to treat Emerald Lake and Indigo. You all must be tired as well. Your rooms have been arranged together. You can rest in your rooms first. Tomorrow you will be informed separately about the specific situation regarding Moonlit Water Pavilion and Pointing Sword, the Palace of Wonders. As for the cursed sword Red Ice, I will temporarily seal and keep it myself." Crimson Clouds and Evander, who both thanked the second manager for the thoughtful arrangements and will not trouble them further. At the moment of departure, the second manager called out to Pierce Pay. Pierce Pay obediently sealed away the Red Ice cursed sword. Inside the room, only Shadowhung and Pierce Pay remained. Shadowhung asked Pierce Pay to seal the sword securely before he went to grind ink for himself. Shadowhung saw Pierce Pay speechless and unable to speak, so he couldn't help but smile. He didn't press further and continued to write at his desk, occasionally reaching out to flip through the file. A few strands of soft hair hung softly by the temples. The tender and fair cheeks exuded a faint peachy hue. The skin was fragrant and delicate, as if coated with condensed cream. It almost made one want to pinch it lightly. Bringing the fingertips closer to the tip of the nose, savoring it carefully, here to give everyone a little time to imagine. Shadowhung uses the finest cinnabar and tribute ink. It costs 10 liang of silver per half liang. Surprisingly, the value of the ink stick is 20 times that of an equal weight of silver. The documents she handles daily pile up on the desk. In less than 10 days, she can use up one ink stick. Sometimes, during festivals, major competitions, summoning of alliances, and other significant events in the city, the consumption is even more severe than usual. Shadowhung squinted his eyes and stretched lazily, like a cat. With a soul-stirring tone, he said, "You guys really know how to give me a hard time." Pierce Pay suddenly remembered what Regio had said. His heart stirred, and he quickly said in a low voice, "I know my mistake." Shadowhung was startled by what he heard. He chuckled and said, "Where did you learn these empty and meaningless stories?" "I still prefer being regarded as a big sister who is good at teasing when I first meet someone." Recalling Pierce Pay's first meeting with Shadowhung, he claimed that he also has a sister from his hometown. She should be around your age. And enthusiastically took out raisins for Shadowhung to taste. There was not the slightest bit of the present restraint back then. Pierce Pay looked slightly embarrassed at the moment, saying that seventh uncle didn't tell me back then. The second manager who runs Shadowglow City is a woman. After a few conversations and laughter, Shadowhung returned to the topic and said,
You just mentioned that the water-lewd demon elder helped detoxify Moonlit Water's disciple within the palace.
He passed away due to excessive loss. Before his death, he handed the Red Ice Cursed Sword to Crimson Clouds. In that case, he should have also told her how to restrain the cursed sword, right? Pierce Pay panicked and answered hastily. He didn't expect that Shadowhung had already seen through everything. She bit her red lips lightly and said slowly,
You truly are a child who doesn't know how to lie.
Previously, Shadowhung stated that Red Ice was declared by himself during customs clearance. Crimson Clouds did not object. If Water-lewd Demon truly entrusted Red Ice to her, then this dagger belongs to Moonlit Water. If she is indifferent like this, how should she explain it to the sect? So, the person who accepts the gifted dagger and listens to the last words can only be you, Pierce Pay. Either you think your own words are insignificant, so you want to use my mouth, Shadowhung, to spread the news of the cursed sword. Either when Water-lewd Demon was instructing his last words, he entrusted you to keep some secrets, right? After hesitating for a moment, he carefully said,
Before Water-lewd Demon Elder passed away, he entrusted me with the Red Ice Blade. Then he went over what Silent Way had mentioned before about the characteristics, nature, conditions for possession, and ways to deal with the cursed sword. He is naturally cautious, and has always carefully avoided mentioning them. Soul reclamation technique.
And the section on the lost virginity due to poisoning in Crimson Clouds. He keeps silent about those matters, but is willing to share everything that Silent Way narrated, with nothing left unsaid. Shadowhung pondered after listening. The cursed sword is indeed terrifying as mentioned. It was the dying words of Water-lewd Demon. It seems that the rumor must be true after all. He turned his sharp gaze and asked,
Pierce Pay, have you heard of Shuanchi Featherlight Hall?
Shadowhung and Pierce Pay whispered late at night. Do you know about Shuanchi Featherlight Hall? 30 years ago, within the 3 major blacksmith workshops of East Sea, there was no daylight Shadowglow City. The one who led the metallurgy in East Sea was not the Blue Summit Radiance or the Red Serpent Hall, but instead the Shuanchi Featherlight Hall, which has a history of over 500 years. Even after enduring the initial chaos of cursed swords for 500 years, the Shuanchi Featherlight Hall remains strong and prosperous despite the changes in the world. They can use the extremely precious artifact,
Tioning,
to forge unparalleled divine weapons. Even the Blue Summit Radiance and Red Serpent Hall are hard-pressed to match their craftsmanship. A sect with such vast power was completely expelled from the martial arts world 30 years ago. There were only ruins left, not even a body. And all of this was caused by the cursed sword. Shadowhung confessed.
I have worked hard for 10 years. It is only because of this that Shadowglow City has its current scale. I will never let this city be swept into the cursed sword storm and repeat the tragedy. Red Ice must not stay, it must be handed over.
You cannot stand with the alliance of the 7 major sections. Admit that Silent Way has revealed all the secrets to you. You were sent to deliver the sword on orders, even putting yourself in danger. Now that you have returned safely, the ink has been enough. Go back and rest well. I will take care of the matter concerning the cursed sword. Immediately let Pierce Pay leave. After ordering Pierce Pay to take a rest, she continued to deal with official business for a while. When she came back to her senses, her lower back was slightly sore. Feeling uncomfortable, she walked into the inner room holding a candlestick. This is her daily dressing room, with no windows around. The only entrance is blocked by a jade folding screen. After dropping the door curtain, there is no risk of being spied on. In the inner room, besides the dressing table and wardrobe screen, there is only a comfortable ebony-toothed bed. Shadowhung picked up the clothing and belly bands spread on the bed frame and placed them in one area. He tapped lightly under the dressing table. With a low click sound, he opened a small side cabinet, took out an ebony small box, and opened it. On the azure satin in the painting lies a peculiar mask that resembles a facial painting. The mask is carved from wood and polished exceptionally smooth.
The beautiful wood grain seems to be coated with a layer of finely processed beeswax, giving it a misty and lustrous appearance. From the lustrous surface, clear and delicate textures emerge. It is markedly different from the glossy finish of lacquerware, appearing deeper and more refined. It seems as if the vitality of life contained within the wood is suddenly solidified, as if frozen in the moment of being alive. She picked up the copper tube and gave it a gentle shake, confirming the extremely subtle sound of liquid inside the tube. Then she plucked the tube a few times, moving the raised pattern on the surface to the correct position based on memory. The raised and recessed patterns on the tube surface are connected to tiny springs inside the tube. If it is not opened in the correct way, or if brute force is used to break the copper tube, the stored lime and water inside will immediately mix. In an instant, the rolled-up paper inside will be destroyed and disintegrate. Crack! A crisp sound. Shadow Hung repositioned all the spring pieces on the tube surface. A small shaft resembling a copper needle sprang out from the gap in the tube. He then pulled out a 3-inch long pale blue crisp paper like a scroll. This specially made paper is soaked in medicinal materials. Writing does not require ink or brush. She removed the hairpin, and wherever the tip of the hairpin passed, dark blue characters appeared on the paper. Waterloo Demon is dead. Its knowledge still exists, temporarily in my hands, not yet leaked. Red Ice has no master, it must be removed first. Move quickly, in order to make a decision as soon as possible. Remove the red ice from the mask. Surprisingly, it is a seal carved from a celestial bead. The piece of rough paper was stamped with the 4 seal characters. Silent Forest Night Ghost. At the top. The dark red imprint looked like fresh blood smeared on it. Shadow Hung carefully rolled up the paper again in the small scroll, as if completing some great task. What keeps Pierce Pay awake at night? The moon rises above the eyebrows. Department of Reverence. Everyone has entered dreamland. Pierce Pay felt the door suddenly open in a daze. The creaking sound surprised Pierce Pay. This figure resembled a demon, with crimson eyes and 4 hands and 4 arms. Spookily said, "Your consciousness feels very different tonight. It will make it easier for me to cut you down." I saw this person holding 4 knives in 4 hands, advancing straight toward Pierce Pay. The knife wind was dense and fierce, brave and resolute. In an instant, Pierce Pay was covered in wounds from the cuts. The pain all over Pierce Pay's body woke him up instantly. The obvious wounds on his body made Pierce Pay realize that this was not just a simple dream. But the wounds on his body quickly disappeared in a short time. Pierce Pay's body was intact once again. At this time, Regio, who seemed drowsy, said, "Young Pay, did you have a nightmare again?" Pierce Pay often has the same dream. It just felt much clearer tonight than usual. Just at that moment, a smelly shoe hit Pierce Pay in the face. A disciple from the Department of Reverence on the other side of the bed angrily sat up. Leveraging his seniority, he cursed, "Pierce Pay, Regio, the 2 of you can't sleep and won't let others sleep? Get out to the courtyard and count the stars for me." In this way, Pierce Pay and the 2 of them were driven out of the room amidst the laughter of the crowd. Under the melon vines and grass, Pierce Pay was feeling somewhat disgruntled. However, Regio saw through it all and declared, "Pierce Pay, you dare not return all night in such a good place as Moonlit Water Pavilion. When you returned, not only did you bring along several beauties, but you also caused a stir at the City Patrol office. It was truly sensational. The key point is that the second manager surprisingly didn't penalize you. It's obvious that old Bao and Jing Tongwen will be envious. Getting into trouble with you is just a matter of time." Pierce Pay never felt that there was anything worth envying. Those who died under the cursed sword survived life-threatening situations. He would rather not experience such events himself. Regio performed a magic trick-like move and pulled out a wine pot from the shadow of a tree. Pierce Pay widened his eyes and watched as Regio enjoyed a few sips. Then Regio handed the bottle to Pierce Pay's nose, and unexpectedly, there was a sweet and fragrant aroma of rice wine.
Pierce Pei, without hesitation, took it and took a sip. He only felt sweet and smooth, very easy to drink, but the taste of alcohol was not very strong. Pierce Pei slowly expressed his thoughts. The cursed sword controls one's heart, allowing wanton slaughter right before one's eyes. Logically speaking, he should have felt extremely terrified. But strangely, he was not that scared. While thinking about saving others, he also faintly felt some interest in the cursed sword. Regio, you said? Is it because I am a blacksmith? Regio still lazily looks at things lightly, saying, You shouldn't think that you have become the kind of big shot who can control the situation. Even if the cursed sword is drawn in respect of killing, you and I, who are like us, will not be targeted even if we queue up. Do you want to risk your life like those heroes do? The knife is sharper than tofu. But dare you say tofu is useless? Tofu can be used to make a hot pot. Can a knife do that? Sometimes, the use of being useless is also a kind of use. But Pierce Pei doesn't think so sometimes. Only the knife can save lives. At least, he saved the second court master and the heir apparent of Emerald Lake. Will the heir apparent really make things difficult for Old Hu? Can Emerald Lake wake up? As the day begins, Shadowglow City is as busy as ever. It's another bustling day. Department of Reverence is the hub of the city, even before dawn. In the courtyard of the dormitory, disciples on duty are already banging gongs and calling out. Pierce Pei and Regio Zhang Sun did not dare to wait for the gong to sound loudly. They obediently got up shortly after catching a bit more sleep. Mohe returned to the dormitory to neatly stack the blankets, change clothes, and clean up. He went to the kitchen to help older disciples like Changbao serve porridge and dishes. Shadowglow City has a large population. Every day, as soon as one opens their eyes, there are thousands of mouths waiting to be fed. There are over a dozen kitchens. The largest canteen can accommodate several hundred people at the same time for meals. Pierce Pei is busy washing cilantro. He thinks to himself that the main kitchen is indeed bustling. At this moment, a waiter shouted, Today is the new dish coffin sheep developed by Old Quan for the city lord. If anyone makes a mistake, I'll make them sleep in the sheep pen. The reputation of this Old Quan is well known, and Regio has heard of it long ago. Old Quan relies on his cooking skills. Became the third manager of Shadowglow City. The person was tall with a physique akin to an ape. Their rugged silhouette was somewhat hunched. Deep-set eyes, a nose like an eagle's beak. In the purple-red pupils, there was a hint of green. Their disheveled hair was slightly curled, with a dark reddish tint. It was clear at a glance that they had the bloodline of the foreign tribe. Old Quan extended his left index and middle fingers to test the temperature of the stone lid. Nodding, he said, All right. His voice was hoarse like sandpaper, making his words hard to discern. It turned out that there was a dark red scar in his throat, about 4 inches long, almost across his entire neck. The large Adam's apple was split into two like a walnut. It was hard to imagine surviving such a severe knife wound. Lifting the lid of the coffin sheet dripping with sauce is the most critical step. The thick stone lid, more than 1 inch thick, requires the strength of 4 people to lift it up in one breath. However, the stone troughs are tightly packed side by side, so if you want to pour the sauce in at the moment the lid is lifted, it's essential to be fast and not allow the 4 people to spread out to the 4 corners, avoiding the cramped situation. The 2 chefs looked nervous, and they hurriedly lifted it with all their strength. Who knew that when the stone lid was moved 2 inches, it fell back down? White smoke billowed into the sky from the overflowing tank. The steam, hot and moist, kept gushing out, scorching to touch. The 2 chefs quickly stepped back. The skin on their arms that had been sprayed by the hot steam immediately turned red, just like cooked shrimp. Just as things were about to be ruined, Pierce Pei quickly stepped forward. Hastily catching the steel fork, he stabilized his stance. Old Quan seized the opportunity to lift the stone pot in one breath. Pour the sauce over the lamb. The fragrance is both delicious and strong. Just by smelling it, you can imagine the rich and greasy aroma of the tender and smooth oil. It's as if taking a bite. The tender meat strips yield to the tip of the teeth, and countless juices flow out. This dish can be considered a success. The crowd burst into joy and praised Pierce Pay for his quick hands and eyes. Just at this lively moment, a strange and unconventional teenager by the stove caught Pierce Pay's attention. The strange teenager in front of him was said to have been picked up by old Quan. He seemed to be mute. He is also deaf and dumb. Everyone calls him Silly Donkey. I made up the name. It's really hard to translate, but it roughly means that. But Pierce Pay doesn't think so. The teenager in front of him always gives him a familiar feeling. And it doesn't look like he's stupid. It seems more like he has something on his mind, like a teenager. He's still dumb. Why are his hands hurt like that? Pierce Pay held the freshly cooked lamb and delivered it to the young man. But the young man still didn't say a word. Instead, the bowl of lamb was snatched away by Reggio. After enjoying the delicious food, Reggio reminded Pierce Pay that it was almost time. The second manager personally arrived. Being late will be punished by beheading. In the backyard, all disciples of the Department of Reverence have assembled. Only see Shadow Hung sitting upright and speaking slowly. As is well known, the Three Great Workshops competition is approaching. This year our city is the host, and the heroes from the two great blacksmith workshops, as well as important court officials, will come in large numbers. Each workshop must make thorough preparations, aiming for excellence and avoiding any mishaps. After hearing this, the people below were all discussing it enthusiastically. Pierce Pay had heard it from Seventh Uncle before. The Three Great Workshops competition is not just a simple martial arts competition. Participants range from top government officials to renowned swordsmen. In fact, it is a great opportunity to discuss the business of weapons. The Three Great Blacksmith Workshops hold a competition annually around the Shanxi Festival. They each present their weapons to judge the quality of craftsmanship. The winner can secure the Imperial Military Equipment Production contract. While the loser may seem to lose face, they can still undertake the arms trade with the armies of the Western Mountains through the Northern Pass. Blue Summit Radiance has been established for nearly a century. Specializing in custom production, they have long dominated the supply to the Imperial Court. Red Serpent Hall, also a century-old blacksmith workshop, controls the transportation on the Fengjiang River. With a large number of people and high production capacity, they have monopolized the business of supplying various military garrisons. Although Shadowglow City is a newcomer, it can showcase its strength through competition. Gradually, the position in the hearts of the people of the world became uncertain. Although the three families were competing in the game, in reality, none could overpower the others. It might as well be better to openly maintain the Three Great Workshops competition so that other blacksmith workshops in the world would have no chance to intervene. Just listen to Shadow Hung saying again, the competition is approaching. Everything is busy. I need to promote 2 clever disciples to accompany the team. I wonder if the steward has selected the candidates. The steward hurriedly handed over a letter. Jing Tongwen in the crowd appeared confident. He spent 2,002 silvers to secure this spot. And the name in the envelope is indeed Jing Tongwen. Shadow Hung waved his hand and asked Yang Zhong to read this one. But the person making the announcement is Pierce Pay and Reggio. Jing Tongwen exclaimed in shock. Instead, he was pulled out by Shadow Hung and slapped on the face. This matter also came to an end. Shadow Hung took Pierce Pay to meet a person. This person is none other than Lord Skystrike Dugu, the Zhaoshan Marquis, the Lord of Shadowglow City. The heir apparent is inside the mansion. He is also preparing to present a document to his father. He accuses Evander Hu of slandering his father. Have you seen the graceful dance moves of the best songstress of East Sea? Daylight's Shadowglow City, Inner City, Forbidden Garden, the first-ranked Zhaoshan Marquis, Skystrike Dugu's residence. The main hall is full of wine forests and neat pools, a scene of seduction. Shadow Hung knelt far away with Pierce Pei. Claimed to be the Department of Reverence manager, Mr. Hung? He says,
My lord, a major event occurred in the city last night. Please dismiss the attendants and let me report in detail.
When Skystrike Dugu saw Shadow Hung, he seemed quite pleased and said,
You've come just in time. I was just saying, this group of girls is utterly incompetent. Master Feng's pavilion is so ingeniously designed, but they all can't handle it well. Their tone is frivolous and not at all like a city lord.
Shadow Hang's body stiffened, and her skirt swayed slightly. She seemed to be exercising extreme patience, with even her voice sounding somewhat strained. Skystrike Dugu exclaimed eagerly,
Hey, come over here. You can decide on those matters. I don't want to hear about them.
Skystrike Dugu then looked towards Pierce Pei behind Shadow Hung. Asked,
Who is the person next to you? I don't recognize them at all. Inform my lord, this is disciple Pierce Pei from the Department of Reverence, who witnessed the events of last night.
Skystrike Dugu's voice sounded menacing.
Anyway, is he an important person? Good. You strip off your clothes now and come over to dance. Or else I'll have him killed.
Pierce Pei suddenly looked up. Skystrike Dugu in the pavilion twirled a black beard on his lips, smiling triumphantly. He appeared as if a mischievous child who had won at tricky games, with victory within reach. He seemed ready to dance with joy immediately. Shadow Hang's pretty face turned pale, only biting her lush lips and trembling. Her slender fingers in her sleeves were tightly clenched, the knuckles slightly turning blue. Lord of City is serious. He can say it, and he can do it. Shadow Hung suddenly smiled brightly. My lord just wants to watch the dance. Why kill people? Such unnecessary cruelty. She smiled sweetly. Her tone and expression were all so appealing, like hardened syrup that won't melt.
Look, I'll just dance one for you. After that, my lord, will you obediently listen to Little Shadow? Is that okay?
Skystrike Dugu was overjoyed and clapped repeatedly.
Good. I'll do as Little Shadow wishes, and she will do as I wish.
Shadow Hung bent her waist sideways, taking off the light purple embroidered shoes and delicate snow-like stockings in turn, revealing a pair of plump and crystal-clear white delicate little feet. They were so tender that there was not a trace of tough skin or rough marks. The toes were neatly tucked, displaying both the round and smoothness of a baby and the tempting curves of a mature lady. Combining innocence and charm, she was indescribably lovely, truly the epitome of youthful beauty. Audience, please don't drool. The whole
Echoing Waves Pavilion
itself is a musical instrument. Master Feng had sound-producing mechanisms, like rocks and iron devices in the 4 pavilion columns. The columns were hollow like windpipes. The floor tiles, small tables, lamp posts inside the pavilion, and even the
aromatic brain golden beast
used for incense were all keys. They were connected by springs to the dance figures at the edge of the pavilion and the outer pool. Once the floor tiles were touched, the pavilion columns would make sounds, indirectly triggering the perpetual motion mechanism of the outer pool, causing the figurines to rotate and dance. I only saw the shadows beneath Heng's skirt entwined. Her slender jade legs danced and bounced gracefully. The graceful lines of her legs were full of elasticity. Her delicate figure kept spinning in the pavilion. The melodious sound of the zither in the pillar was tinkling. The melody was continuous. The music was peaceful and beautiful. The dancing figurines in the pond suddenly came to life, unlike the previous stiffness and intermittence. All the people, boats, carriages, and horses in the pond are spinning rapidly around the pavilion. Musicians nod and play the flute, dancers kick their legs and soar into the sky. Sailing and riding, they appear lifelike. Shadow Hang's clothes all over his body were splashed wet with water. They clung tightly to his exquisite and graceful figure. The snowy white jade legs were reflecting the sparkling ripples of the water. They looked even more bright white than the white veil shadow reflected on the water's surface. The small knees, with a powdery orange hue, peeked out from time to time. Bare feet occasionally skimmed the water's surface, adorned with glistening droplets. Like fresh slices of juicy pear, the vlogger could only marvel and exclaim,
"Money is truly a blessing."
Skystrike Dugu applauded loudly and praised Leaf. He raised his glass and said,
"Well done, well done. Truly my little shadow. Come, let me offer you a toast."
Shadow Hung hesitated briefly, but then stepped forward to take the wine cup. But Skystrike Dugu suddenly pulled Shadow Hung into his arms and reached out to undo his belt. Shadow Hung couldn't resist and hesitated for a moment. Pierce Pay shouted loudly,
"Inform the lord of the city."
Just then, an urgent report from the city patrol office came from outside the hall. When he saw someone dampening his interest, Skystrike Dugu's face turned dark as he said,
"If this is nothing important, I will kill you and the messenger."
"Report to my lord. General of the Eastern Frontier Rosie Murong has sent an envoy bearing valuable gifts to request an audience. The person is now waiting in the hall." This episode happened to resolve the dilemma for Shadow Hung. Shadow Hung's head spun. Rosie Murong is a senior minister in the imperial court. It's understandable that he would send someone to visit Zhaoshan Marquis, who is also a court official. But why did the master of the Autumn Water Pavilion, who is in charge of the martial world decisive battle, come along? Could it be because of the cursed sword? But the news shouldn't have spread this quickly. Skystrike Dugu waved his hand. Rosie Murong has a conflict with him. His people do not want to see him. Then let Shadow Hung and Heir Apparent handle this matter. Even if Shadow Hung feels that there is something fishy about it, it's still futile. Shadow Hung called Pierce Pay to the side corridor and spoke slowly. "It was you who intercepted the messenger just now, right? You didn't want others to see me in a sorry state, so you deliberately interrupted the Lord of City to help me out?" Shadow Hung gently patted Pierce Pay's head and said,
"You have a good heart. But remember, in the future, don't do it without my permission."
Do not interrupt Lord of City in any situation. This time, it was the reputation of General of the Eastern Frontier that saved you. Pierce Pay can't help but wonder if General of the Eastern Frontier is so powerful. The Emperor established 4 frontiers to command respect from all directions, bringing peace to the world. Northern Defender General Stormblade Rand leads the defense of the north border and supervises the construction of the northern city walls. With outstanding military achievements, he is acclaimed as the war god of the present age. General of the Eastern Frontier Rosie Murong commands a large army and stations in the East Sea Province. She is known for her iron fist rule, decisive actions, and swift decision-making. It is said that she can distinguish truth from falsehood and never acts unfairly. General of the Western Frontier Song Han, also known as Tiger General Brody Han's son, excels in using long spears. He leads the Han family's Flying Tiger Cavalry, which is renowned far and wide for its might. General of the Southern Frontier Bo Paul, also known as Southern Hill, holds the prestigious position of Frontier Grand Official. With his eloquence, he has secured a high position among the lords of the 4 frontiers of the world. Among them, General of the Eastern Frontier Rosie Murong is the most difficult to deal with. In all aspects at court, this person constantly creates trouble for Skystrike Dugu. The Emperor initially wanted to appoint Skystrike Dugu as General of Fierce Might, but was persuaded otherwise by a memorial written by Rosie Murong. In the end, the matter was dropped. The envoy of such characters, Shadow Hung, is also not to be underestimated. In the entrance hall, the recommended person is Commissioner for the East Sea Felix Chiron. He said slowly,
"This old man is the owner of the Broken Halberd platform in Sinking Sand Valley. The one known as Heavenly Weapon Sage Simon Nandong is the envoy of General of the Eastern Frontier, the renowned 8 Wastelands Blade Victor Chandler."
Victor Chandler clasped his hands in a fist and said,
"I have long heard of the reputation of the second manager. Today, meeting you in person truly lives up to your stunning fame."
Shadow Hung gave a slight bow, her voice clear like a silver bell.
To have the honor of meeting the renowned Professor Chandler from the martial world is truly my pleasure. I presume the mighty warrior carries nothing less than the legendary sword Red Crow Horn that shakes the East Sea. I have long admired Mr. Negong the Elder as well. Seeing him today truly lives up to his distinguished reputation. His mere presence commands respect. After some pleasantries, Shadow Hung couldn't help but sigh secretly. Unexpectedly, Rosie Morone was able to recruit such distinguished individuals. Victor Chandler stated that he was born in the martial world, so there's no need for official language. I, Chandler, came for the 3 Great Workshops competition this time. If there is any offense, I hope the second manager will not take offense. Victor Chandler smiled slightly, claiming that in the past 10 years, Blue Summit Radiance has won 23 times in the 3 Great Workshops competition, while Red Serpent Hall has won twice. The victor can undertake imperial commissions and obtain wealth from the country. The Blue and Red factions have long dominated the top 2 positions in the 3 Great Workshops competition for this lucrative opportunity. However, it has been tough for Shadowglow City, as they not only fail to benefit from it, but also end up spending money in vain. My general at home is especially known for his sense of justice and compassion. He couldn't bear to see your honorable city being controlled by others. Therefore, this year he sent a memorial to the court, proposing to change the rules of the 3 Great Workshops competition to help the second manager break this situation. Just when Shadow Hung was puzzled, Victor Chandler waved his hand dramatically. For Workshops competition, to resolve this dilemma, we need to bring in fresh blood. This year, the General's Mansion of Eastern Frontier will personally participate in the grand competition. When this statement was made, both Shadow Hung and Heir Apparent were surprised. But Shadow Hung quickly realized that since Rosie Morone had sent someone over, it proved that the Emperor had already approved it. This matter must be delayed so that Victor Chandler cannot make a hasty decision. Just as Shadow Hung was feeling troubled, Pierce Pay made a deep bow. Claiming that a message had arrived from outside the door, the Lord of the City invites all esteemed guests to Unaware, Cloud's Reach Tower for a banquet. Climbing, Unaware, Clouds Rise. Victor Chandler couldn't help but admire the building in front of him. What an Unaware, Clouds Reach Tower Lord of City Dugu really knows how to enjoy. Heir Apparent quickly echoed, this building was personally designed by our father. It is also the only one in East Sea Province. At that time, Heir Apparent was still thinking about his own private grievances. He thought that the visit of Rosie Morone's messenger would surely ruin his father's mood. I just need to seize the opportunity to expose the crimes of the one surnamed Hu. Father will surely be furious and punish that scoundrel. When entering the entrance hall, I saw Skystrike Dugu enjoying himself with hearty drinking. Joy overflowed from his expression and words. Disciples of Moonlit Water Pavilion are also among them. Shadow Hung and Pierce Pay couldn't help but be somewhat surprised. And the scene before them was even more unbelievable for Heir Apparent. Only to see that Evander, who was actually having a drink and chatting happily with Skystrike Dugu, they had already become close friends. This scene left everyone at the scene stunned. Heir Apparent's belief collapsed even more. Skystrike Dugu even let Heir Apparent step forward to call Evander, who uncle. Victor Chandler called someone to bring the gift up. And deeply bowing said, I, Chandler, pay a visit to Lord of City Dugu. These are all gifts General Murong asked me to deliver to Lord of City. Skystrike Dugu laughed and said, just now brother who said, you are the #1 swordsman of East Sea. This marquis specially came to take a look and see if it's flat or round. Victor Chandler didn't say much either, and then he took a seat to the side. Yi Tassel Huang waved his small hand to greet Pierce Pay. However, Crimson Clouds pretended not to see. Pierce Pay still felt a little embarrassed. She also sensed that the second court master seemed to not want to see her. However, her complexion looked much better. At this time, Shadow Hang's voice, like a silver bell, sounded. Just now, Professor Chandler said. The general's mansion of Eastern Frontier has obtained the Emperor's permission to participate in the great competition, following the customs of previous competitions. Each of the 3 families will present a weapon, and the winner will be selected based on its form, quality, and spirit. I wonder if the general's mansion of Eastern Frontier has enough time to craft a weapon.
Victor Chandler did not seem to be lying at all. He said,
Since it's a new situation, there should naturally be a new atmosphere. In the past competitions, the ranking of weapons was judged by individuals, making it easy to be secretly manipulated. This was most unfair to you all, so the general made a proposal.
Change the rules to have 1 representative from each of the 4 families sent out. They will compete using their own weapons to determine the winner. If the weapon is destroyed, it naturally results in defeat. If the wielder of the weapon unfortunately dies, it also counts as a defeat. The competition will take place at Autumn Water Pavilion, with Mr. Simon Nangong, also known as
Heavenly Eye,
presiding over and judging the competition. Everyone is welcome to witness the event. Shadowhung has also confirmed that the representative sent by the General's Mansion of Eastern Frontier is indeed Victor Chandler. Crimson Clouds realized this on the side. Victor Chandler is known as the top swordsman of the East Sea. The red crow horn he uses is also a rare treasure. These rules are clearly tailor-made for him. Victor Chandler was full of high spirits. He claimed that even a general would not want to take unfair advantage. He decided to postpone the competition event for a year. Your honorable city can prepare with peace of mind. See you next year on the 3rd day of the 3rd month to witness the true competition. Skystrike Dugu suddenly slammed the table. You, Rosie Murong, like to worry. Why don't you go and organize the 3 great workshops competition, talking on and on. The wine tastes terrible now. Old Quan, bring some appetizers to me. Coffin sheep is served. The taste of this lamb has amazed everyone. It makes people unable to help but enjoy a feast. But at this moment, Silly Donkey stood woodenly in front of the hall. It refused to back down. The man, Autumn Water Pavilion, actually pressed his own wife into a wager? Silly Donkey stood motionless in place at this moment. Eyes stared fixedly at Victor Chandler without blinking. Skystrike Dugu asked,
Where did this kid come from? Is he from your kitchen?
The kitchen assistant was so scared that he quickly knelt down to apologize, claiming that this is a new helper in the kitchen named Silly Donkey. He is a deaf-mute person who can only communicate through lip reading and writing. I will take him away now. Skystrike Dugu became interested upon hearing about lip reading. He then asked,
Were you born being called Silly Donkey? Do you have another name?
Silly Donkey kept drawing with both hands, but couldn't say a word. On the side, Crimson Clouds recognized this as a sign language technique called Daoxian Crossing, which he had learned as a child following the army. He had some superficial knowledge from studying with the military officers in the camp, but it might not be enough for translating sign language. Just as Skystrike Dugu scratched his head, Pierce Pei actually took the initiative to step forward, claiming to be a little person's sister. Born unable to hear, can I give it a try? Crimson Clouds and Shadowhung both had a trace of compassion at this time. After several conversations, Pierce Pei said,
Silly Donkey said his first and last name have been taken by a villain.
Upon hearing this, Skystrike Dugu was very curious and ordered him to tell the whole story. Originally, Silly Donkey was born in the north. His father was kind, and his older brother was loving in the martial arts family. At the age of 10, in the harsh winter, the father of the family found a young man at the foot of the mountain. The man claimed to be from the south and had suffered a robbery by bandits. The father took pity on him and adopted him as his son. Shortly after, the father passed away. The adopted brother helped his eldest brother manage the family business. He was very shrewd and capable. One day, he said he had been away from his hometown for many years and wished to return to pay respects to their ancestors. The eldest brother gladly agreed and gave him a large sum of money. When the villagers saw this, they said he must have taken the money and would not return. However, to their surprise, not only did he come back after more than half a year, but he also earned even more gold and silver. In addition, he brought back a beautiful girl named Miss Celeste Snow. He said she was a distant relative who had been wandering outside. The eldest brother was very fond of Miss Celeste Snow. Shortly afterwards, he married her. After getting married, Miss Celeste Snow said a man's ambition lies in traveling far and wide. How could he live his life just clinging to ancestral property? The eldest brother then began going out to do business, often gone for several months at a time. Miss Celeste Snow was exceptionally kind to Silly Donkey. But Silly Donkey discovered something. She always sneaks out at night. One night, the Silly Donkey finally followed Miss Celeste Snow. It turns out that Miss Celeste Snow and his righteous brother came to the bone relic land behind the mountain. They dug through the graves one by one from new to old, clearly looking for something in the tombs. Judging from the situation that night, it is likely that they have found it already. Silly Donkey was very scared. Once his elder brother returned, he immediately told him about the matter. Unexpectedly, those two men confessed without hesitation. The righteous brother even swaggered off with his sister-in-law Miss Celeste Snow. Elder brother was deeply shocked and thought the matter had ended there. Unexpectedly, a year later. However, people from the Autumn Water Pavilion suddenly arrived at the mountain gate. They said someone challenged Elder Silly Donkey to a duel. The challenger turned out to be the adopted brother who had left before. Because the Autumn Water Pavilion desires a battle with Silly Donkey, they must offer an item of equivalent value as payment. And the item that your righteous brother will wager turns out to be Miss Celeste Snow. This woman is so shameless. Silly Donkey's eldest brother is willing to duel with Miss Celeste Snow. Normally, the eldest brother has been practicing martial arts since childhood. With a solid foundation, he should not lose to Nas. Unexpectedly, Nas became more skilled as the fight went on. After 100 moves, he even used the same sword technique as the eldest brother. In the end, he narrowly defeated the eldest brother in a single move. The treasured sword and Miss Celeste Snow were both lost. Since then, the eldest brother became even more silent and reserved. He no longer attended to the family business, and even drove away the household servants. He was determined to focus solely on honing his martial skills and winning back the family heirloom sword. 6 months later, the eldest brother once again ascended to Autumn Water Pavilion to challenge that person with the family property as collateral. This time, after exchanging 200 moves, the victor was finally decided. Unfortunately, the eldest brother lost again. At this point, Silly Donkey and the eldest brother had almost lost everything, with only the ancestral tablets and the family genealogy left. In the following year, the eldest brother's swordsmanship became increasingly exquisite. The more he refined it, the more fierce it became, making him almost unbeatable in the East Sea. This time, he sealed the sole remaining family genealogy and ancestral tablet. Once again, he prepared to battle with Nasio at the Autumn Water Pavilion. But the most unexpected thing was that, before the decisive battle this time, Miss Celeste Snow suddenly appeared at the Autumn Water Pavilion. Quietly, she said to her big brother,
"Husband, don't you know yet? During the days when you were out doing business, besides your sworn brother, Snow had other men around her."
"The one who seduced me night after night was none other than your dear little brother." After hearing this, the big brother's eyes turned red, and his mind was in turmoil. "In the end, I lost. My life is coming to an end." At the brink of death, the big brother said to Silly Donkey, "That guy is scheming. In fact, he is trying to find the martial arts skill created by our ancestors, the
7 divine tiger arts.
He has already found 6 parts. The last one,
Ultimate Tigers in Strike,
is the one he has not yet obtained. He probably thinks there will be clues in the genealogy or memorial tablet. But in fact, there is nothing there. As long as he can't find the last part, you will be safe." After the big brother's death, Silly Donkey's sworn brother has become the legitimate successor of the family. He sent people to track Silly Donkey in order to get the last volume of the Divine Book. With no gains, they subjected him to severe torture and interrogation. Afraid that Silly Donkey would reveal the matter, they used a branding iron and hot coals to destroy his hands, making it impossible for him to write again. Silly Donkey couldn't bear the torment. Finally, one day, he seized the opportunity to escape. Unfortunately, he was seriously injured and passed out. He thought he would end up as a corpse in the wilderness. But he was unexpectedly saved by a retired old swordsman and his granddaughter. They took in Silly Donkey, and that was a peaceful period of time for him. Let Silly Donkey forget about hatred. Let Silly Donkey believe in people like him. It can forget everything and start anew. But the good times didn't last long. That person's evil slave found Silly Donkey. In front of Silly Donkey, all the grievances were vented on the father and son for 3 days and 3 nights. The story is horrifying, and Skystrike Dugu is furious. And in front of everyone's eyes, Silly Donkey exposed the mastermind behind all this. It was Victor Chandler on the Grand Hall. I didn't expect the chivalrous Victor Chandler to be such a scumbag. On the throne room, Silly Donkey pointed out that this murderer usurping my name is tonight's honored guest, Victor Chandler. And Silly Donkey, also known as Skycy Chandler, is originally the 14th son of the Tiger King Paulona family Chandler. I never expected Victor Chandler to remain unfazed at this moment. He shamelessly said,
"Is Shadowglow City a place that allows these servants to talk nonsense? It's simply preposterous."
I saw Silly Donkey slowly take out a secret book from his pocket, presented it to Skystrike Dugu. And this manual is the ultimate Tiger Zen strike that Victor Chandler has been longing for. Skystrike Dugu had a playful expression on his face as he held the manual and said with a smile,
"Professor Chandler, what do you think?"
Victor Chandler still pretended to be calm and said,
"Some scammers in martial world often use some things to show off and deceive. Lord of City, please don't take it seriously."
Don't underestimate Skystrike Dugu, who usually likes to have fun. But the Lord of the City must be very cunning. I saw him pick up a book in a huff and said, "Since he is a swindler in the martial world, this book must be fake too, so let's burn it." He immediately threw the book towards the wick. Victor Chandler quickly stopped this action. Everything is done by himself. But Skystrike Dugu did not kill off insistently and slowly said, "Silly Donkey, although you used this book to blackmail Professor Chandler today, what you are seeking is not beyond this book. He, Victor Chandler, is still Victor Chandler. Let's do this. I'll arrange a meeting for you. On the 3rd of March next year, you will have a showdown with him at Autumn Water Pavilion. Show all the heroes of the world the truth by defeating him." The astute Shadow Hung naturally discerned the cleverness of this move. If this Victor Chandler agrees, then during the 4 Great Workshops competition, he will have no choice but to represent the General's Mansion of Eastern Frontier in battle. Just at this moment, Crimson Clouds raised a question, claiming to have heard that Professor Chandler carries
the 2 slaves of death and terror
with him if what Silly Donkey said is true. So what happened to the terror slave that was following him? The usually stiff Silly Donkey unexpectedly showed a hint of excitement at this moment. He was seen wiping his neck, indicating to everyone that terror slave had been killed by him. Silly Donkey said with strokes,
"God has given me a weapon. I successfully killed that evil slave. I don't want to wait until next year. I want revenge now."
Just as the words fell, Silly Donkey kicked open the box. In front of everyone appeared an object about the size of a vine leaf, shaped like a bronze shield. The body was covered with ancient bronze patterns of mythical beasts. It also resembles the crystal turtle shell. There are 4 pairs of claw-shaped, 3-jointed abdomen on each side. The joints vaguely reveal the springs. It's like a huge bronze cast spider. A fine groove runs through the center of the copper spider. It seems to be holding something like a blade. The part resembling a knife handle is covered with spikes. From a distance, it does look like half of a crab leg, quite fierce. This ominous object turns out to be a cursed sword as well. Pierce Pay saw the strange object before him. The head suddenly felt like it was exploding with pain. A strange voice echoed in the mind. At this moment, Silly Donkey slowly took off the bandage from his hand. Two soldiers stepped forward to examine it carefully. They wanted to carry the object down from the hall. Suddenly, with a crack sound, the handle of the blade, which was covered with sharp spikes like crab legs, suddenly sprang up. The chin of the man in front of the fierce general was smashed. The force was so strong. The man's face below his nasal bone disappeared in an instant, leaving only a bloody black hole, like a crushed walnut shell. Everyone was shocked and turned pale. Skystrike Dugu was so angry that he said loudly, "Victor Chandler, you guys at the General's Mansion of Eastern Frontier must be full and looking for trouble if you dare to send me a throat-slitting blade." Victor Chandler said with a cold sweat on his face, "This is definitely not something from the General. I'm afraid someone is trying to deceive us." At this time, Crimson Clouds carefully examined the object in front of him. It was indeed a knife. The handle was covered with thorns. How could anyone hold it? Just as Pierce Pay's head throbbed with pain, Silly Donkey rushed forward in a brisk step. Suddenly, he reached out his right hand and grasped the handle of the knife. Fresh blood gushed out, dyeing the wrapped cloth red. His pale right arm muscles twisted. A black line of misty black gas seeped out of the skin. It climbed up along the blood vessels and blue veins. Silly Donkey screamed in pain. With a resounding "Jump!" a thrilling dragon chant, it actually pulled the knife edge out from the copper bead. A flash of light swiftly pounced towards Victor Chandler. This move was so fast that it was hard to discern with the naked eye. When everyone came to their senses, only Victor Chandler was seen wrapped in a ball of silver light. His hands were still behind his back, not intentionally showing off. Instead, tightly entangled with dense flashes of blades run swiftly around his body. Each knife grazed the skin, leaving no room for error. Silly Donkey followed the knives, gradually losing his shape and shadow. The slender figure turned into a faint gray shadow, swirling amidst the shimmering snow-like knife lights. Wrapped in it, Victor Chandler was forced to bend forward and backward uncontrollably, unable to free his hands. Countless broken hairs and tattered cloths fluttered out. Enveloped by the wind of the knife, he spun around incessantly, forming a huge circle. Out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly saw a large black figure move. It turned out to be Kunlun's slave, who was carrying a knife for Victor Chandler, wanting to step forward and deliver the knife. Suddenly, his body sank, and he knelt to the ground. Evander, who actually stepped on the knife case, jokingly said, "They are amateur. Don't mess things up. If you want to play, come to me." At this moment, the blade energy in the sky is gradually approaching the Crimson Clouds. The existing wounds on the Crimson Clouds have not healed yet. Sword Kunwa's fury is also not by their side. But Victor Chandler, in order to protect himself, unexpectedly drew others into the battle. At this dangerous moment, Pierce Pay quickly dashed in front of Crimson Clouds. Pierce Pay took the sword from Heir Apparent and whispered, "Be careful! This is the cursed sword Heaven's Rift. It can infuse unparalleled power into the sword corpse, making it extremely agile." Before he could finish speaking, Pierce Pay's head throbbed with pain once again. The voice in his mind became clearer. "Let me make a clean cut." Pierce Pay's state was actually similar to that of a sword corpse. A touch of crimson flashed in the eyes. He said in a deep voice, "This is the fourth cursed sword to appear Heaven's Rift." Pierce Pay thrusts his sword into the battlefield, as if slicing through butter with a hot knife. Unexpectedly quiet and silent, people follow the gleam of the sword swirling endlessly, gradually losing their form. The unique green and white color of the Department of Reverence clothing is also mixed into the battlefield. The gray shadow of Silly Donkey twirls around Victor Chandler. Suddenly, an extra blade appears. Victor Chandler still holds both hands behind his back. Like a whirlwind, he moves with flexible twists and turns, dodging to the left and evading to the right. In the end, he simply closed his eyes, relaxing every pore on his body. His senses became extremely sharp, relying on his outstanding listening skills to deal with the attacks. Gradually, he found a moment to catch his breath. Victor Chandler's anger had reached its peak at this point, yelling loudly,
"Death Slave! Bring me my knife!"
But at this moment, Death Slave was once again controlled by Evander who, unable to move an inch. Victor Chandler saw this and shouted,
"Rogue! It was you who insulted me first by taking my precious blade, Dot!"
He then slapped towards Evander who responded with a punch to the palm, and both of them took a few steps back. Share the glory. Victor Chandler suddenly exerted his strength and wanted to outsmart Evander who in gambling. Suddenly shocked by a breath. I didn't expect that the person beside Sky Strike Dugu was actually Old Quan, who is indeed a hidden expert. Victor Chandler quickly calmed down and dared not act recklessly. He turned to look at the two people entangled in the fight. Pierce Pei. Is it just the legendary Cursed Sword reborn? The general will surely be very interested. At this moment, Pierce Pei is like using the Cursed Sword.
Dark Convergence.
In
the realm of the Boundless Sword.
His moves are the same as Silly Donkey's, with a somewhat preemptive meaning. Suddenly, there was a clear sound of
clang,
and the two swords clashed. The emerald water sword used by Peak Dugu was personally crafted by Huaying Tu, the chief craftsman of the top-ranked Huzi in the city. It is indeed an extraordinary product. However, it was forcibly broken in half by the cursed sword Heaven's Rift. The intense impact helped Pierce Pei regain some consciousness. He saw Silly Donkey charging towards him recklessly, ignoring everything. Between life and death. Pierce Pei suddenly felt hot blood surging, seeing a scene dominated by crimson red. He didn't even know how his body was moving. The sudden reversal of heaven and earth, with dragons and tigers turning upside down. After a moment of dizziness, the whole person had already moved to the side. Clang! Silly Donkey struck into the gap of the bronze spider with a single stroke. The mechanism in the groove started to move. Gripping the blade firmly, the cursed sword,
Heaven's Rift,
unexpectedly returned to its place. Silly Donkey pulled hard, but the blade did not budge. The ink lines on the arm quickly faded away. The twisted and swollen muscles began to atrophy. In the blink of an eye, they reverted back to their original thin and pale half-crippled appearance. Pierce Pei seized the opportunity. He grabbed Silly Donkey's waist and rolled to the ground. All that was heard was a miserable howl as his right palm, covered in flesh and blood, loosened from the handle of the dagger-like hilt. The person and the knife separated instantly. Heir Apparent quickly shouted upon seeing the situation. The soldiers in the palace rushed forward. Subdue Pierce Pei and the other person. Pierce Pei turned out to be the only successor of the Blade Emperor in the world. Between the blink of an eye, Pierce Pei and the other person were subdued by the soldiers in the palace. Crimson Clouds hurried to intervene and said,
Pierce Pei was on the palace stage to protect the Lord, and is this how Shadowglow City treats its meritorious subordinates?
Heir Apparent did not expect that Crimson Clouds actually remembered the name of this servant so clearly. Feeling even more jealousy, he declared, This Pierce Pei, who has been in the city for several years, is hiding martial arts skills. He is working for Shadow Hung. He must be a spy who has infiltrated the city. The conversation is not over yet. A wine jug was thrown at the face of the Heir Apparent. Sky Strike Dugu roared,
You idiot! Shut up!
The troops were immediately ordered to take Silly Donkey away and have Dr. Chung treat him well. If there is the slightest mistake, this Marquis will kill you all and bury you along with him. Sky Strike Dugu is counting on his own abacus, with a smug smile on his face. Professor Chandler, your little trick ends here today. I'll hold on to this booklet for Silly Donkey for now. But remember this, as long as Silly Donkey doesn't die, your showdown with him still counts. Victor Chandler snorted coldly, and left with Death Slave in tow. Inside the Grand Hall, Skystrike Dugu began to suspect Pierce Pay. Asked, your skills just now clearly can suppress the cursed sword. Why do you want to be a subordinate under me? Could it be that you are actually a spy? Pierce Pay was obviously flustered at this moment. He thought that he had probably been influenced by the soul reclamation technique just now, enabling him to suppress the Heaven's Rift. Even if he were to report the truth to the Lord of the City, he might not believe it. Moreover, he had promised the water-lewd demon elder not to reveal this matter. He was at a loss as to what to do. Evander, who suddenly stepped forward to help defuse the situation, saying, Young Pei, you are using sword techniques, right? You mentioned it to me last time. How come you don't remember it yourself? You said that when you were young, you once encountered an old man in green garments with white hair passing through the village. You also mentioned that although this old man was dressed plainly, he had an air of nobility. In return for your act of offering him porridge, he taught you sword techniques for 3 days. At first, I thought you were just bragging. But seeing your method of controlling the cursed sword today, the sword technique is agile and artistic, yet seemingly spontaneous, everyone. What kind of person is he? How could he help young Pei achieve such a performance in just 3 days? Shadowhung also cooperated and began to speculate. Blade Demon Blazing Star Chu could not reach that level either. Mr. Nangong at the table slowly said, In my opinion, it should be the Kneeling God Blade technique of Southern Hill, the Azure Hill Kingdom, the Divine Imperial Blade of Marquis of Divine Power Dunford Wu, and the Unbroken Wind of West Mountain Golden Blade Sect Lu family. Evander, who exclaimed repeatedly, saying, The 3 blades of the world, Kneeling God, Divine Imperial, Unbroken Wind. But in the past 30 years, who has mastered Unbroken Wind in the Lu family? How many experts in the Azure Hill Kingdom understand the Kneeling God Blade technique? In my opinion, the one teaching Pierce Pei swordsmanship is none other than the royal descendant of the Sun family from the former Golden Pai dynasty, great general of the northern frontier, the Emperor of the Sword, Dunford Wu. And it is said that Dunford Wu had no descendants in his lifetime. He retired from the martial world 40 years ago, and who would have thought that the generation's Blade Emperor, who received kindness from others by sharing food on the roadside near a wild village path, would pass down the Divine Imperial Blade as a token of gratitude. So you, Pierce Pei, are the only descendant of the Blade Emperor in the current world. During the Emerald Toad dynasty, Dunford Wu and Dai Dugu, 2 young geniuses, were compared by many since childhood in terms of martial arts prowess and accomplishments. However, when the foreign tribe invaded from the north, Dunford Wu, who was known as the powerful Northern Defender General, mysteriously disappeared without informing the military authorities or his subordinates of his whereabouts. No one knew where he had gone. Without Dunford Wu's leadership, no one dared to challenge the invaders, and the foreign tribe quickly broke through the northern pass blockade. In just 7 days, the foreign tribe's cavalry conquered the White Jade capital. Since then, the Emerald Toad dynasty ceased to exist. Princess Linging, Dunford Wu's wife, chose to sacrifice herself on the city wall to accuse him of deserting his post and causing the downfall of the country. Dunford Wu, who arrived late, was overwhelmed with grief at that moment. Suddenly, the foreign tribe inexplicably withdrew their troops, leaving Central Earth unattended. Military garrisons in various regions are rising in response. It seems that a great chaos is imminent. The aides in the general's mansion are urging Dunford Wu to proclaim himself emperor. The remnant people of Dunford are also wholeheartedly hoping for the revival of the Golden Pai dynasty. However, Dunford Wu chose to join Dai Dugu's forces. This was because Dai Dugu claimed to seek revenge for the Emerald Toad royal family. It is said that afterwards, Dunford Wu deliberately led his troops to fight on the front lines, with a single-minded desire for death. However, his martial skills were too high for death to find him. Enemy forces from all sides trembled at the sound of his name. When died to pacify the world and establish the White Horse dynasty, Dunford Wu chose to retire and fade into obscurity. Since then, no one in the vast world has ever seen him again. When everyone heard that Pierce Pei might be related to Dunford Wu, they suddenly became much more polite. I was fortunate to have seen Skystrike Dugu when he was young. His strength is beyond doubt. To teach swordsmanship at this level within 3 days is definitely possible. Skystrike Dugu quickly said,
Since you are Dunford Wu's disciple, you cannot stay as a servant in Shadowglow City. Otherwise, if the news spreads, outsiders will say that this Marquis is suppressing talent. This Marquis will appoint you as a 7th rank Imperial Guard official. You will still be under the command of the 2nd manager on regular days.
Pierce Pei was lucky in the midst of misfortune and quickly expressed gratitude. Skystrike Dugu turned to look at the cursed sword Heaven's Rift and quickly ordered no one to approach. Seal off this building, investigate thoroughly before making any arrangements. The crowd dispersed, and the tower was sealed off. Evander Hu congratulates Pierce Pei on his promotion to the Imperial Guard. In the midst of laughter, a mouthful of blood was sprayed out unexpectedly. It turns out that I had just exchanged a blow with Victor Chandler. A hint of thunder force unexpectedly surged into the body. If it weren't for promptly using the heavenly palm to dissipate 90%, I'm afraid the internal organs would have already been burned into a mess. Pierce Pei quickly helped Evander Hu to rest. Evander Hu, however, smiled and said,
Pretending to be Dunford Wu's disciple has at least 3 advantages.
Pretending to be Blade Emperor's disciple actually has 3 advantages. First, you can learn the martial arts of the Sun family from the Golden Pi dynasty. It is closely related to fate. This can be a convenient way to explain your sometimes effective, sometimes ineffective martial arts skills to others. Secondly, there are very few people who have fought against the Blade Emperor and survived in this world. Even the weapon sage dares not claim to have seen the divine imperial blade with their own eyes. Don't worry about anyone coming out to challenge your swordsmanship. Thirdly, this Blade Emperor person is likely no longer in this world. Even if he is still alive, after experiencing the 7 days at Northern Pass, he is most likely despondent and would not come to expose your weaknesses. However, Pierce Pei, upon hearing this, instead felt that he should not have used the name of Blade Emperor. Even though he has been appointed as the leader of the Imperial Guard, he feels like he is exploiting this elder. I didn't expect Evander Hu to slap back. He claimed that names are just names. Just like floating clouds, but sometimes it can be a life-saving panacea. Just now at the banquet, you recognized the Heaven's Rift cursed sword of the 2nd Court Master, but remained indifferent. Obviously, the Waterloo Demon's dying message was for you, not her. No matter what you think, you are already entangled with the cursed sword. You are in the midst of right and wrong in the martial world. If you continue to approach the issue with a servant's mindset, when the crisis comes, I'm afraid that not only will you fail to protect yourself, but you will also implicate the people you care about. These words indeed awakened Pierce Pei Evander Hu, and he truly fulfilled the responsibility of being a big brother. At midnight, beneath the 9 Hells Spring, ancient Tree Hawk commanded, Guy, gather. Many years ago, there was a person who wore a mask resembling a bird or a falcon. The person, known as Silent Forest Night Ghost, gave the mask to Shadow Hung and said, Legend has it, having dual pupils in the eye is a sign of becoming an immortal. Wear this mask, and you can become one of us, the Guy. Shadow Hung hugged himself with trembling hands and said,
Are we considered immortals too?
He resisted the bone-chilling dampness in the underground cave with all his might. It was the 2nd time in his life. He hated himself for not knowing martial arts. And that person just coldly looked at her. 2 chilling lights shot out from his eyes. It was as if her alluring body shivering under the thin, wet clothes meant nothing. Not any more precious or delicious than the salt-preserved corpse on the side of the road. For the first time in her life, perhaps the only time, She felt that her proudest body was worthless in the eyes of men. Don't listen to him. The upstaged ground is already covered in drool. The last fortress in her heart where she could rely on finally collapsed.
After resurrection, there are only two paths to take. Either become a god or turn into a fierce ghost.
The rough sandpaper-like sensation of the mask initially caused a prickling pain. There was a frosty, cracked touch and scent, reminiscent of freezing. There was also a hint of decay resembling weathering. Shadowhung is unforgettable to this day. Members of the Guy must conceal their identities from each other. Every time they meet in secret, Ancient Treehawk always arrives first. This is to prevent others from talking to each other. It's the time for the Blood Alliance. This is the iron rule he set. But today, Ancient Treehawk is late. At midnight, beneath the Nine Ghosts Spring, Ancient Treehawk gives the order, Guy, gather. The halo of the green flame of the green candle can only illuminate within a foot around it. Everything else is pitch black. In the flickering ghostly light, 3 eerie wooden masks float in the darkness. Beneath the wooden ghost masks is emptiness, extremely horrifying. After who knows how long, someone suddenly speaks.
Where is Ancient Treehawk? People are standing by anxiously, but he is nowhere to be seen. What does this mean?
The green flame in the northwest flickers, evidently caused by the person holding the candle speaking. It is a tiger-shaped mask, with a lifelike mouth showing teeth. Just when it seems to be about to bite, a sudden movement or sound, a fierce turn of the head roaring, is chilling. The code name for the wooden ghost mask is
Deep Stream Tiger,
and the
Ancient Treehawk,
mentioned by
Deep Stream Tiger,
is the one who called for the assembly of
Die.
Shadowhung doesn't have much impression of Deep Stream Tiger. In memory, the mask in the northwest has always been silent, making such a daring and provocative statement. This is the first time since the Guy gathering. It's a pity that the mask has a special read mechanism. It can cleverly alter the human voice, so no matter who wears the mask, they can only produce the unique and eerie sound specific to that mask. The other two masks were not taken into consideration. The cicada-shaped mask from the northeast is named
I Willow Cicada,
true to its name. It has exceptionally sharp spikes. However, the way it speaks is very slow and deliberate. The tone is cold, occasionally with a hint of fierceness. Shadowhung never thought that the owner of the mask would be a woman. Moreover, it is highly likely that it is a seasoned and high-ranking elder with significant experience. The mask located in the west is carved in the shape of a flying bird with wings. It is named
Falling Wild Goose,
and the huge wings covering the face are feather-like. They resemble 2 palm leaves lined with scales. There are 2 rounded eye holes on top, making one skin crawl with a feeling of horror and disgust.
Haven't seen the Wugorge ape yet? Do we need to wait longer? We've been waiting for a couple of hours. Should we disperse for now?
The voice of Deep Stream Tiger is low and resonant, resembling the roar of a beast. It contrasts sharply with the frivolous and gossipy tone, which seems rather incongruous. At this moment, 2 green flames lit up successively. In the northeast sky, the face of an ape emerged, with 2 long, sharp fangs that were quite terrifying. What's truly terrifying is its grinning, smiling face that resembles that of a human. It looks even more sinister in the darkness. In the due north, a ghostly green flame drew a bird-shaped mask with a huge hook beak and blazing feathers. Guy's master suddenly appeared.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have waited for a long time.
The voice of Ancient Treehawk was hollow and stiff, like the vibration of a mechanical spring. Its monotone voice was as lifeless as dead ashes, devoid of any signs of life, accompanied by the grand echo in the cave, sending shivers down the spine.
The meeting today is due to the urgent situation. There have been changes in the water lewd demon incident, and it requires discussion with all of you. It is reported that the water lewd demon has died, and this information has been verified with over 90% accuracy. The one who did it was Falling Wild Goose, acting on your personal arrangement. Even Silent Way cannot escape this fate. Since everyone is dead, what more is there to do?
Shadowhung said.
It is believed that before his death, Water-Lewd Demon passed the secret of the cursed sword to a disciple named Pierce Pei from Shadowglow City. The young man claims to be the successor of the Blade Emperor. He has engaged in battles with people possessed by Shadowglow City and Heaven's Rift. He forcefully separates people with his sword skills, a prowess not to be underestimated. Oh, is he a disciple of Blade Emperor Dunford Wu? The voice of Wu Gorge Ape had a hint of fluctuation. In my opinion, that youth has nothing to do with Blade Emperor. It's just nonsense talk,
Shadowhung replied calmly.
If that's the case, we must be even more cautious,
Falling Wild Goose interjected.
He is not Dunford Wu's disciple yet has the ability to suppress Heaven's Rift. It must be the work of Water-Lewd Demon,
Ancient Treehawk said in a deep voice.
The most urgent matter at hand is to quickly figure out what the young man inherited from Water-Lewd Demon. To be able to suppress Heaven's Rift Silent Forest Night Ghost, this task is assigned to you. Investigate thoroughly within 3 days and act promptly.
Will Shadowhung kill Pierce Pei? Ancient Treehawk ordered Silent Forest Night Ghost to find out the truth within 3 days. Shadowhung wiped his sweat, calmed down, and asked again. If it is true that Water-Lewd Demon taught the teenager the way to break the cursed sword, how should it be handled? The ancient Treehawk's sword-like cold gaze shot over again.
What do you say?
The monotonous voice devoid of any emotion. The cursed sword has appeared, and once it's out, there's no turning back for the plan. Any obstacles, we will eliminate them. The Water-Lewd Demon is already dead. There must never be another Water-Lewd Demon in this world. What do you all think? Shadowhung understands clearly that this is not up for discussion. He has already made the decision. Now is just to force others to take a stand. Falling Wild Goose said.
This young man has extraordinary skills. Although he is not yet fully developed at the moment, to prevent future troubles, it's only natural to kill him.
Wu Gorge Ape said.
Since there is no Dunford Wu, I'm not interested.
Wu Gorge Ape said.
Kill!
Ancient Treehawk glanced to the left. High Willow Cicada said slowly.
Kill!
Shadowhung sweated profusely. 10 sharp nails pierced into the flesh of the palm. Unexpectedly, the only one who might stand on his side was the lazy Deep Stream Tiger. Suddenly, Deep Stream Tiger said,
If this Pei kid is not the Water-Lewd Demon II, it's natural to get rid of him and be done with it. If not, everyone has their own things to attend to. No need to be entangled.
The gaze of Ancient Treehawk shot out like a sword once again. Deep Stream Tiger abruptly stifled the words that had not yet been spoken. He turned his head and looked back at Silent Forest Night Ghost, asking coldly,
What's your opinion?
Shadowhung collected himself and calmly replied,
If he hinders our plan, he must be eliminated to prevent future trouble.
Seeing that everyone had no more objections, Ancient Treehawk said in a deep voice,
The matter of Pierce Pei is settled. You may all leave. Once the 5 blades are ready, we will discuss our next move.
The green, dim fireworks went out one by one. High Willow Cicada, Deep Stream Tiger, Falling Wild Goose, Wu Gorge Ape, the 4 ghost faces disappeared into the darkness in succession. In the end, only 2 masks faced each other from a distance.
Do you need anything?
The ancient Treehawk's tone remained flat.
You promise me never to involve Shadowglow City in any trouble.
Shadowhung suppressed his anger, gritting his teeth.
But now Red Eyes has been brought back to the city. Endless suffering is at lifeless Ravine Heaven's Rift, along with his sword corpse, confronting Victor Chandler in the city. 3 out of 5 knives have already appeared. How can Shadowglow City escape?
Ancient Treehawk said indifferently.
With your intelligence, sending it out again is not difficult. My promise to you still stands. Or do you want me to tell others?
Let them set up a scheme in the formation to complete the task. Do not move the City of Daylight's shadow glow to avoid them seeing through your identity. Shadowhung was speechless in an instant. Ancient Treehawk continued,
Your troubles are not only the cursed sword. The body of water lewd demon is still on Red Mountain, unresolved. The 4 great sword sects will come looking for you sooner or later.
The general's mansion of Eastern Frontier is determined to intervene in the 3 great workshops competition. If you can't handle it, Shadowglow City will also be in trouble. Without Shadowglow City, you are just a mediocre person. 3 days. If you can't find out the truth, just eliminate Pierce Pay directly. Just this time, I will treat you as a weak and ordinary woman. Speaking without wisdom. Remember, you don't have a second chance. Leave. Shadowhang's face turned pale, clenching her fists tightly. She bit her lip and remained silent.
Puff!
The green flame disappeared. The eerie and fascinating mountain ghost mask no longer lurked in the darkness. Ancient Tree Hawk did not leave until making sure that everyone else had gone far away. A clump of strange green flame suddenly lit up again. A simple and ancient cicada-shaped mask appeared silently, as if carved from ancient wood. Are you injured? High Willow Cicada's tone remained as slow and steady as usual. No hint of fluctuation could be detected. Silent Way is indeed Silent Way, very difficult to deal with. Ancient Tree Hawk said softly.
Fortunately, that person is highly skilled in medicine. After applying medicine and bandaging, there is no major issue. Just rest for a few days. However, the matter involving Pierce Pay is very tricky.
As he spoke, the flat tone suddenly had a subtle change.
You have put too much effort into him. It's not easy for you, especially with that kill word.
High Willow Cicada said without any fluctuations.
Since I have nodded, there is no reason for regrets. However, you must promise me one thing. If Shadowhung fails to kill Pierce Pay, you have to let him go.
And this decision is not made emotionally by High Willow Cicada. High Willow Cicada feels that Silent Way is exceptional at this moment. If this method is really used on Pierce Pay, the consequences are really hard to predict. Furthermore, both the Soul Reclamation technique and the Curse Sword rely on the strong devouring the weak, with a key focus on goo. Regardless of their origins and backgrounds, both are interconnected. Shadowhung is not to be underestimated. If Pierce Pay can make it through this challenge, it will prove how rapidly the child is growing. He has already embarked on the path of goo, so let him be. Understanding his transformation can accelerate our mastery of the Cursed Sword. High Willow Cicada's reasons have gained Ancient Tree Hawk's approval. But if Shadowhung fails, I will take action personally. If he can pass these 2 tests, Pierce Pay will prove worthy of being kept. At the same time, Pierce Pay found himself trapped in a dream. Pierce Pay unexpectedly fell into an unknown dream. Pierce Pay reached out, and the void of black curtains parted at his touch, transforming into wisps of gray mist. Suddenly, a bright red light exploded in blood-red brilliance. All around turned into a sea of fire. The pitch-black background fell to the ground, turned into a large expanse of stone walls. The range covered with bluestones extended from underfoot, along the wall, all the way to the sky. It seemed to be a certain passage in a fortress. The figure of Pierce Pay in this incident turned into the Silent Way from years past, dispersing thick smoke, dragging his body towards the end of the passage, roaring hoarsely. Although Pierce Pay couldn't hear the sound, he could still feel the vibration of that voice becoming hoarse and strained. Not far ahead, a slim and athletic woman with a wasp waist and long legs leaned on the wall, struggling to get up, while a body lay sprawled on the side, its face unrecognizable. Cut open by sharp blades, the scene of death was extremely gruesome. Pierce Pay, unaware, gazed unmovingly, a strange sensation arising within him inexplicably. The woman's voice sounded almost frantic. We've been fooled. That person is not the 6th sword. He is the traitor foretold in the prophecy, the final blade. The number 6 suddenly flashed through Pierce Pay's mind. Waterloo Demon Elder, the beautiful lady with a captivating figure, and the unidentified man lying dead on the ground. Only 3 of them were here. Who are the other 3 people? Who is the final sword in Elder's mouth? In a moment of contemplation, Pierce Pei abruptly woke up. Looking at his own hands, Pierce Pei realized he was no longer just himself. Suddenly he heard Evander, who calling him from outside the window. He threw a dagger to Pierce Pei. Pierce Pei saw that this dagger was half a finger thick. It had been tempered twice. This was a dagger of the Shadowglow city, the Chen rank. Evander, whose face lit up as he said, "Let me experience the Blade Emperor's successor. Let's see if it's a fake. You try to attack me, hitting this dagger in the process. Even if you win, I'll treat you to the fine wine from the Lord of City's collection." After understanding the situation, Pierce Pei responded with a slight sense of relaxation. "Old Hu, don't boast. I am skilled in using knives. It's like playing the game of chopping wood with a sharp knife. I've been playing it since I was young. I'm very proficient." Pierce Pei clapped the knife in his hand. Recall the teachings of Seventh Uncle. The character for dragon on the knife, slightly resembling a willow leaf. Seventh Uncle said, "Grasp it with a grip of 75% to fully leverage the knife's advantages."
The strike that even Uncle Wood Chicken didn't react to at first. Pierce Pei has been quietly practicing. Let the knife follow your heart in the moment of striking. The knife seems to lead with the heart, but drags with tail strength.
With a flick of his wrist, Pierce Pei made no sound with the steel knife, yet it had already swept around in a circle. Who would have known that as the steel knife swept past, Evander, whose copperwood scabbard in his hand flickered slightly, yet remained firmly in place. Its tip pointed downward, as if he had never made a move. Pierce Pei couldn't help but pause. Could it be that old whose movements are faster than mine? Although Evander, who successfully avoided Pierce Pei's knife, he couldn't help but admire it inwardly. Just now, that knife had already reached the realm of unity of heart and blade, something many knife wielders may never achieve in their lifetime. What kind of material is this kid made of, after all? Evander, who smirked and said, "Now it's my turn to attack. You dodge. If I hit your scabbard 3 times, you lose." The outcome of this game was known from the beginning. No matter how Pierce Pei dodged the scabbard, Evander, who always moves slightly, easily hitting the target with a knife, extremely accurately. It's as if Evander, who knows exactly where Pierce Pei will dodge to. Evander, who explained, "This is the resonance between the intentions of the knives. It is the changes in the scabbard in your hand that drew out my knife. When the wind blows, the tree sways. It's not that the tree only moves when the wind is strong, but rather the moment the wind moves, the tree is destined to sway." Pierce Pei understood the principle after hearing it. In the next moment, before the thought, "The knife is coming," arises, he suddenly waved the wooden scabbard horizontally. A sharp gust of wind brushed past his elbow. Evander, whose steel knife fell empty for the first time. Evander, who also gradually became serious. Pierce Pei, on the other hand, gradually entered the fascinating realm of forgetting oneself and the world, abandoning the extraordinary sharp 5 senses different from ordinary people, forgetting his own developed and superior body. Never thought about when to stop. Just let the body's movements balance with the knife. Advance, retreat, evade, like a shadow. The situation when facing Silly Donkey during the day suddenly became clear. Can Pierce Pei win against Old Hu? Why did Old Hu suddenly teach Pierce Pei swordsmanship? In Pierce Pei's perception, the trajectory of the sword is like a specific and subtle armillary sphere. Once the sword passes through, it leaves a trace that never disappears. Slowly, the direction of the sword becomes clear. It can be understood without the need to rely on the eyes, ears, or touch. Even to the point of predicting, he boldly sent the tip of the scabbard onto the track. Suddenly opened his eyes, only to see Old Hu holding a steel knife sideways. The nearly 2-foot blade was perfectly inserted into the scabbard, accurate to the nearest millimeter, exquisite and flawless. As if the two had practiced this 1,000 times, only then could they exhibit a moment of harmony in the fast knife duel. They responded instantly and skillfully. Evander, who also had a smile on his face. Pierce Pei felt for the first time that this was how it felt to learn knife skills. The knife could actually reach such a level. Evander, who composed himself and smiled faintly.
Just now was just a warm-up. Now let's play for real. We both need to attack and defend. If the scabbard is hit, it's considered a loss.
Regio, standing behind the trellis, clearly saw the scene before him. Is it tofu or a knife after all? Pierce Pei already had his own answer in mind. Then when it's so difficult to deal with tofu, let this old man handle it. 2 hours later, Pierce Pei and 2 other figures toast and chat over wine. Evander, who said,
My self-created sword technique emphasizes being intentional yet seemingly unintentional. At first glance, it may bear resemblance to the divine imperial blade. If you manage to learn it, you will be less likely to reveal your hand in the future. I thought you would find it challenging to grasp, but it seems like you have practiced it before.
Pierce Pei took another sip of wine and asked,
Does this sword technique have a name?
Evander, who said directly,
It's called Unmatched Swift Slash. Just now, you only hit the scabbard once. Next, you need to practice until you can match me in a sword fight.
At this moment, a girl ran into Pierce Pei's courtyard. She bowed and said,
Lord of the Imperial Guard.
I, Claralina, will serve the Lord from today on. I am 15 years old. 2 years ago, I was chosen by the second manager to be a maid. I have a lovely and charming round face. I have a very cheerful and lively personality. I am the dream lover of many Department of Reverence disciples. Old who envies such treatment, and so do all the readers and the outpost. He grabbed Pierce Pei and said,
I should have become an Imperial Guard myself.
After the joking around, Evander, whose teaching for today ends here. Claralina brought Pierce Pei to the new residence. Pierce Pei casually asked, Didn't the second manager ask to see me? Claralina responded,
It seems like the second manager is extremely busy. They are arranging and responding to correspondence day and night.
Pierce Pei thought,
The second manager is so busy. It must be because they have caused such a big mess. Will the curse of the cursed sword descend upon Shadowglow City because of this?
Just like when Xuanqi Featherlight Hall was serving as a personal attendant in the past, being by the second manager's side, as an Imperial Guard, they couldn't do anything. But on second thought, at least I helped Crimson Clouds. I wonder how they are doing now. Claralina returned to the second manager. Claimed that the Lord of the Imperial Guard is very worried about you. Shadowhung ordered, Come visit me once a day. Serve the Lord of the Imperial Guard well. At this moment, Shadowhung looks preoccupied. He is thinking that there are only 2 days left. How do you think Shadowhung will solve the problem in front of him? Will he kill? Or not kill? Or? Pierce Pei actually stormed into Shadowhung's bathroom. At a location in Shadowglow City, Shadowhung sent over tailored dresses for Moonlit Water's disciples. Yi Tassel Huang and Indigo eagerly swapped their favorite clothes. But Crimson Cloud sat aside reading a book. She, who has been practicing martial arts since childhood, is not used to wearing women's clothing. At this moment, Crimson Cloud looks listless. Yi Tassel Huang looked at Crimson Cloud's condition. Can't help but think of yesterday at the banquet. Crimson Clouds is so protective of Pierce Pei, I wonder if Pierce Pei noticed. I don't know what Pierce Pei is doing now. In the backyard, the figures of Pierce Pei and Evander, who alternated again. The practice of sparring with each other continues. In just a few days, Pierce Pei was able to land many blows on Old Hu. This progress is simply lightning fast. Pierce Pei has also mastered some essentials, attacking decisively. When dodging, he pays more attention to positioning instead. Pierce Pei feels like he is slowly getting the hang of it. Evander, who shook his arms, claimed there's no time to catch your breath. Let's keep going. The two fought vigorously until the sun set in the west. The scabbard was chopped into pieces. Pierce Pei collapsed on the ground. Evander, who also ignored rest, and said, You did a great job today. Tomorrow we can attack at sunrise. still in this place. Looking at the departing Evander who Pierce Pay, there was a hint of confusion. Always feel that old who has been quite impatient recently. Could it be that he is afraid of Victor Chandler retaliating against him? But now he is in Shadowglow City, relatively safe. Pierce Pay, who was on his way back to the courtyard, overheard the maids saying,
Hung, the second manager, has been feeling anxious recently.
It is said that he hasn't slept for 2 nights in a row. Yang Zhong tried to persuade him, but it was of no use. Pierce Pay heard this. He suddenly thought that he had implicated Shadowglow City in the chaos of cursed swords. He immediately decided to take responsibility for his actions. He ran over to see the second manager. Upon arriving at the second manager's mansion, he did not see any guards. Not even Yang Zhong was there. Pierce Pay carefully walked towards the inner courtyard. He didn't encounter a single maid. Just as he was puzzled, Pierce Pay suddenly saw thick smoke emanating from a side courtyard, accompanied by the smell of something burning. At the first moment, Pierce Pay thought that the second manager's room was on fire. Without hesitation, he rushed into the room. But he never expected that the scene in front of him would be unforgettable for Pierce Pay for the rest of his life. Behind the screen was a large oval-shaped wooden barrel. Shadow Hung wore only his close-fitting underwear, eyes closed, soaking in the barrel. Pierce Pay actually barged into Shadow Hang's bathroom. Shadow Hang's wet hair strands hanging down behind the wooden barrel. Her 2 delicate snow-white arms were resting on the edge of the barrel, exposing her smooth and beautiful skin. Pierce Pay was dumbfounded and couldn't speak for a moment. "Get up! Hurry up, Pierce Pay!" Just as Pierce Pay realized he wanted to go out, he suddenly heard the voice of heir apparent coming from outside the door. "I only heard Peek Dugu loudly saying that the servant had just reported." He saw with his own eyes a man entering the second manager's room. Upon hearing this, Pierce Pay was almost scared out of his wits. If discovered, not even 10 lives would be enough. In the panic, Shadow Hung spotted him first. Immediately after, heir apparent lifted the door curtain and walked in. "I was thinking that if I caught you red-handed, Shadow Hung, let's see how you explain it this time." But the situation was different from what heir apparent had in mind. In the room, other than Shadow Hung, there was no one else. I was taken aback. Suddenly, I heard Shadow Hung say coldly,
"Heir apparent, do you know what you are doing?"
At this time, heir apparent no longer had the confidence he had just now. He thought to himself that he should not have made a mistake. Shadow Hang's cold voice rang out again. "My lord handed over the management of Shadowglow City to me. Heir apparent pretended to have someone break into my bathroom. To tarnish my reputation, is he trying to challenge my lord?" I didn't expect to find Pierce Pay in this bucket at this moment. Heir apparent is still unwilling to give up, snorted angrily. "If you want someone to wash your back and bathe you, you might as well look for me. Why bother hiding like this?" As soon as these words were spoken, a handle was exposed. Shadow Hung sarcastically said with slightly parted red lips, "Is this how heir apparent got concubine Yunjin? She is the most beloved songstress of your father. Do you have a relationship with her? If this spreads out, can you still maintain your title and reputation?" Heir apparent never expected this. Shadow Hung actually knows about this matter. He was shocked and turned pale instantly. Shadow Hung continued with determination, advising heir apparent.
"My lord, despite the early misfortune that left you childless, there are miraculous talents in this world. The future is long. Do not think that sitting in the position of heir apparent will guarantee you worry-free days.
Immediately roll out, otherwise, I promise to make you regret your rash rudeness today." The heir apparent hurriedly fled in a panic, not daring to stay any longer. He watched the heir apparent walk away. Shadow Hung quickly pulled Pierce Pay out from under the water. At this moment, Pierce Pay has lost consciousness. It should be because he didn't have time to take a breath before entering the water. Shadow Hung felt compassion for Pierce Pay, who had drowned like this. Rather than struggling, he would rather swallow water. The top priority is to give Pierce Pei artificial respiration. Shadow Hung took a deep breath. The soft lips enveloped Pierce Pei's lips. The warm touch slowly brought Pierce Pei back to consciousness. A splash of water brought him back from unconsciousness. Shadow Hung and Sky Strike Dugu actually have this kind of relationship? Pierce Pei opens his sleepy eyes, seeing Shadow Hung sitting in front of him. Suddenly startled and got up before Shadow Hung could speak. Then he lied and explained in a mess.
I saw the smoke and thought it was on fire. I didn't expect it to be like this. Have I committed a deadly sin?
Unexpectedly, the Shadow Hung in front of him smiled tenderly instead. Not angry or annoyed. Slowly said,
Don't worry, heir apparent.
He's a fool. And now I have another handle on him. You act so reckless. Just like my little brother did back then. Hearing the second manager say this, Pierce Pei couldn't help but ask,
Where is the second manager's brother now?
Talking about his brother, Shadow Hung looked worried. He claimed that this happened before I joined Pingwang Capital. Then they got separated. When I first saw you that year, your appearance was so much like him. Shadow Hung served Pierce Pei a bowl of ginseng soup. Go on. I know you care for me like a sister. In my heart, you're like a brother to me. Shadowglow City, and you are the most important things to me. I won't let heir apparent make things difficult for you. Pierce Pei was pleasantly surprised to hear these words. Coming from a humble background, how could one be so fortunate? Shadow Hung comforted Pierce Pei and said,
Is that really what you think? Look at all these years, who else has seventh uncle chosen? And how many people have faced the cursed sword without hesitation, but instead gone all out?
I regard you as a younger brother, regardless of your background. Moreover, my lord has already appointed you as an imperial guard. Mentioning Lord of City Pierce Pei, I am more concerned about potentially putting the second manager in a difficult situation regarding the cursed sword matter. However, Shadow Hung is very knowledgeable about Sky Strike Dugu. My lord may seem casual, but he is not someone unaware of the situation. Sky Strike Dugu, when he was young, was one of the top young masters in the Dugu Imperial clan. Quite different from what he looks like now. Sky Strike Dugu is the uncle of the current emperor. When the emperor was still a crown prince, Sky Strike Dugu served as his tutor, and their relationship was deep. Sky Strike Dugu has always been cautious and tried to avoid involvement in court politics. However, the emperor's intentions are hard to predict. The emperor was jealous of Sky Strike Dugu's royal status and his close relationship with the crown prince. Thus, he ordered the old prime minister, Yuan Zhengtao, to eliminate him. At that time, this influential prime minister, who was already in his twilight years, set a trap, determined to result Sky Strike Dugu before his own passing. Fortunately, Sky Strike Dugu realized in time and pretended to indulge in pleasure-seeking to avoid disaster. At the critical moment, Shadow Hung used the various connections he had accumulated during his courtesan days to be able to move his whole family to East Sea. Sky Strike Dugu was grateful to Shadow Hung for saving him from danger, so he granted him permission to operate Shadowglow City. He also deeply understood that only Shadow Hung's ability and leadership could sustain the operation of Shadowglow City. So Sky Strike Dugu will not make things difficult for Shadow Hung. As for the matter of the cursed sword, his sister can handle it. You can rest assured to do your own thing. His sister will fully support you, Shadow Hung smiling knowingly. Pierce Pei feels like his heart has melted. Pierce Pei pours his heart out to Shadow Hung as well, without holding anything back. He claims there is one thing about the cursed sword that he has never told his sister. Before Elder Water Lute Demon passed away, he used the soul reclamation technique to leave his consciousness in my body. So, that's why I had such a reaction when facing the cursed sword Heaven's Rift at the banquet. This news is very shocking for Shadow Hung. Shadow Hung knows what actions Water Lute Demon will take after seizing a new body. Shadow Hung let Pierce Pei leave quietly from the back door. Then they won't run into the heir apparent spies. They watched the figure of Pierce Pei disappear into the distance. Shadow Hung fell into contemplation. He could only take a gamble on his own. Pierce Pei returned to his residence and freshened up by changing into comfortable clothes and washing himself. Clara Lena suddenly burst in and claimed to help Pierce Pei change clothes and freshen up. Pierce Pei was very uncomfortable and frightened. Pierce Pei sees a dark-skinned person in the mirror. Thick eyebrows, big eyes, and neat clothes. It's like a completely different person, not at all like myself. Changed into new clothes. Pierce Pei practiced with Old Hu again. Today, the two of them switched to wooden swords for the match. Old Hu decided to go all out and target Pierce Pei's weak points. He won't hold back. With Old Hu's strength, even a wooden sword can take a life. The move unmatched swift slash without a set form is indeed unique. But Evander Hu's teaching method is even more unique among the unique. No nonsense, no wasting time. Improve skills directly through sparring. Shadowglow City's second manager, Supervisor Yang Zhong, reports that the two persons at the back hill are still practicing martial arts. Besides, Pierce Pei seems to be making rapid progress. Shadow Hung appears visibly troubled and issued instructions. You go down and make arrangements. Inform them about that matter tomorrow. Yang Zhong is a little worried about whether Hu the Gallant will agree. Shadow Hung said you don't need to worry about it. Just make sure not to leak the information. Send out the other letters. Yang Zhong also stopped asking more questions and did as told. Shadow Hung looked out the window, thinking to himself that if galloping and singing lived up to their name, it would be worth taking a gamble. The cursed sword will come when it's time. After a long battle. Evander Hu came to Dr. Chung with Pierce Pei to treat his muscles and bones. After several manipulations, Pierce Pei was restored to his original condition. Pierce Pei's performance earned praise from Evander Hu. Being able to spar with Evander Hu, who uses internal energy, is considered a pass. Evander Hu asked, "May I ask, how are the previous Emerald Lake girl and silly donkey doing now?" Dr. Chung stroked his beard and said slowly, "Although they are not completely awake, their condition has stabilized. Both of you can go see them today. In addition, I have made some unusual findings regarding the so-called cursed sword possessed by these two." Evander, who looked at Emerald Lake lying on the bed, with a worried expression. He asked why she had been in a coma for so long. Is there really no problem? But Dr. Chung claimed that this would actually be more beneficial for her physical recovery. If she were awake, she would inevitably suffer pain and torment. Dr. Chung is convinced that the previous pursuit by the Emerald Lake lady from thousands of miles away was forcibly triggering her hidden potential, living beyond her means. Her body has reached its limit any longer, and it may be beyond saving. It is unknown how she is resisting the excruciating pain of her internal organs feeling like they are about to burst. Pierce Pei recalled the situation and felt like Emerald Lake was being controlled by some kind of drug. According to Dr. Cheng's observations, there are drugs that can excessively stimulate hidden potential. In nearly 50 years of medical practice, he has only encountered 3 types. However, none of these drugs has symptoms similar to those exhibited by the girl at Emerald Lake. Additionally, there were no drug residues found on the girl at Emerald Lake. For the doctor, it's better to believe in magic than to believe in the existence of such miraculous drugs in the world. For now, as long as the girl at Emerald Lake can regulate her chi and blood and gradually nurture her life, there should be no worries. With the reassurance of no worries about her life, Evander, who started to be concerned about the scar on Emerald Lake's face. Dr. Chung stroked his beard. It is said that there is a mysterious person in East Sea. He is known as a surgical wizard, and is said to be able to perform the art of regenerating flesh by cutting it off. Pierce Pei is also very concerned about the young man Silly Donkey, who is different from the girl from Emerald Lake. He is poisoned, and the poison entered through a sharp weapon piercing his hand. The poison entered the pericardium meridian of Hanjuyan and the governor vessel meridian, leading to an excess of evil energy and deficiency of yang energy. Although cutting off the supply, it will slowly dissipate. But it affects fertility. If he touches that knife again, it is estimated that even his life will be difficult to protect. Pierce Pei is worried about the safety of Silly Donkey. But if he wants to stop this showdown with Victor Chandler, the most important person to persuade is Silly Donkey himself. At this moment, Yi Tassel Huang came to visit Emerald Lake and saw the departing figure of Pierce Pei. Yi Tassel Huang suddenly handed the tonic soup to Evander, who, claiming that he had something to discuss privately with Pierce Pei. Immediately, he dragged Pierce Pei and ran towards the backyard. Yi Tassel Huang sat by the pond in the backyard. He claimed that he came out to allow Old Hu and Emerald Lake to be alone together. It turns out that Yi Tassel Huang had noticed it a long time ago. Evander, who has a crush on Emerald Lake. Today is not the first time he has come to ask about Emerald Lake. Yi Tassel Huang's watery big eyes blinked. Playfully said,
"These days, you haven't come to ask about Sister Crimson. How is she doing?"
Upon hearing this, Pierce Pei scratched his head awkwardly. He didn't know what to do for a moment. He also didn't know if it was appropriate to go see Crimson Clouds. Suddenly, he became flustered. But Yi Tassel Huang suddenly stood up and said,
"That's settled then. I will go talk to Sister Crimson right now and tell her you're coming to see her."
"Get yourself ready." Pierce Pei looked at his reflection in the water and couldn't help but feel shy. Crimson Clouds learned that Pierce Pei was coming to visit, and a blush appeared on her cheeks. Still, she stubbornly said,
"Why should I see him?"
But Yi Tassel Huang had long seen through Crimson Cloud's thoughts and said slowly,
"He must be concerned about you, Sister Crimson. By the way, our letters have been sent out for a while now. I reckon First Senior Sister will be here in a few days.
By then, we will have to return to Moonlit Water Pavilion." Upon hearing this, Crimson Clouds felt a hint of loss. Qian tightly grasped her delicate jade fingers and whispered,
"We have indeed troubled Shadglow City for quite a few days."
It should also be said,
"Thank you."
Crimson Clouds noticed the crimson gauze dress spread out flat on the brocade quilt corner of her eye. It is the embroidered quilt that is padded underneath, covered with a profusion of flowers. Yet it cannot conceal the light gauze of cicada wings, which are as red and hazy as rouge, both misty and glamorous. It is as if a rosy cloud lies on the couch. Recalling the bits and pieces of days with Pierce Pei, I truly have experienced a lot. Crimson Clouds feels deeply touched. Shedding the armor of war, facing the mirror, and pasting on golden flower decorations. In the bronze mirror, a beautiful woman with a slightly exposed chest and a high-waisted skirt was reflected. The familiar image of the heroic and mighty hero disappeared. In its place was an elegant young woman with graceful charm and beauty. Just like the shadow-hung scene that night in the incense pavilion. Her bare, round, fragrant shoulders were fair and tender, exuding an indescribable femininity. Pierce Pei prepared a basket of preserved fruits and arrived at the disciples' door of Moonlit Water. Yi Tassel Huang took the initiative to receive Pierce Pei and said playfully,
"Please wait in the hall while I go boil some water to make tea for you and Sister Crimson."
Pierce Pei keeps practicing his opening remarks. The young woman in the red shirt by the window couldn't help but laugh. Suddenly, there was a sense of destined peace,